You know that we own this, building up the tension, flexing like we all live. Fake it till you make it, take a little holiday. No one got a game plan, taking it day by day. What you make of it? I'm gonna let go, gonna say what I think, still low pro. Don't worry about the consequences. Shooting stars, falling fences, no defenses. Now I'm gonna let go, gonna say what I think, still low pro. Don't worry about the consequences. Shooting stars, falling fences, no defenses. What you make of it? What you wanna listen to? Your mind, all that feels just deep in some part of you that tells you the deal. And still you won't lock it in. We're in for the kill. Is this how we chill? How we gon' chill? Keep it on the down low. I'm still down with playing, but the point I wanna know, what we're really doing. Is this just a holiday? Cause if we're making real plans, first I got some cards to play. What you make of it? I'm gonna let go, gonna say what I think, still low pro. Don't worry about the consequences. Shooting stars, falling fences, no defenses. Now I'm gonna let go, gonna say what I think, still low pro. Don't worry about the consequences. Shooting stars, falling fences, no defenses. Now, no defenses. Now, what you wanna listen to? Your mind, all that feels just deep in some part of tells you the deal. And still you won't lock it in. We're in for the kill. Is this how we chill? How we gon' chill? What you wanna listen to? Your mind, all that feel just deep in some part of you that tells you the deal. And still you won't lock it in. We're in for the kill. Is this how we chill? How we gon' chill? Hold on, ain't you speaking too fast for what you know about? We should take the time to check and figure out. Maybe all these thoughts are from imagination, but you don't doubt it's not too late. Are you feeling me when I say you're tempting fate? Double back, check your facts and get it straight. I promise you it will be worth the wait. This altered state. Can you hear it louder now? Trying hard to knock us down. Noise is getting louder now, but nothing gonna take us out. We in this altered state, it's all blurry. Don't matter when we gonna wake, I ain't worried. Stay with me in this altered state. We all blurry, and I don't wanna wait. I don't wanna wait. Just stop. Aren't you tired of always waiting for the drop? Cause there's more to life than all the things you got. Hold you hostage cause you think you need a lot. You got one shot to start fresh. Working on the part that's not just blood and flesh. Find the quiet place where you can start to bless. Maybe all these thoughts are from imagination. And don't stress, we'll find this altered state. It's all blurry. watching this horizon as you float by. Words are scattered stars across the sky. Blood moon, feeling out of sorts like you might leave soon. How much of me do you think it consumes? Easy to accuse you. I'm spun out, drifting on the highway, can't do math. Speeding makes me dizzy, doubling back. No more pretending like my head's straight. These times, drifting up our paradigms in white lies. Words can come so easily, but where am I? Lost inside, inside. Tell me that we'll make it. Going all sideways, don't you know my ways? Scared this. It's all up to us. I know that we can make it. Going all sideways, don't you know my ways? Scared this. We blast off from these rooftops. Fresh air tastes like I imagine, and you still wear all these reservations, but I don't care. All this carbonation bursting out. Side note, pressure wash me off, cause I might explode. Damn, you're staring me down all these safe roads when I'ma try to drive blindfolded. Tell me that we'll make it. Going all sideways, don't you know my ways? Scared this. It's all up to us. I know that we can make it. Going all sideways, don't you know my ways? Scared this. We blast off from these rooftops. You clean your teeth before you bite. Why you see me have to spite? I gave in my flags wide, and suddenly so contrite.
I used to draw hearts round your name. Now I just draw blood to face another day. And you know I'm not one to make a scene, but I'd burn alive to see you scream. Pouring salt in my cuts,
vibes almost every week. Must be something new, something fresh, something I don't see. If this was a show, man, I know you would be the lead. Keep me on my toes, just in case I slip away. Even if I did, I'd be back another day. I never play around with you. If I was on your team, I'd never lose. If I was in your dreams, you'd never snooze. Cause I love the way that you do what you do, what you do. I love the way that you do what you do. I love the way that you do what you do, what you do. I love the way that you do what you do. I love the way you wake up in the morning. We can take a shower, take a couple hours. Now we on into the money, we just let it blow.
And here we go for a little bit of a treat. The LCO might be closing out for the year, but we've got one trick left up our sleeve. It's a bit of a cheeky show match here, thanks to Warner Music, and myself, Skimmy, as well as Juves, get the pleasure of casting it. Thankfully for us, Juves, we're not actually in the gaming booth. We've got a few of the other casters in the talent alongside them, and they'll be looking to try and do whatever they can to get their team the victory here today. How are you today, actually?
Oh, yeah, I'm good. It's good to be here. I'm excited to be here. What a day today is going to be. And I mean, it's going to be an absolute banger to start us off. So, I mean, I feel like we can hype this up, but eventually we've got to tell them what it is.
We do, because, you change your shirt. We're matching in green, but we're keen to see now what those teams are looking like. First team, it is none other than the Yumi fan club. So let's bring that up and see who's on that team. Well, look at that. You got Kevy in the top lane, Dracu as their jungler, and Boma in the mid lane. Elfish Guy actually playing AD carry, and none other than Warner Music's very own, it's Masked Wolf with that global hit, Astronaut in the Ocean.
Yeah, and I mean, we were actually jamming out to a few of his other songs off air, which probably we won't show just to save us from pure embarrassment. But I mean, what a lineup this is. Kevy in the top lane. I've heard he's a bit of a demon on the Aatrox. Dracu going to be pretty much playing jungle V2 because, support is pretty much the roaming jungler anyway. Mboma has the Heimerdinger up his sleeve, so see if he rips that one out in the mid lane. And to be honest, Elfish Guy, I've heard he's a support, so I don't know how that dynamic is going to go down in the bot lane, but I'm optimistic.
I am optimistic. I've heard that, he's been experimenting in the bot lane, but Master Wolf, I've also heard, is a bit of a demon on the fresh. So whether or not we get to see that one come on through, I guess no love lost between Order and Chiefs, having versed each other multiple times and knocking one another out. Our second team of the night, though, we have a team known as Wide Gapping. And I think we know who might be on this roster. No surprises. The frontman in Maximize actually role swapping with Shock. And he's going to be playing mid lane. Shock in the top side there, looking to try and take a note out of his book. But Mac, flexing staunch as ever. You've seen the pentakills as Aramis. Hopefully he can tap into that magic once again. And down in the side lanes, literally, Snapty and Rusty.
Yeah, I mean, what a dynamic, what a duo. I feel like this 2v2 in the bot side is going to be very important. But the synergy that's going to come out of Rusty and Natty is going to be hard to deal with, I would say. Maximize in the mid lane. Probably can play some top lane champs there, can't he? I feel like that can work, and Shock the same. This might be a little bit of a demon roster. They got the flex of the mid and the top, but I feel like they can get a lot done. And obviously, I've heard a few things about Mac in solo queue, particularly the Shyvana. Maybe we're going to keep our eyes on that one. I've heard he does love an AP Shiv.
I mean, what really better time than it was for 11-15 to patch off finals with the come out, and he said, maybe Shyvana. And we're like, okay, mate, calm down a fraction. It then gets debuted by the Chiefs, and then we all start to believe. So maybe, just maybe, he can tap some of that silver form magic and bring his team across the line. I believe Champions League is just underway. So let's crack on with things, Juice. Let's jump in to this show match.
Here we go, straight into select, and straight away, the Nocturne ban. We're actually being very, very serious with these bans. A lot on the line here, because for those of you that don't know, the Yumi fan club is not only just the Yumi fan club. They don't only just like Yumi. It's actually a big shot at the big man Rusty. So Rusty's an avid Yumi hater. So he's actually in the Yumi hating fan club. And it feels like they've really made this team name to get at him, to get under his skin and try and tilt him before the match.
I think the mental edge is certainly there right now. They have obviously banned that one away. Will that force wide gapping as a response to ban the Yumi and sort of not fall victim to that one? Quick side note here, Juves. I mean, what do we make of the logos? The team names themselves, mental edge is already in Yumi fan club's court, but logo-wise, are you more of the elfish Yumi or the wide gapping maximized sunglasses?
I'm leaning towards Shock only because in his glasses you can actually see Max. I think that's just a nice little extra detail that for me it sold me on the logo. I mean, if we're going to touch on the pick ban, obviously a little bit of a target towards Mac, taking away that Shyvana. I mean, to be honest, that's a little bit dirty, right? You can't target ban the caster. I mean, or the host of the show. They're digging into his champion pool. They're saying, let's see how deep that thing goes. But, more importantly, I told you the Aatrox, Kevy Aatrox, rumors, just rumors. High elo, bit of a terror, bit of a fiend, as we see the Yumi hover. So they've taken that one off the table really quickly. And that's just the Drag Q Kha'Zix angle?
I'm pretty sure it is. How many times have we seen this hovered all split long and finally it's actually going to get locked in? Do we get to see what Drag Q can do in the jungle? You mentioned it already, been a bit of a roamer as that support player. Maybe he can tap into some of the jungle prowess and look to display some cheeky kills there. Wide gapping, actually going to open up here with a Scion. I have seen Maximize play this. If we date our minds back to what, OCS, played a fair bit. Obviously had his fun on the likes of Fioras and all the rest of it. But would it be, or could it be, that we get MacMate playing Shaco?
I didn't even know that MacMate had this in his locker. I thought I did not see MacMate being the Shaco guy, but it feels like maybe he's put a lot of time into this champion, done a little bit of had a bit of a grind off stream, maybe a secret account where he's he's shot up to high elo. Do I dare say?
What is high elo, Juice?
Well, I don't know. Like,
is it gold?
Gold maybe. Plat? Oh, the Yumi hovers across the board. It'd be interesting to see if a team takes this. I dare say Rusty is not going to allow that to happen.
You just have to wonder what's going on in comms right now. You've already been trolled by the opposition, and now your own teammates are saying, hey, wouldn't this be fun if we lock this one in? He's not too keen. Okay, Mac. Getting comfy about it. That's some Morgana locked in. I do know that Nat's a big fan. That's actually a most played champion.
Mac's posture is exactly what happens when you're two things. You're either tilted or you just don't care.
I feel like this is how we cast. When the cameras aren't on us, we are definitely getting comfy about it.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I do fall back into that posture. And actually, when I am in that posture for a few hours, I do actually ask the question, why is my back hurting? Why do I have a sore back? And, now that I look at Mac, it's kind of looking at myself from, a different point of view. I understand now why I have
humbling reflection, right? Yeah. You just look at somebody else's suffering and you get to say, those are some familiar faces. We get to see the boys not on the mic actually spitting hot fire, but actually letting the mouse and keyboard do the talking for them.
Yeah, so I mean, we have Ash being picked up by Elfish, guys. So what that says to me is kind of he's happy to just be that weak side of the map, farm it up, and potentially get off some of those good engages with those arrows. Going to keep my eyes on him because it is a champion that lacks a lot of mobility, and he's going to be able to get focused down. Maybe it's going to be a little bit of a MacMate assassination onto Elfish guy. We'll have to wait and see.
So I can't imagine there's going to be any love lost between those two. There's the man, the absolute legend himself.
Yep.
May have heard obviously this split. He's had a different tune playing with Gravity Gliding.
And what a clip it is! What a film clip it is!
Oh, absolutely! I mean, instant fan from that part. Alone.
We actually we got it up. We got up and we got about it when that song came on. I remember that week. That was a nice week. It was a nice week to be on broadcast.
So good that we played it twice.
Yep.
Here we go. Kalista actually going to get locked in here. Kalista Morgana. Interesting bot lane duo for those two.
Yeah, Ghost Cleanse with Rusty. I don't think he's going to go for those summoner spells. Maybe just a little bit of a mind game. And by mind game, he's trying to convince his teammates that he will adhere to the summoner's code.
Yeah, true. He doesn't want to run this thing down. No. The stakes, I mean, they are high, right? At the end of the day, this is Pride. You can talk to on broadcast. Yeah?
Well, where's Ash now? Is it Ash support?
True.
Ash support, maybe?
We get a Kaiser mid.
Yeah, I mean, Mboma is playing mid lane, so potentially just falling back to what would be comfortable for him as the traditional AD carry in the mid lane. But I mean, it's still Lilia that's being picked up. couple of flexes, but yeah, it looks like it might be the Ashe. And so we did hear whispers, we did hear stories about Masked Wolf on the Thresh. We thought, you know, this is going to be his game. He's going to be set up for success. But maybe the third pick from Natty with the Morgana support has made Masked Wolf do a little bit of a pivot. And he's like, you know what, I've got Ashe now as well.
So he has. And,
look at that. Oh, look at that.
Okay, mate. Okay, flex the guns.
Wow.
Isn't it fitting that it's him side by side with Draku?
Dude, it's not even about flexing the guns. He's literally wearing an arm warmer. He's wearing a sleeve.
He's playing on land. He's playing on land, right? He's got the hand warmers out. You know, you actually play better when your hands are warm, and he's taking that one far too seriously.
If he does not drop 100 deaths, I'm going to be disappointed. I don't care who you are. You cannot wear a sleeve when you're playing League of Legends show match.
This is his big time to shine, Juves. I mean,
it is.
He's had all the people saying who when he's joined, and now it's his chance to really say, well, this is who. I look the part, and I can actually play it as well.
Yeah, I back that. I get it. And so it is going to be the Kai'Sa Ashe bot lane. So Elfish guy, for me, he's earned my respect a little bit because he's actually decided to go toe for toe with Rusty.
Yeah.
He said, you know what, that's it. You picked the Kalista, you picked the kill lane. I mean, you have the champion that traditionally wins these types of matchups. And I thought, you know, the Ashe would just be a good pick, but he's like, nah, you know what, I'll go for the Kai'Sa. I don't care, I'm not scared. And, you know, what a moment it would be for young Elfish if he is able to just win this lane, you know, with Masked Wolf, if they're able to just dominate.
Yeah.
What a storyline it would be.
I mean, what a collaboration, right? Might actually get himself on a track afterwards. He's punching up. He's had his hard words towards yourself, Juves, and saying that, well, you know what? Maybe one day I'll climb to Master and outrank you. He's up against Rusty, one of the other highest ranked casters here. And, well, that's going to be an interesting matchup, to say the least. Yumi Fan Club take it on White Gapping. It's a show match thanks to Warner Music. And it's a best of one, starting now.
Yeah, I mean, there's no room for errors, no room for mistakes. A lot on the line here, bragging rights on the line. And I mean, you can tell by the drops, you know, there's no mucking about. The Camille being picked up by Kevy, he's definitely looking to have a very big impact on this game. Shock, much of the same, right? Picking up the Scion, can he get the solo bolo? Is he going to be maximum chilling in the top lane? We'll have to keep our eyes there.
I see what he did there, that was clever. Yep. Yeah, maximum chilling, as Maximize is going to go for the Graves. So, up against his teammate that revolutionized the Graves resurgence in the jungle. We saw a couple of cheeky performances in the mid lane too. But here we are. The grass is green. The conditions look rosy red. It's a great day for some League of Legends.
Oh.
As, well, hang on a minute. What is this here? A bit of a dance party in the Baron Pit.
I really do hope they cheese drag you here.
Am I doing
Alright,
it?
are you guys ready? You guys ready?
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah.
Flashpoint.
I missed it!
I was gonna flash. No!
No!
Times, right? You got to keep your enemies close. What is it? No, keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. And that's kind of the situation that played out there with MacMate and Dragku. But now it looks like MacMate is going to pay for it with his life. And first blood being picked up by the man of the hour, Masked Wolf.
Well, out of the studio and into the rift, and he's also already smurfing. I mean, this is just beautiful. What a better way to start off a laning phase. And you can go into a lane where Flash doesn't even exist on the Morgana. I mean, doesn't really get much better than this.
I feel really
at a minute
dogged.
20.
I'm killing
It
Mac
doesn't.
now.
I mean, this is
I'm
the
done.
dream start. Now, keeping in mind, the Ashe hasn't been able to base and pick up an item. So he is just going to be, you know, similar in strength. But you'd have to say when that first reset comes on through, the poke that's going to come out of him is going to be very hard to deal with. Rusty with a little bit of a cheeky grin because it does feel like he's realised what's happened.
Nice little leash there as well. I'm really excited personally for this Kazik story. We've seen him play a whole bunch of it in solo queue, and he's been talking a big talk about it with the Hovers multiple times during the split. But now MacMate playing from behind, as you say, no major item differences to talk about, but having a def on the board so early on. Playing into the idea was those mental tactics once again.
Fun fact, there's actually a game that I played professionally on stage. Well, he might actually flash Ignite. Yeah, he doesn't have
really
to flash. Never mind. He doesn't use that.
We could dash Ignite,
Yeah.
essentially the same.
Yeah, there was one game in my career where I actually sat like Mac on stage, and that was when my team, I thought I was playing pretty well, right? I thought I could carry the series. It was 1-1, and they drafted me Ivan. And,
Oh, cool.
And I literally, at the moment they locked in Ivan, because I didn't want it at the time, I sat back in my chair like that. And we did win, so it was all good. But let me tell you, it was a real backseated posture
I
game.
mean, is it really a champion that you really need to sit up for? I mean,
No.
you're just making friends in the jungle, donating buffs to your friends and also
Oh, here we go.
the opposition as... Okay, waiting in the shadows, mate. Be careful. Oh, it's just going to get stolen. Choose for double buff. There's the leash. He's cracking up in the camera. How much further can he lean back?
Oh, mate, he's about to knock the screen over. You know what? We're going to see an inverted Mac. He's going to go completely upside down by the end of this game and just be playing underneath each chair. And nice little solo kill there by Dracu, reading the path of that Shaco. And that looks like a dive here in the top lane.
Yeah, Shock's in a lot of trouble right now. And,
wow.
well, those are the missiles. That's the damage. Shock has an abomination now. Gonna try and trim that wave. Receives the thumbs up and says, cheers for that one.
I mean, that's the beauty about Sion though, right? You can have those tactical deaths and still pick up the wave, so he doesn't lose too much. He's going to teleport back to the wave. But I mean, Dracu's in a position where you feel like he's going to really be able to carry this one now. 2-0. Obviously, Mac not having the best time. Level 2. Keep in mind, guys. Oh no. Okay, he gets out. Does he get out though?
Run away from this one. Run down by the mid Lilia. Hit the blast cone, Mac. Engage your way to the blue pit. Oh no! It's a tag team from the Chiefs! He's running away! He's isolated! He's just gonna fall on down.
This is just unfortunate. Obviously, Dracu, pro player for the Chiefs.
What's he doing?
He's just like playing like it's an actual game.
Oh no.
Ah, Drake.
Yeah, once
like,
I figure this out at like the 15-minute mark, then we're fine.
We do have to say too that the Kazakh did.
They're stepping up. Nice binding there by Nat, but oh no! So much pain and punishment! A spell shield won't do much against the Kazakhs.
No. And the good thing is that all the gold is on Dracu, so if he does die, if they do get a pick on him, they get a very big bounty, and someone gets extremely fed. So we'll just have to see them kind of weather this storm.
They've just turned around. He's isolated again. He's screaming profusely at the camera. Why me? And that's another kill found. Oh, top lane, Shock! He's going to fall on down, but not before a trade from the turret. And that will be the cheeky 1-for-1.
Yeah, 1-for-1. So Flash being burnt there too by the Camille. And lane state is favourable for Kevy. He's going to be able to walk back to that lane and gather most of that farm. So again, if you're a Yuumi fan club fan, then you're very happy with the current game.
Wait, look at my score. Okay, I'm not killing Mac anymore. I'm killing everyone else. I'm Mac now.
Hey, Dracu,
Yo,
this is war. You understand? There's no.
Damn it.
I want to see Flash on.
no mercy. No mercy.
gotta listen.
No
Like,
mercy.
you know, once this one item comes on through for this Graves, he's going to be a little bit of a menace and pretty hard to deal with because Yuumi, Lilia doesn't have the biggest range in the game, and it might be a game.
Yeah, might be a gank indeed. He's getting aggressive, posturing forward, looking to fire that kill. Oh no, it doesn't come back in time, but Ignite is there. And in the face of adversity, 1v2, we'll get that kill back. But this Kazakh, this bug, needs to get splattered. Heavy.
He has ult.
Hey, just run him down. Shock can't do much about this one. He can knock you up, but he's just going to fall on down.
Here we go, Mac.
Okay, Mac, first gank of the game. Exhaust, Natty smurfing.
Here we
Locks in
go.
place with the binding. There's the barrier. Take out the artist and get the kill. Both the 80 carries picking up the gold, and Elfish, funny enough, takes out Mac in the process.
Yeah, Master Wolf and Elfish guy do a very good job to trade back there, right? They go 1-for-1 when they're getting ganked, so you have to say that's a win for them. I mean,
The conversation before the game of like how try hard were we going to be? It was a field check on them.
maybe Mboma's going to find something on the back end here.
Certainly looking for it, isn't he? No ultimate, so thumbs down from him and from us. We don't really rate that play too much.
Still level 5. I mean, top lane matchup is slowly going downhill, you'd have to say. And Dracu looking here in mid lane, Maximize needs to be very careful, but he has sniffed this one out.
Certainly has. Looking to try and get himself into the lane by popping his ultimate there. I wouldn't put it past him, Juice. You know, 5-0-2 right now. The world really is his oyster to make something crazy happen, to take a 1v5 and throw it all away.
I mean, if he doesn't, I'd be extremely disappointed in him. And I'd tell him he needs to really reassess the way that he's playing this game. I mean, goes to the gym, has all the biceps, has the chest. But can he do it in Summoner's Rift? Because, you know, say, can you do it on a cold rainy night in Stoke? Well, can you do it on a cold rainy night in Summoner's Rift?
That's a good point, actually. We're in winter right now.
Here we go.
Conditions should be favourable for him. He's locked inside. What else can he take his frustration out on? He needs to get some more kills. He needs to showcase Mac. The discrepancy between these two, because he's 0-4 right now, having not a whole bunch of fun. Frantically working his way to level 6 as well. Mac's been a bit of a nuisance here, trying to steal away that blue buff. Is so successful in doing that. Oh, and the full all-in onto Embome is not successful. The tag team once again it achieves, coming in clutch.
I respect that. I respect the idea from Maximize. You feel like he's trying to push his limits to the absolute maximum, and unfortunately, it was literally an auto attack away from death. Maybe even just a smoke screen would have killed him. So it was close, but not lethal, unfortunately.
He's had a few moments like that this game, hasn't he? I mean, it just really feels...
There's going to be Kha'Zix here, by the way.
Oh yeah, I found him.
Holy man, is this personal? What is Dragu doing?
Life is stream to see. Domination at its finest.
Just listening to Master Wolf.
Draku's just laughing, and you can hear the all chat even.
How do you think you recover at this point? You know, Juice, you're 10 minutes into the game, you're 0-5 as the jungle. Is it time for the gamer sleeve to come off?
Look, to be honest with you, I think the gamer sleeve might have been restricting his mechanics just a little bit. Potentially the compression was a little bit too tight, and then therefore, you know, the I guess the neuron communication between, I guess, your fingers all the way up to your brain, there's just a little bit of a lapse there, and you know, mechanically just got outplayed in those earlier skirmishes.
You're not firing on all the cylinders, really.
No.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, bot lane. Cheeky little attempt there from NetT, chucking at the binding, but not going to find it. Sidestep by Elfish Guy.
They're finding a lot of success bot side too. Look at the CS lead that they've managed to build up here.
But if they push up and you have an arrow, yeah.
I want an arrow mid. I want an arrow mid.
Okay.
I'm coming mid.
Hit the downtown
You want an
arrow
arrow mid?
Yep.
I'm doing it.
Where's it
Yep,
going?
yep,
It's
yep,
going.
yep.
I'm arrowing mid.
Cash out going mid.
Yep.
Alright, let's
Wait, what?
kill this guy.
I got
Oh,
hit.
wait. Don't think we can kill this guy.
I don't know what my ult does, but I'm using it.
I can't give you more notice, man.
That was just a sniper. Master Wolf is a sniper. That is just a cross map, straight into the head. A little bit of a camera zoom in there. Fantastic work by our observer to really emphasize the fact that
Bit of a rave party.
yeah, I mean, we can call it what we want, but that was just a thing of beauty. And like, look at him. He doesn't even care, Master Wolf.
Not
He's
phased,
just chilling.
mate.
Not phased. Does it on the daily, whatever.
Does it on the daily, mate. Top 1 global hit, mate. Doesn't care whatsoever. He's been on bigger stages than this one here. Oh no, the pinch is on. The binding connects. That'll delay the inevitable hit. You have to imagine Draku's still ready and waiting.
Teleport.
Oh, the TP as well. So 4v2.
Did they
Exhaust
vault?
comes out. He has to flash away, and Boma picks it up. And now looking for Rusty as well, who's frantically hunting for a trade. It's not going to happen. Most Wolf actually soaks up the turret aggro, juggles it around, and zones them away.
Yeah, and I mean, Rusty didn't have enough mana there to ult in Natty out, so potentially they could have stalled a little bit of time if they were able to get Natty up and drop a little bit of CC, maybe trade 1-for-1, but it feels like at the moment, Draku and Emboma are having a pretty good time with Summoner's Rift, and I mean, the Ashe is also 1-1 and 6, 1-1 and 5, 6 KP, so doing very well across the board. Nice team performance, and
What's what you really do love to see.
yeah, that's a good pick up there, good solo kill from Natty. She was able to force Draku into a position Draku didn't want to be in, and then really just lands the binding and kites him out there. So Natty just outplaying Draku on all
fronts, really.
Yeah, all fronts.
I mean, he felt the pressure. He had to do something in a situation. 16 kills ahead.
Yep.
You know, it was a bit of a do-or-die situation. And ultimately, Nat proving that it's not all about the interviews. She could actually pop off in the game too. Oh no!
Here we go, Mac, mate. This could be it. This is the Mac mate angle.
Please, Mac. He's gone hunting.
Yep, and that's big, and honestly, Mac, the pathing and the way that he read that play and he was counter-ganking that dive, you have to say, not many players in this region or actually in the world would have the presence of mind to be there at that time.
Yeah, I mean, that takes years of research and just understanding, comprehension of metas and the evolution of the game from season to season.
And so this is a replay. Well, this is what we missed off screen. Master Wolf freezing the way for his AD carry, being a very good support. Ooh! I respect it. I respect the idea. Unfortunately, he just didn't have enough HP to make that play a thing. So, tell you what, Master Wolf, not even just saying this because he's here, but he's impressed me this game.
Yeah. It
He's
was sending
impressed
a
me.
message, wasn't it, really? It's a case of,
Look at that.
you know, don't take me lightly, mate. I can sidestep these skill shots because I can GameCube again. Here comes Draco looking for, ooh, nice spell shield from Matt.
Elfish.
There's
What are
the
you doing,
face
bud?
call, and Elfish now has absolutely been outplayed.
And Elfish probably thought the Callisto ultimate was down. That's the only reason why you think he would go in there. Maximize might be able to clean this one up. Does have the Eclipse, so
What can they do
what can he
together?
do? Oh,
He just sidesteps away. He's betted him into a false sense of hope. Bonus swings the staff and takes him out.
and can Rusty get out of this situation? A little bit hairy.
Wishes all over to show Mac. There's no time to ponder what happened bot side. That
Michael
kill is
Dublé.
picked up. It's a double as you saw. Top side though, the gank still happens. It is still Mac.
I'm gonna go die to Mac right now. I think we should give him a pencil, personally.
You wanna? Yeah, we should.
It's a surprise.
I'd love, you know what I'd love to see Mac do there? You can control the Shaco ultimate with pressing R, right? So he could have, you know, walked it into turret, got killed, and then, you know, potentially feared Kevy and picked up a kill, but Mboma's just gone from bot to top.
Oh.
MacMate's found him.
He doesn't even know.
Might.
Wants a smite. There's
Yep.
the ignite. Forget a flash. That's overrated. Runs away. Realizes I'm far too weak. Sidestep the Scion. And Mac's like, now I'm out of here. Shock. Sorry, bro.
Wait, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute! MacMate! Oh, Mackie! He's absolutely outplayed him. Look at the posture. Slowly fixing itself.
Oh, he's off cam. Oh, the socks on stream.
I did tell you we're going to end up with Mac under a chair or table, and that's kind
He
of where
has
we found
actually
ourselves now.
left the Nexus.
Yeah.
He's gone.
Hang on a minute. Oh, bit of a scumbag move there from Elfish, right? Trying to get Maximize to dance in the mid lane and tells Master Wolf to fire an arrow down mid. Maximize duking out at the last second, so Elfish, you know, you could tell he's not playing for fun, he's playing for keeps.
And that's what happens, you know, when you're a young 18-year-old prodigy like Maximize. You're just so nimble on that keyboard, ready and anticipating things like that. He loves a good party, but he also likes getting kills. Draco on the hunt.
Actually, they outplayed this one again. I mean, that's fantastic there from the bot lane of Rusty and Nat, and they've really come into their own, and you feel like they're kind of poking their heads into this game and saying, "G'day, how are ya?"
Your ult was
Alright, watch this. I'm gonna solo kill Elfish guy.
The top side.
Just a bit. I mean, apples and oranges, really. 3 levels up. What's the difference? It is the Scion.
Max
Elfish.
is, okay, why did now Max just got solo killed by Elfish? It's actually over. The next
Oh,
time,
no. Oh, no.
the next time we talk to Elfish, we're not going to hear the end of
We're
it.
never going to hear the end
No,
of it.
that's it. That is absolutely just made his career.
Order Elfish guy. You heard it here first. It's going to get posted on socials.
Honestly, yeah, Max. That's honest. Look, I'm a Max fan. I'm a Max stan, but I'll tell you what, that some things can't be forgiven, and I feel like that might be it. Does he pick this one up? Is he expecting to be chased the whole way? Mackie?
Hey, Mac.
No.
Well, we'll get revealed.
Elfish is looking for him.
And
What's he gonna do?
outplay Elfish.
Feel
Looking
like
in
this
the
is,
shadows right now. He's just revealed himself.
Okay.
Elfish hunting for a 1-level lead. Down goes the ward. He's still invisible right now. Has himself double buffs. He's standing still.
Wait, he might get out now.
Is it my clone? I don't know. We're panning away because this looked to be a little bit more exciting instead. Draco jumping across into the base itself, flashing forward. And really evaporating Rusty.
I think the binding landed there from the Morgana, so a little bit of poke there, and wow, that's just a lot of damage at this point in the game, isn't it? And it feels like Shock and MacMate don't really have enough in the tank to deal with Kevy at the moment. He is extremely strong, and
I have no idea. Dude, you're just killing Shock over and over
I
again.
feel bad, man, but it's Shock. Like,
Wait, why do you hate Shock?
no, it's like a good player. So, like,
I don't know what to do. I feel like
Yeah, Master Wolf, yeah, shove
too
it.
many options.
what was it? You won the battle, but I'll win the war, because at the end of the day, this match just means that much more.
Yeah, it's recency bias, right? You know, who cares what happened a week ago? It's what's on your screen now. And at the moment, Kevy is showcasing phenomenal talent across multiple lanes in this game.
Maximize can outplay this, actually. And he does.
He
Yeah, well
certainly
played.
has. Wow.
Master Wolf in a bit of trouble now. He has the flash, has the barrier. Is he just going to flash or juke it out? Yeah, he uses the flash.
Nat had been chucked in there. And, yeah, as you say, has to flash away, respects that one. 1v4 now. Oh,
Ooh.
okay.
We still might see a fight, though. Looks like they want this. I mean, Elfish and Mboma are posturing, and Rust is auto-spacing quite well. Teleports up from Scion. He's here.
Yeah, Sion is here. He's looking to try and cause a nuisance right now. And Boma's already gone. One shot there by Maximize. Maximize still living for the meantime. Actually still surviving. Elfish picks them apart there with the killer instinct. And now they turn their attention onto their original target in Masked Wolf. Actually, forget the artist. Pick up the talent. Take out Elfish. He's not smiling anymore. And sidesteps the binding. But 1v4 to support Ash. The volley can't connect. And Mac finds it with the boxes.
That's a delayed ace, but let me just talk about the individual here. Let's talk about Mac Mate for a hot minute. You know, he's had a 0-5 start to this game, and he's managed to bring the game back to 3-5-3. He has the Leandries. The posture is getting better and better, as you can see from him. He's talking to someone off camera, probably celebrating the play, but
yeah,
there's a big choo-choo train that comes in on the back end. It's Sion. He says, "Good day, how are ya?" Full lethality. Kevin nearly saves the play on the back end, but just a little bit too crisp from the red team here. They're able to just kite this one out, front to back. Rusty, you know, playing it to a T, playing it to perfection, and survives on the back end. And then Masked Wolf says, "You know what? I've been injured by my team, so I'm going to go try and recover this play." And
well, I just saw Dracu at 0, so that says it all. Most fed member in the game. 0 lol is the damage there. Not a pretty picture, as you say. Started game off 0-5. May have just been talking to his agent off screen there, saying, "Look what I can do when I get a few resources thrown my way."
Wow. A lot of damage. Oh, she survives.
Kevy.
Well played by Natty there. The way that she actually duped out and hold the thought, because we're not done yet.
Oh no. Sidestepped it again, and now looking to try and evaporate the bot lane here of wide gapping. It is a bit of a capping because he's left in a situation as a Kalista to do all the dirty work, all the heavy lifting. But he won't find it!
Ooh.
Close.
Can they make it out? MacMate, his clone really needs to die. Binding misses. Are they going to be able to, you know, at least let the clone tank this one, get the boxes down, put the fear onto Kevy, but it's going to be a run.
Kevy.
And they did make it out.
Ooh, goes for the wrong one. MacMate, Galaxy Brain.
But maybe not so Galaxy, because he did just use his Deceive onto the Krug. If he gets caught here, then he's as good as dead.
He's won the PvP, but he may just lose the PvE. Reset the minions.
Well, here we go. Dracu actually might be dead here if we can...
Max, look at Max. Well,
maybe go to Max. Can we get to Max real quick?
Pat it.
Oh, hang on a minute.
Sometimes, sometimes I laugh.
Nice, that's a single dingle.
Single dingle?
Yeah.
Never heard that.
That guy.
Not to be confused with the solo bowler you might.
Yeah, exactly.
True,
A single
true.
dingle.
Yeah.
Hand club, but I mean, White Gappin, you know, they're definitely in this game still. You know, they seem to just be outplaying their opponents in the important team fights, important skirmishes, and in terms of the macro department, you'd have to say White Gappin have really brought this game back.
Yeah, certainly have. I mean, a first blood, never a good sight to see, especially when Baron doesn't spawn for a...
I feel sorry for Skimmy and Jubes.
Yeah, what do you actually say?
You count to 3, you close your eyes. Peekaboo, he's gone.
I can't even count to 3 and he died.
Oh, you can't? What's
No,
that?
literally.
You can
No,
count
just literally, I can't. I don't know how.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I get stuck at 2. Oh! Nice juke there. Wow, that was... How much damage was that? That's unbelievable.
A little bit illegal, isn't it?
I really do feel like Masked Wolf is carrying this team, and that's not even a cap. I'm not even kidding.
No. Oh. Well, now we're playing Leapfrog, aren't we? This is Kha'Zix.
Maximize though.
Really enjoying it. The Camilla's hitting like a truck, but spin to win. The mid Lilia putting in work, but the bug splat is there. It's not a game crash. It's just Dracu with 12 kills.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to have a word with Shock about this one, because you know when that guy in your solo queue game is just split pushing, dying, and split pushing and dying, and not really grouping up and making it a 4v5? That kind of feels like Shock right now, and there's not a lot of communication going on in the webcam, so might be cause for a team meeting after this game. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, maybe he'll get this turret when he goes into zombie form, because he's absolutely going to die here.
Has he watched too much of the boss, perhaps?
Yeah.
Wait, I'm actually getting destroyed.
It nearly lined up so beautifully. He's found that turret. He's popped the ultimate. Forced the Dracu disengage. Oh! A cheeky Protocol Abomination.
Yeah, it has to hit the Zonia's there.
Not bad at all.
Well, it wasn't even a Zonia's, rather, stopwatch. So that's gone. Might have enough gold in the bank to pick up the Zonia's, so we'll have to wait and see, but Does feel like it's still anyone's game, right? It was just the Yumi fan club managed to find multiple members with the Camille on that play, and MacMate's looking, he's sniffing.
Give Mac the kill. Give Mac the kill. Kill Max.
Okay, I think you guys can kill that guy. Oh, big flash out of Kevy.
Too clean, but MacMate picks up the kill. And his posture is still as bad as ever.
Yep, posture is for the bin, and I would hate to be MacMate's chiropractor after this one. That's for sure. We need actually, you know what, I'm gonna dominate him. I'm gonna find out who he sees, who he sees to fix his body, because that's just not good enough. That's just poor form.
Yeah, pick up the phone, lock out the appointments after lockdown.
A lot of communication between Master Wolf and Elfish Guy. You can see it in the cameras there. Are
you much of a lip reader? Because I think I have a funny feeling he was saying something like, "These guys are getting absolutely dumpstered."
Yep, I believe he said it in French.
Yes.
So we have to excuse the French, but
this is a kid-friendly stream after all.
Well, oh, there we go. This may be what they were communicating about off the back end here, getting auto space, getting kited out by the Ash. Seeing a lot of value in this one. Needs to be careful of the Prowler's Core when Sion goes into the zombie form. Here we go. He's using it. He's going brrrr, and he's not going to catch up because the Prowler's Core is just out of range. So I was trying to do your job there.
Yeah, it's harder than it looks, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's good in its moments.
Well, to be honest, I thought I did fantastic there, but if you're not saying I did, then that's okay.
Well, you did, mate. You did, mate.
No, you can't say that, dude.
No,
like,
I will.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
I can.
It's like, no, it's like me saying, hey, mate, you didn't say I look pretty today, and then you say, well, you do look pretty. Like, it's not the same.
Ah, true. Well, we'll forget about that little domestic for a second, because it's actually Mboma with
Nice
the fancy feet.
Exhaust.
Instant exhaust from that T.
Elfish?
Spell binding.
Elfish goes on in.
He's just going to jump it in. What a party pooper. Oh, nice little heal.
It does.
Draco alive.
And to be honest, Elfish has just reminded me a little bit of Violet, for those of you that have been watching the LCO.
I'll TP top. I can get this tower. Oh, nice. Massive.
It's a bit of a treat, a bit of a snack. He's really working on getting that KDA to a positive.
Yeah, I mean, he's close. He's definitely up there.
Yeah.
I mean, his KDA is technically positive now. Technically.
Ah, we don't care about technicalities, mate. It's all about the kills and the deaths.
Shock's been doing a lot of work in this side lane, but I dare say he probably would be better off with a better champion in the side. And this is a battle of... might be the battle of the century. Does Master Wolf pick this one up? He's actually read him. He's read the play.
Oh my gosh, look at this.
Arrow's not up.
He knows exactly what you're about. He's just going to run him down with the arcane comment. Oh, MacMate, your job's been stolen. And Bomat. Read a bedtime story here. He's scared in the darkness. There is the nightlight, the vision in the bush.
Lilia has ulti, so he needs to be careful. I mean, sorry, Lilia has Zonya, so it's going to be hard to kill him in death here. You'll probably actually bait him with it. Ready? Yeah.
What I was, expecting him just to, cheese him like that with all the burn damage.
Uh-oh. That doesn't hit. They do have eyes on Draku. Maximize is coming, so this might be a nice little pickup here. No bounty over to Draku because he has kind of died a couple times now. Nice black shield.
Yeah, here comes Kevy though. Looking to try and ruin the party. 1v3 and then Draku jumps on in and says, "Did nobody invite me? I'm gate crashing. Here we go." Wait, no. I've actually just baited him.
Oh, the Baron.
Baron's been picked up elsewhere, so...
I didn't see that.
Forget about that one. Draku! Oh, the ultimate! The arrow misses again.
Oh!
He's just running him down. He is running them down. He's caused them so many headaches.
Wow! Rustinator, a little bit clean with it. Also opting in for this tankier Kalista build, right? Has the Warden's Mail sitting there.
Yeah.
Honestly, really nicely kited too by Natty. MacMate comes in to help as well, so, I mean... It feels like Rusty's kind of hitting a power spike, and it's funny to say because it is Kalista with 2 items, and you look at Elfish Guy and you see the 3, but yeah, I dare say we do need to factor in Rusty's rank as well into the equation. MacMate is doing his best to get the dragon. Really objective, focused gameplay. And,
yeah, what a macro-heavy jungler, really, isn't he?
Yeah,
He's actually stolen it away.
Well
I mean, what a player.
Yeah, that honestly, the presence of mind and the nerves of steel to get that one away. I mean, it's fantastic. But it do look like he's about to be dead.
He's just gone. And now he's confused why his recoil animation isn't completing. Yeah, he's just gone. Oh!
Solo kill.
Well, we were just talking about taking ranks into consideration. Now we really won't hear the end of it from Elfish.
No, we won't.
Oh my.
That's clean. That's a
What
bit
was
freaky.
that? That was just an octagon ring.
Oh, Natty!
Dancing around it.
Nah, too much life steal.
Yeah, the Ravenous Hydra, isn't
Can
it?
she get out? No, she can't. She's been taken down there by Kevy. And
Kevy just did a world tour
Yeah, he
off
did.
the mid lane.
He did. And, oh, hang on a minute. There's no ultimate on this Kai'Sa. If he landed that knockup, I dare say Elfish guy would have been dead, so we'll have to see what Shock can do here. Does have the Prowler's Core available, so if he does go into the... there, it feels like he's going to be able to pick this one up.
It's a Prowler Core angle.
Yeah.
Bye.
Shutdown. Big shutdown.
Not bad at all. Down for 40 seconds. Oh no. Elsewhere on the map though, Juves. Look at this. With the Baron Buff still there for a whole minute. They're sieging to end this game.
Wow. Oh, okay. Tied it out. Can Rusty get this? The flash into the auto attack. Get the spears into Draco. I'm doing your job, Skimmy, but it's absolutely fantastic. Maximize on the back end. Draco goes down. Maximize keeps going forward. The man, the myth, the model, the Kevin Durant lover can see the poster in the background screaming. Gets taken down by Kevy. Can't believe it. Mac Mate caught it out by Masked Wolf. He's not playing around. This is the tour. Can he take him down? Hits the Zonyas. I don't know what happened there on the back end from Camille. I did not see it. Mac Mate goes back in, but he's caught it out on the Baron Minions. Help Masked Wolf take him down. Fantastic play there.
Yeah, I mean, what a great player. You know, in all my 14 years of watching League of Legends, never seen a player of this caliber bust into the scene and make such an instant impact. What a fantastic substitution. And what a player and a performance here. A round of applause. Yumi fan club living rent-free in Rusty's heads and getting the victory.
I'll tell you what, I'll be surprised if there's not a few offers on this man's table come tomorrow morning. As we hear his track come over the background, I'll tell you what, I'm getting amongst it. You can't see me right now, but I'm doing the, what's it called? Who did this move? Who did this move? Who won and did this move? Tell me. You know who did it? Someone did it when they won.
I'm trying to remember. Hang on.
Someone did it.
I have Winterer stuck in my head so much
it wasn't
right now.
Winterer. It wasn't Winterer.
Because of this, but it's not him.
It was Tally. It was Tally. Yeah,
On the money.
Yeah.
On
Tally.
the money.
He starts going like this when he wins. But guess what, mate? We got that show match. We got the win. We've got Masked Wolf's track playing over the top. There's nothing better. I'll tell you what. You can't think of a better time. You could take me to the Bahamas. You can take me to Europe. It doesn't matter because I'd rather be here right now.
Yeah, I mean, look at the stats. Them speak for themselves, really, don't they? A very rough game to start off for Wide Gapping, but they managed to claw themselves back in within touching distance. Ultimately, though, 10,000 gold down. A Camille that was here to not party, but to just win. And ultimately, it does the most damage in the game.
Yeah, I mean, Kevy absolutely was taking this one seriously, and you have to say he did pay Shock back for that. It was a bit of a rough watch. I mean, Kevy and Draku standout performances in the early game. Imboma started to come into the game as well and make a few plays himself, but for me, the MVP has to be those Ash Arrows. Obviously, Elfish guy having some Violet-esque moments too. So he's definitely proud, definitely putting that one on the resume. You know, who knows what he decides to do next year after a performance like that. Commiserations to Wide Gapping. I mean, they had some pretty strong performers too. Rusty and Maximize putting out a lot of damage. If I'm being brutally honest, very impressed with Natty on the Morgana, you know.
Yeah.
Beautiful black shields, a lot of ultimates, good usage of that Zhonya's as well. And MacMate, the Titan mentality, his posture does not say, you know, it's almost a bit of a I don't know what the word is,
well,
but
just imagine if he sat up. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
because the blood flow would have been
Right?
accentuated times 10. The glove was there. Well, actually, the arm sleeve was on. You take that one off. You put the bandana across the head.
Yeah.
And mate, you're playing, you know, in what do they call it, Pislow.
Yeah, and I mean, the weight of that mustache, there's not many men that can handle that, right? So that's just another thing you need to take into account when he's playing the game because, you know, a lesser man, that would just, you know, that crumble him.
They certainly would. Well, that does it for that one. Yumi Fan Club take all the glory. So that was that game. Now it's time for the real action.
Hey everyone, myself and Mac are joined by Master Wolf. Master Wolf, do you want to go ahead and let everyone know who you are, just in case they don't know?
For sure. I'm a rapper from Australia, from Sydney. You may know my hit song Astronaut on the Ocean. It goes like, what you know about rolling down in the day when your brain goes numb, you can call that mental freeze.
That was so good. Live performance.
Yeah.
Can you believe it?
Like, no auto-tune. No auto-tune.
All natural. I love it. I do want to ask though, I want to know, League. All right, we've obviously got you on a League broadcast. People might be wondering a little bit about you. How much League have you played in the past? How into League are you? How often do you play League?
I play League nearly every day, which is a good thing.
Okay.
I'm a support main. But yeah, I've always been into Worlds, and I went for RNG when every time they were in Worlds, so I was a big fan of Uzi. So yeah.
What gravitates you towards playing in that support role? Why is that the role that you main?
I always just like, I mean, it's a bit weird. It's like I've always liked helping people. Like that's just who I am. Like I want to see people do better, and whatever game I play, I'm like a support or tank. So I'm like majority I'm a support. I just like being the catalyst for someone doing well.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. For sure.
Very, very good job there. Now, have you got a favorite champion? You know, we know that you've played for a fair while now. You said it yourself. Who do you like playing? You played Ashe today.
Yeah, my favorite would be Thresh for sure. A good Thresh is very annoying on the map, so.
Almost as annoying as a good Ashe.
But I do like the Cowman. Alistair, like he's level with Thresh. There's nothing more annoying than an Alistair diving the tower and taking no damage whatsoever and just soaking all the hits while everyone else just plows onto one person.
Now, you know, let's start talking a bit more about you yourself as a musical artist. So, when you start to make these tracks, what would be your process to at least come up with the initial phases of writing these tracks?
It's always find a beat first. Like I generally would never have an idea without a beat. 90% of the time I'll be writing a chorus or thinking of a chorus and an idea after I hear the beat. And I usually know within 5 seconds whether I'm going to be using a beat or not. So if I go through like 200 to 400 beats a week, let's say, I'm usually skipping within 5 seconds of listening to each. I'll know straight away that I don't like them. So yeah.
Very evident in your story, you know, how you came out with this amazing song and then a few years later it was just that patience to keep going and it blew up and now you're absolutely succeeding.
Yeah.
For sure.
Thank you.
Very cool. Now, I guess, you know, we can have a quick chat more about the LCO as well. So finals coming up just after everyone gets to watch this. So who are you going to be supporting in the grand final?
I'm going to go with the underdogs because I was an underdog.
Yes, okay. I love it. I like that. A lot of people ask me, and I'm like, yeah,
right?
peace.
So let's go
yes,
3-2 piece. Let's go 3-2 piece.
Oh, he's even giving us a series prediction. I love it. You reckon it'll be like 2-up PGG and peace or reverse sweep, or you reckon they'll go like 1-for-1?
1-1-1-1-1. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, all ones.
I like that.
Ooh, the traded games. That's always like the longest kind of series you can get as well.
Yes.
I'm honestly, I'm going to put it out there. I'm disappointed we didn't even have a best of 3 or a best of 5 ourselves because I was having good fun as the first
Mac,
time.
I don't think you
really wanted to run it back.
After seeing the support. I don't know if you wanted to see that, mate. I would have brought out maybe a bit of Blitzcrank, some Thresh, and then it just all goes downhill from there.
we would have been mentally done by game number 3. We would have been like, pack it up, let's go home. Look, I don't want to play this anymore.
I guarantee you would have been like, give him Shyvana second game. We would have been, yep, you can have Shyvana.
Now that you've played with some of the boys, do you have a favorite player or favorite person for the team? I'm gonna make you play a lot of favorites today.
Our car, Dragku, is that how you pronounce it?
Dragku? Yeah.
Yeah, Dragku. Yeah, that's my boy. I mean, I was saying I'll do an arrow. I'll do an arrow here. You jump on him. Boom. Graves felt it right in the mid lane. CC'd for days.
So what is the future going to hold for you? You know, obviously you're going to America, but when you come back, you're going to be working on maybe another album down the track, or you know, what's the plans?
Yeah, definitely. I've already got the name for the album in my head. Ooh. I'll be heading to Romania to do a festival as well, which is going to be pretty cool. But really, it's a lot of studio sessions, a lot of songwriting. When I come back, honestly, I just want to chill and spend Christmas like with the people like that are close to me. and have a bit of a break because I'm going on the world tour in March. So.
Whoa. A little bit of downtime, but not too much. Have you played many festivals and whatnot before? Like, what's the crowd difference going to be for this Romanian festival compared to any previous ones you've done?
Let's just say festival in Australia is 5,000. Romania will be about 40 to 50,000.
Yeah,
it's a lot of people.
Difference.
That's some nerves of steel.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think Tiesto
so-
is the headliner, so.
As if they don't get our boy Master Wolf up there for headlining. What is this?
Yeah, I wish. No, it's a blessing.
Thank you so much for joining us, Master Wolf, and giving us an insight into your music and the league life. Before you go, I want to give you the chance. You know, you say your mixtape is dropping soon. Where can we find that and where can we find you?
For sure. You can find me on any platform. I'm still on MSN, you know what I mean? But you can see the mixtape. It'll come out on YouTube, Master Wolf, Instagram, Master Wolf, Twitter, Master Wolf Music. Just type in Master Wolf, you'll see it there. Mixtape dropping within the next couple of weeks. That's all I can really say. But yeah, anywhere and everywhere.
Very cool.
Keep your eyes peeled. But yeah, thank you again so much, Master Wolf, and also to Warner Music Australia.
You clean your teeth before you bite. Why you see me have to spite? I gave them my flags white, and suddenly so contrite.
I used to draw hearts round your name. Now I just draw blood to face another day. And you know I'm not one to make a scene, but I'd burn alive to see you scream. Pouring salt in my cuts, tears make a
believe we lost again, man. Damn. Wait. Oh, that's right. It's time for the grand final. Hey, what are you guys doing here? I'm just chilling. I don't know if you guys enjoyed that or not. I certainly did. First time Shako, by the way. Did it look easy? Because it felt bloody easy. I don't know how he lost, really. Either way, ladies and gentlemen, it is grand final day, and we have a whole lot planned to get through. But before that, let's have a quick look back at Peace's last game in the lower bracket final before they came to the grand final. But boy, can you hear that? What's that? Can you do that with me? Is that a dog? I don't know. I was just trying to hype everyone up. I hope you're hyped because I'm pumped. I'm excited. I'm keen. It's DoorDash LCO Grand Final Day. Have a look at this one.
Here's the turn. That's Cupcake jumping on in. They had to make it. The 50-50 didn't look too good for them. The Chaos Storm is currently ripping fire. Three-man drag back. That's Baggett jumping on in, looking for the reset. He's low, but he's found one soul. He's soon to find a second soul. Appy gonna fall on down, but Gunkrabs is dead. Violet with a triple kill.
And Omi might be in a bit of trouble.
Indeed, turns it around, instantly goes for the double catapult. But the actually members walk inside it. Chaos Storm, where is it? It could just do so much damage right now as they run all the way towards Baron. Violet forced to hit that. Killer Instinct! Hit the binding, Redemption,
Appy,
where is it? The heal is coming on through, Violet goes into Golden State again, Claire takes him out, they turn things around, Gordrink is there, Babbitt, it's a reset city, Babbitt with a double, hunting for the triple, Sonic Wave is there, he gets himself that triple, he's looking for them all, they're cutting off the angles, the members that went to Worlds in 2020 are running them down to get themselves a decisive ace.
Well, that's it. A little bit of a lower bracket run there and a look back at last week's games. But before we jump into today's action, you guys at home, you know I love you. I know that everyone else here loves you. But look, no one else is here just yet. It's just you and me. So I'm going to let you in on a secret. I want as much content from all of you guys at home today as possible. At LCO, hashtag LCO. Go follow the socials. Add us on the socials. Send in your best memes. Send in how you're watching the darn grand final. Send in what you're ordering on DoorDash. Probably burgers, but we'll get to that a little bit later. And something else we need to get to is who is going to be here on the desk with me. And it is these friendly damn faces. Let's have a look. Oh, it's you three. Okay. Are you guys as pumped as I am for the grand final? Jubes, you first, mate.
I'm always pumped. I mean, watching you start that intro, I thought I had the wrong teams in the finals firstly when you started barking and howling, and it really amped me up. And I want to start barking, but I will refrain because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of yelling and whatnot done later into the broadcast.
Definitely, definitely. Jordan, how you feeling? Are you pumped? Are you ready to analyze some quality LCO League of Legendos?
Yeah, I've certainly been keen for this one. Obviously, we get the grand final rematch once again, albeit a couple of roster changes for Peace. Really, really looking forward to it. Only thing I got to say, Mac, is I'm not sure why you sound so disappointed when you say, oh, these are the guys we've got on the desk.
Yeah.
We're the A-team, mate. They got us back again. They couldn't change us. We're just too good.
I was just trying to trigger you, and it worked. So, Nat, how are you doing? Obviously, I meant no disrespect by that. Did you have a good day today?
I did. Today was a pretty good day, mainly because I got to think about this grand final each and every waking minute. I am pretty excited, like Jordan already said. We've got this match off again, this rematch against PGG and Peace for this title, and it's just going to be very, very interesting to see what sort of changes can happen after, you know, Peace did that nice little low bracket run.
Of course. Now let's bring up the bracket and have a look at the road both these teams took to get here to the grand final. Of course, PGG coming in as first seed from the regular season. They only had to play one game. They 3-0'd Direwolves, and now they're here in the grand final. So this is only their second playoffs game. And if we look at Peace, they started at the bottom. Now they're here. 3-0 up against Chiefs, 3-2 up against Order, 3-0 against Direwolves, and they made that lower bracket run. So they are hungry. And if they can make this a Cinderella story, well, today has to be the day, doesn't it, Juice?
It has to be. And I mean, in terms of, you know, match fitness and on-stage performance, Peace are probably feeling a lot more comfortable heading into these finals, right? It's kind of that double-edged sword sometimes where you do so well as PGG, you end up in the finals, but, you know, to give you a counterpoint to that too, PGG have a lot of information now. They know all of Peace's cards. They weren't able to hide anything throughout this whole run. So, yeah, exciting times.
Exciting indeed. Now, before we get too deep into the discussion, Jordan, do you want to touch on this before we move along?
Yeah, no, I mean, I guess it's kind of fair to say that this is a little bit more hype, I think, than what we got in Season 1, right? It was the start of something new. Now we're getting the continuation of that, and coming into this, we've already got some storylines established. We've also got some big names coming back with Babip and Tally, and I think a lot of expectations on their shoulders, having been Worlds representatives in the past from this region. So if they aren't able to get it done this time against Pentanet, what does that mean? What does that mean for Peace? Are they even going to be a team next time around if they don't manage to win this grand final? So many questions that we have to answer, and yeah, Mac, I'm super looking forward to it.
Super looking forward to it as well. Now, as we moved into the playoffs, we said goodbye to a couple of the teams from the regular season, and as we move into the grand final, we're now going to say farewell to a couple of the teams that did play in the playoffs but aren't here today. So Chiefs, they were out first. Have a look at this as we look back at what happened. This is you, Groovy Judy.
I can.
Yeah, this is, you just make a point then.
Yeah, so Chiefs had a good run. Obviously, like these highlights coming out, they're probably favourites coming into a lot of these playoff games. And there we go, Swaif getting hyped up. I love to see that emotion, by the way. And, you know, they were one of the teams that I think we touted as, you know, the emotional team in terms of momentum, in terms of, I guess, the skill. And they had a lot of rookies on this team. You know, Lived moving to topside, did extremely well, made a name for himself. Like Kisei, Swaif coming back, Draku and Boma becoming a dominant 2v2. So in terms of the Chiefs' run in general, there's a lot to be proud of for this particular team, organisation, whatever you want to call it. And I mean, the proof is in the pudding. The teams that they're going up against in these highlights and the engages that they're pulling off, yeah, they were definitely a team where, you know, I think they actually brought the best out of, funnily enough, they brought the best out of PGG and Peace because they kind of set the bar so early on into the split that everyone knew they needed to match the Chiefs. And so it's kind of that double-edged sword again where, you know, you're so good that you make the teams work harder and they inevitably end up catching up at the very end. And this is probably the most exciting finish to a split that we had. This ending here, I swear I was jumping out of my seat. I had sweat dripping down my forehead. And, you know, whoever's gamers weren't fit, I was sweating after that one, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was definitely a crazy, crazy road that Chiefs took to get here. Had a huge season and then unfortunately tripped over the first hurdle. So hopefully next year they'll be able to do a little bit better, but they really impressed us this split compared to split 1, doing a damn good job. Now, it's time to quickly talk about Order as well and say our goodbyes to them, Jordan.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of the same storyline for Order as what it was for the Chiefs, right? We weren't too sure exactly what we were going to get from them coming into this split, but they were probably the most improved. I think that's an argument that's fair to make. You probably would look towards the Chiefs as well in that discussion, but it felt like Order really got it going towards the end where Chiefs started to slow things down a little bit. So for me, obviously the additions of Kevy really doing wonders for this team, and I think he's even a contender for, you know, the jungler that delivered this split, right? His impact on what has been a very, very good split for Order has actually ended up being, yeah, really, really super impactful. Obviously, the bot lane leveled up as well, so you've got to give a shout out to Puma and Beats. I think those two were one of the bot lanes that really surprised us a lot this time around, and it was a pleasure to watch them. And I think for me, just in general, right, the Order lineup was a pleasure to watch. They had a lot of fun games, a lot of games that really went down to the wire, a lot of super close endings, and real roller coasters where they would get off to a great start, fall down a little bit in the middle, come back at the end and look really, really good, or vice versa. They'd get off to a poor start, come good in the mid-game, I should say, and then obviously come through with the win in the end. So, yeah, for me, I think outside of, you know, maybe Legacy, actually, Order was probably the team that I enjoyed watching the most, just from a viewership perspective in terms of the excitement factor that their games really brought. And I think it also says a lot about the relative strength of teams like Order, that we were so sort of unsure coming into playoffs as to where things would actually end up. So overall, a fantastic season for to seeing them come back again. And Mac, I got to say, the best thing about it for them was that only one of them actually got solo killed by me in the show match. So overall, I count that as a win for Order, but maybe not for Maximize.
Well, look, it would have been pretty hard for you to, you know, kill Kevy in the show match because he was on your team. I don't know, maybe bait him, maybe send him in the deep end, say, hey, let's just tank this tower, man, you know. But anyway, look, it's all theoretical, and we're here to talk about the grand final. But before we do, it's also time to talk about Direwolves and say our goodbyes to them now.
Yeah, that's right. I think, whilst we say that Order was the most improved this split, you have to admit that Dire Wolves looked really, interesting coming in. I'll say that one, right? Coming out of Split 1 playoffs, they just didn't make it as far as we all expected them to. It was curious to see where they were going to start in this split, and they had a bit of a different roster than what we were expecting, having Gunkrab going down in support. He moved really well out of that support back into carry as it got to about week 3, week 4, and from there, Direwolf's trajectory just went straight up. And ending 3rd place in Split 1 by week 9, absolutely outstanding to come into playoffs and improve from 4th place in Split 1 to now 3rd place in Split 2. It shows that they've just been able to progress so immensely with that team synergy. But as well, I think individually, Shock stood out amazingly as mid player. He solidified just how amazing he is down in that mid. He was someone we were always talking about every week, someone that was making plays for his team, having that synergy with Only in the jungle. I just don't think that there is a duo per se outside of this grand final that could do what both of them did. And then Cupcake having that impressive Bard gameplay. He made a name for himself, being that he is going to be a Bard player, having that, not one-trick wonder, but that pocket pick that everyone has to be afraid of. And I guess just even though they fell short coming in 3rd place, they still did an amazing job.
So, I know that they did. We definitely saw it, and they did a very good job. It was pretty sad to see them go out 3-0 after, we hyped them up, and they did such a good job, all split again. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to find out from a couple of the pros before we move along what champ ability they would take into a zombie apocalypse.
In a zombie apocalypse, I think the champion ability I'd take is Cho'Gath R, because then you can eat the zombies, you gain HP, you get much bigger, and I think that'd make me able to survive.
It's probably just Jinx Gear, because you have rockets and you have a minigun, and you just kill them all, I guess.
I'll take TF's ulti.
TF ulti, Twisted Fate's ultimate. It'd have to be Twisted Fate ult, so then I can see every zombie wherever they are, and I can teleport to anywhere. It's just gotta be some cringe teleport to get away from it, right? But or it's a Kali Shroud with a lot of CDR, never get hit. Probably that. You can tell I'm the runner type.
If there is a cooldown, it's probably Destiny. Just off the top of my head, you can avoid zombies where you teleport to, and you can teleport out pretty quickly.
Maybe take the Shakuku so they can never see us.
If you find somewhere that there's only one entrance, you just sit Anivia with her ult, and then if shit hits the fan, you just wall.
I think Samira just gun down everything, and you just never run out of bullets.
Some mobility skill like Illusion Dash.
The Galio ult, was it Grand Fall or something? Because you just fly up in the air, but then you come crashing down. If that had no CD and I could just fly in the air and crash down on these zombies, then probably that one.
Probably Samira ult, because it just hits everyone.
Maybe Carthus ult? Can I Carthus ult all the zombies and just one-shot all of them?
Anivia ult would be the best one, because they just come and just die as they're walking at me. They would never make it in time.
Maybe Nuna ult? It slows everyone coming in and explodes.
Remove Scurvy from Gangplank. He's W. I don't know, because I have unlimited oranges, I guess, and I can live off that. I don't know.
Misfortune ult, I'd say. And just gun down hordes of zombies. I don't know, seems pretty useful.
Zillion ulti so that we could go back to life after becoming a zombie.
Vel'Koz's ult, because it just disintegrates everything, and it's the highest damage ability at level 6. It's the highest damaging ult. So I just true damage everyone.
I think it's Lux's ult. A laser, AoE, it's long range. That just sounds fun.
If there's a group of people, I would bring Zillion ult and just revive everyone, and then we can't die. Pretty low cooldown.
I'd do Gangplank so I can keep eating oranges and survive.
I'd be Carthus ulti, just kill everyone.
A Kali Shroud. I can probably just hide.
Maybe Katarina ult, that'd be kind of good. You're just kind of killing everything around you.
Probably Carthus ult. Just press R and kill everyone.
Well, there you have it. So, did you guys... Whoa! You bloody... Where'd you get those, huh?
how dare you guys show up in the same outfit as me? I thought we talked about this beforehand. I said I was going to wear the DoorDash hoodie.
Well, I had delivery to make, so I made the delivery quickly, came back. So I'm actually technically the caster that delivered. And there's no awards for that because I like to do the hard work. I do the hard yards during these times, okay?
Yeah, of course. What are you guys doing after this? What are you doing for dinner? You getting DoorDash?
Yeah, apparently there's burgers on the menu. That's what I heard. That's rumors at least. I'm not sure though.
Yeah, I saw someone saying something about that in chat. Anyway, maybe if you actually mention burgers in chat, you'll figure that out. However, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the DoorDash Players That Delivered fan vote. So you guys at home had got to put your money where your mouth was. Vote on who the best players in the league were for many different categories, and we finally have the winners. So without any further ado, let's have a look at what's going on here. For the players that delivered, it is from each role, and isn't that just Pentanet? That looks like it's just Pentanet.
No way!
That's a scam. I blame the
Socials.
PGG social media manager did too good of a job, and I'll tell you what, he never slept. He did not sleep. And you know what? I'm not even giving him a shout out because then it looks like he delivered too.
Yeah, I think we should actually just put his face in all of the positions instead.
Very
true. They are technically in the grand final, so I mean they did play well as well.
Look, not to take away from it, but it definitely the team did an absolute bang-up job. They did have that consistency, They would I don't want to get into it because we're going to talk about it in the grand final, but they definitely were consistent. I'll say that, and I see why the fans love them.
That's all right. Look, they were the fan favourites, but we have the fan runners-up as well for all of the roles. So it can't be Pentanet because they were all the first place. Now let's have a look at who the players were that delivered for second place, and it's mostly Direwolves, except for Violet, who's slid in there in the ADC role.
I mean, I guess Direwolves did a pretty good job, and the thing is, it's kind of hard to vote for the Peace players in some respects because their roster was shifting so much. So outside of players like Violet, who were in their role for the entire season, like you look at Aladoric, for example, in the support role, maybe less people saw him play than people would have seen Decoy playing up in top. They had that roster mania up there as well. Tali was playing top for a while. Happy was there. Lisa was in the jungle. Lisa was in the support role. So I don't think it's unreasonable to look at Direwolves and say, all right, well, these players actually did really, really well for themselves. And I mean, I can concur with some of the decisions that the community has put through here. Although I will say some of my selections were a little bit different. But I guess we have to wait and see.
Well, look, that one's coming up. Before we jump into that, we still have a couple of awards here from the fan vote. Now, the most improved player as chosen by you all at home seems to be your boy Claire up in that top lane for Direwolves, dude.
Yeah, I mean, Claire had a very rough start to the split, obviously pivoting or transitioning from mid lane to top lane, but then he just became some demon on the Camille, and it was like Camille blind into most matchups. He was even taking Camille into Renekton. Even had, some rougher lanes in that matchup, but he still just came out of laning phase and had a bigger impact than whoever he was laning against. And then he started to add the Gnar, had some huge performances on the Gnar, added the Silas coming from the mid lane, and he just added all these bits and pieces to kind of his resume. And then he became a real threat for Direwolves the later that the split went. And I think that's why we saw their kind of continued, or we saw their late surge and late success. And we really did think, Skimmy tipped them to win the whole thing. So I think that kind of is attributed to the fact that Claire was the most improved.
Very true, very true. Now, that's the most improved player, but we need to check who the best overall player in the DoorDash LCO was voted by you guys at home, and it is Green Hair Boy. It's Pabu, the player that delivered for Split 2, doing such a good job in the jungle for Pentanet. And you guys are lucky because you get to watch him play maybe up to 5 games today too, Jordan.
I'm hoping it's going to be 5 games today, but I suppose a lot of that really does depend on what Pabu can do. If he is indeed the best player in the region, as at least according to the fans is the case, then maybe it is only going to be 3. Maybe it's going to be a 3-0 for Penta if he can keep gapping in the jungle. Yeah, he had a great split. I don't think it's really any surprise that we're seeing one of the Pentanet players. I think if I remember correctly, it was BioPanther last time around that got the votes. And Pabu, I mean, to be fair, I can't really say anything against him. Like, he had a very, very good split. There was, I can think, maybe 1 or 2 games where he didn't perform. But outside of that, look at the consistency that he had across the entire split. He's done really well. So, yeah, credit.
Well, that is it for the fan vote. Now it is the all-pro vote. So us here on the desk, the other casters as well that aren't here right now, but they might be ducking in a little bit later. Some production, some media, all players and coaches from all the teams all got to have their say in who got all of the awards. So let's just jump straight into these. And the players that delivered for this split are BioPanther in the top lane, Kevy in the jungle, Shock in mid lane, Violet in the ADC role, and down in that bot lane as support, your boy Aladori. 2G.
Yeah, I mean, I think across the board, this is pretty accurate. I think BioPanther was the most solid player on Pentanet.gg, having, I guess, a diverse champion pool, playing the carries, playing the tanks, doing his job, but also carrying, so you can't ask much more from your top laner. Kevy, I mean, how many performances did we see him play Graves and just drop double-digit kills? I mean, it's just pretty unheard of, and the fact that he was doing that week upon week and forcing target bans was fantastic. Shock for me was key behind the resurgence of Direwolves, you know, on the LeBlanc, on those mid laners that just absolutely 1v9ing a game. And then I'll just touch on it quickly. Obviously, Violet Aladoric, I mean, Split 1, they were the duo that everyone feared. Split 2, you know, said goodbye, had a little bit of a breakup, come back together at the end, went on this massive win streak, and all the MVPs went bot side of the map. So it was just fantastic to watch. And they're in the finals now, so we get to see a bit of a masterclass, bit of a 2v2 kingdom.
That's it, you know, the rekindling of a relationship right when it was needed. It was so damn perfect. Now we have a few more awards to get through. The most improved player as voted by the players, all the talent, and it's your boy Lived in that top lane, who had a stunning split 2, Jordan.
Yeah, he certainly did. I mean, I think I looked towards Lived coming out of Split 1. I thought, yeah, he's a serviceable top laner. He's someone that's not going to run it down. He's going to do pretty well. But then we came into Split 2, and he actually just started dominating. I don't know what it was, whether it was maybe a meta shift, maybe he just leveled up, maybe he was getting more focus from the jungle, maybe the team was playing a little bit more around Lived. Whatever the case, he certainly moved from Split 1, and then he turned into Split 2 and became a bit of a monster. I felt like he was, one of the most impressive parts and probably a key piece as well of that success that we saw for the Chiefs earlier on in this split. Now, obviously, things did take a little bit of a turn for the worse as they headed into playoffs, but that doesn't necessarily take away from what Lived as an individual was able to do. And yeah, I mean, again, I think it's really just a case of that top lane syndrome where you look towards the top laner as always being that rock for whatever team it is. And in this case, yeah, Lived did a great job for the Chiefs.
And I think that award in particular was the most closely contested. There was 4 players on one vote less than what Lived was on as well. So it was very neck and neck and just barely split by a single vote. Now it's time to talk about the rookie of the split. And let's have a look at who it is. Nat, it is your boy Kevy coming in for Order. He was the sub in the first split for Peace, got picked up by Order, and then certainly started to turn some heads.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, to be able to transition off of being a sub on Peace to being on a starting roster in Order and have such an amazing performance this whole split speaks volumes to what, you know, Kevy has been able to help this team achieve. Order looked good last split, but just having Kevy in jungle, I don't know, they were just able to use this map better. Maybe it was better comms. I don't know what Kevy did exactly to bring to this team, but it really helped. And he also was able to shine through. And just to see that progression, again, going to pull it out to go from sub to starting roster and pull up Order on those ladders, it's amazing.
And it needs to be said as well, I actually said that wrong. I said split, it was the year. So that is for the year overall there for Kevy. So very good job coming in as that sub and then making it all the way here and getting that award. Now there is another award. It is the DoorDash player that delivered the best overall player, and let's have a peek. It is your boy Kevy again. No surprises here, Juice.
Yeah, I mean, Kevy, like we said, like I touched on before, right, had multiple games in a meta where there's a lot of trundles going around, there's a lot of facilitators, there's a lot of like Lee Sins, and he just said, you know what, I don't care about that script. I'll lock in the Kindred, I'll lock in the Evelyn, I'll play the Graves, and he really, the team just created an identity around Kevy. And not because, you know, he forced them to, but he actually got the job done. And he was a very big reason as to why Order went so deep and why Order kind of, you know, they were pushing first place for a very long time. And I mean, big congratulations to him and what a year he had.
He certainly did. Now, Jordan, you want to say anything there for the player that delivered?
No, I mean, I don't think there's that much more to say about Kevy, really, that hasn't been said already. He's just come into this Order roster. And like I said, I feel like he's a big reason why they went from being, again, a decent team in Split 1 to actually potentially even a title contender in Split 2 at some points, it looked like. Again, they couldn't get it done in the playoffs, but that's the whole learning experience, right? We come through next time around and maybe Order's going to be here in the grand final.
Well, that's very true, very true. However, we've got to wait to see that one next year. But for now, we do have one more award. It is the best coach. So take the light off the place for a second, go back behind the scenes, and it is your boy, Charlie from Pentanet, the best coach here in the DoorDash LCO now.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on Charlie for today, but no matter the outcome of today, you cannot take away just how much he has done for the Pentanet boys this split. I said it before when we briefly touched on Pentanet, but they are able to quickly come back, change a lot of things. That's one of their strengths, and I think that ultimately that is down to Charlie. You know, seeing them already do one best of 5, go 3-0 in it, it's because they knew exactly what they needed to do drafting-wise and what they needed to do team-wise, and that is a lot of direction coming out from Charlie. So whilst we might not know exactly what he's saying to his team, whatever he is doing, it is working because they have just been absolutely on a win streak with him coming on board.
Doing such a damn good job, and he looks a little bit different to the one that went to MSI, right? Wasn't it Ubisoft? I don't know. They look similar, kinda, not really. Anyway, Nat, I have heard from a bird that you've been keeping track of what the players have been saying all split in your interviews.
I have been.
Sometimes things don't go as planned for them.
Yeah, so I thought, you know, I ask players sometimes difficult questions about what they're going to do in matchups, and sometimes, you know, a little bit of their ego comes out on screen. And I thought what better way to keep that ego in check than to record it and have a little bit of a look back and celebrate the egos that could be backed up and the egos that might need to be rechecked. Now, Prated, we've seen Puma get player that delivered twice in the first week, so I have to ask, how nervous are you to go up against him today, or like how do you think the matchup will play out?
I'm pretty sure he was playing Ezreal in one of them, so we just take that one away, and I'm pretty sure the other one was a not very good team, so no, I'm not too nervous. I think I'll do just fine.
Now, Prated, the last question that I have time for is just general prep things as well. What have you guys been working on this week coming up into the game against Order?
I've been working a lot on just bot lane 2v2ing as well, because I feel like I slumped a little bit there, but like, yeah, we've been working on that a lot, me and Danny, so I think we're back being good, and we're versing Order's bot lane, and I actually respect Order's bot lane a little bit because they do opt into fighting a lot, so hopefully we'll get some spice down there, although like slight problem is that they're kind of both just pretty bad, so we'll probably just stomp them.
When he is dead, Prated is going to pick up his 8th kill for the game. Biopanther his first, and that's the Nexus as well. Order done in 34 minutes. Pentanet happy with that win.
I don't think we will drop one game to Order, no matter what happens. I feel like completely in control against this team. I think like stylistically we just beat this team. It's like, maybe they can beat Peace or like Diables, but I don't think they can beat us.
Those are the Nexus towers going down in the blink of an eye. It was Pentanet, and now it's Order. It's done. The game is over. Order have beaten Pentanet. They've equalized first place.
Speaking of practice, we see Lisa stepping into that support role. Have you guys been doing a lot of practice with him down in that role?
Yeah, I mean, we've been trying practice as much as we can, and Lisa definitely has some like big shoes need to fit in. But I trust him as a teammate.
Where do you think Order's advantages do lie coming up against Peace?
I mean, they have Lisa playing support. Like, that's a pretty clear advantage. I think that they got rid of one of the best supports in the league for an autofill. So if we don't beat them tonight, it would just be a bit embarrassing, to be honest.
When it really does matter, as they are now looking to try and end this game and forget about Maximize going for the split push, because if we can team fight, if we can take you down for such a long time, then we can end this game. Peace at 35 minutes will not fall victim to split push. Not this time. They will find a victory.
But in looking at this draft, were you surprised by the fact that they decided to go for a Mundo and take that out of Draku's book?
Yeah, I feel like Bates is a budget Draku.
A budget Draku?
Yeah, because Draku did it first, and this guy copies Draku pretty much.
Wow. Beautiful. What do you think your, strength to victory? What is your key to victory in this matchup?
Demolish them in every lane, every role.
Just another day on the Rift, mate.
Yeah, and it's been a very good game for Order, right? If you're an Order fan, this is something to be very happy about. I think it's a very solid draft.
Wait, man, I've got to be the first to say it. I've got to bring it up. The commitment to the shaved head. Props. Absolute props.
Yeah.
I love it. It's so good. You're looking absolutely slick. Safa, over on Gravitas, how are you guys feeling down there and how's the atmosphere?
It's pretty good. Though I do just want to say, the only time that Mammoth did take the win against us was when I wasn't playing. So
this has to be a 50-50 flip. Gravitas feel pressure that they need to do something right now. Sonic Wave is there. It's getting lower and lower. Oh! They've stolen it! Mammoth have got the Baron. They've got the kills. They get a double. They get it all.
Thomas Shen.
They will take it all. But can Thomas Shen find the resets? He's on hit, but he's fallen on down. Mammoth have not had a victory since the 3rd of March, but they'll find their first victory here today.
Oh, you have to be happy for Nectar. I saw his celebrations in the bottom.
Over on the Direwolf side, you guys are looking pretty good as well, although you haven't won a game up against Order just yet. So, you know, does it mean more to try and get a win off them, or is it just a win that you want?
Yeah, I think this game means a lot, even though it doesn't like maybe have the biggest effect on the standings. Like you said, we haven't beaten them this split, and also I don't want to see, well, no one wants to see Order come into playoffs with a win streak, least of all me. So I think putting an end to that today would be nice.
Oh, he's going.
Order are trying to force things. Max jumps in, a 2-man charm, making a 3-man charm. Zico's got him with a stopwatch now. Looking to try and end this game as Puma. He jumps with him, but Claire's trying to be a 1-man army. And they finally get their first victory against Order of Split 2.
Can I just say, I hate that from Claire.
Kyose, I'm going to be so upfront. I'm going to start with you. There's a lot of pressure on you guys for this game. I want to know how you're feeling coming into it. I don't want to add any more to it, but I just want to know where you guys are sitting with it and how you're feeling coming into this one.
Obviously stressed a bit because we're close to playoffs, and Peace changed their roster. They're pretty good.
We're feeling like pretty good. Like there's like really no pressure for us to win this game or not. But like it's just down to us to, you know, beat them one more time and so they can't make playoffs. But yeah.
Mammoth are going to go towards the Nexus and look to end this game. I tell you what, Mammoth, Peace have just sent you a friend request because you've just done them a solid.
Yeah.
You've knocked out Gravitas here and guaranteed that Peace will be the 5th and final team qualifying for playoffs. And Mammoth, congratulations.
That is content I've ever seen it, and you love to see it when players have to eat their words. You love to see it when anyone has to really eat their words. It's just a solid bit of content and a solid bit of entertainment there. So thank you very much for that one.
No worries. It was very enjoyable to watch back on some of those ones.
It certainly was. Now, we do need to get into the meat and potatoes. Not quite time for the game just yet, but we are going to have a quick chat about what the key picks are for this game, for the grand final. And Jubes, tell me, what have you chosen?
Well, it's actually a combined effort. It was Elfish and myself. And we went with the Leona, the Viego, the Diana, and the Lee Sin. Leona was the first pick that we went for, particularly because it's drafted globally, but also these two supports, Aladoric and Decoy, right? They're the two most influential supports in terms of crossing map, making a play topside, or getting to that Rift Herald and getting there early. And Leona's just an enabler, right? Like at level 6, even pre-6, you're able to just pull the trigger, use that go button, and these are the two most aggressive supports that we have in the LCO. So it's just going to be fireworks at, 8 minutes into the game, wherever. So, I mean, this champion is just going to be a contested pick. Then we got the Viego, right? Viego is... from all reports, this is what all the pro players are saying. Can't believe we got three Viego games in a row. When this is what Babip said in their last playoff game, because it's just really OP. It doesn't have any really bad matchup. You get a reset in a team fight, you absolutely clean up. And for some reason, teams aren't really putting a priority on banning it. And like we said, Babip got 3 games of it. So this is going to be a contested pick. We might say like the Lee Sin trade for the Viego and just take that matchup. However, I'm excited to see either Pabu grab this one or Babip grab this one, because both these teams can also flex this either mid or top. Obviously, seeing it it's less popular in the solo lanes now, but it's something that we're definitely going to see be the pick. Elfish, you want to take over the Diana and the Lee Sin?
Sure, yeah. I mean, actually, for me, the reason that I chose a few of these champions was I just sort of took a look back at the champions that have been played during this split for all of the players, and I tried to find a few of the overlaps. Obviously, we've already touched on Leona and Viego. Diana is another one of those ones that we see sort of cropping up in the jungle in particular for both Pabu and Babip quite a lot. It's a powerful pick once you get to level 6. Obviously, you can influence team fights really, really well. You can even start team fights, so it sort of seems like it's a champion that's kind of got it all at this point in time. and then Lee Sin comes through as well as one of the, probably the champion even that has been like one of the highest priorities in playoffs, and even for both of these two teams, right? We've seen Appy picking up in the top lane. It's a fan favorite, I suppose, for Chaz as well in mid. Goes into the jungle quite nicely as well. There's a flexibility there for Lee Sin. So I think across the board, these are going to be champions that will either crop up a lot in the picks or crop up a lot in the bans. If I had to take a guess, I think we're probably not going to be seeing too much Leona or Viego. I think both of those are going to be getting banned away from both of these two teams. Otherwise, they're going to be looking towards first picks. So for me, these are really, really important champions for this grand final.
I'd have to say that I'm the noob, so I'll listen to what you guys are saying, and I have to agree, because if I disagree, I have to give a point as to why, and I don't think I have anything relevant to say on those topics. However, something I do have to say, which is relevant and only for the first 200 people, is use your code DDBuff on DoorDash, ! burgers in the chat, and you will get yourself $10 off a burger, minimum $20 spend, and you can be having yourself some burgers for dinner, $10 off.
Can I do that now? Can I do that on... Would I get in trouble if I just rip my phone out on broadcast? Because I want to be one of the first 200. That's not fair otherwise if I miss out on a burger.
Well, we got like 4,000 people watching, so I think that maybe you need to pull it out now or you might just miss the offer. $10 off, minimum $20 spend. There's over 2,000 burger joints that are enabling you to use this code, so it's going to be pretty sick. And you can have yourself some burgers for dinner. Thank you to DoorDash. Now, it is time to start to talk the game, but let's hear from the players first.
Laning against Battle Panther top lane is kind of like laning against the top lane textbook. He knows exactly what he needs to do, and he never made mistakes.
I think Appy is the third best top laner in the league. I think he's improved so much since Split 1. He used to just be like a auto push bot.
My playstyle is completely different. I quite want to see what he can do on my non-stopping attack on the top lane.
I feel like I'm like the Floyd Mayweather of League of Legends. I'm a negative player. I literally don't do anything and he loses to himself.
I think he will back to his combo champion very soon.
I'm expecting just super high pressure laning champs so he can try to generate pushing leads or CS leads.
I'm pretty ready and I know I'm reformed. Everything is upgraded, so you need to be really careful of me in the lane.
I just can't wait to play it, to be honest.
Pabu has become a jungler. I would say my respect for him has increased.
Jungling against Barbip doesn't really feel like anything. He plays the game really slowly, he doesn't put any pressure on you. He's trying to make optimal decisions, but he makes them 3 waves too late. I have total freedom, and I should put him in the bin.
I just feel like I have an edge over him in most aspects of just the game. So it's going to be interesting to see who plays that role better.
I don't think playing against Babbitt brings us that many challenges. He just wants to play the game properly for his team. He wants to be the role player. He wants to, smash all his camps, hit the objective on time. So there's nothing that ever really surprises you about what he's doing.
As a team, we're just going to micro them, out skirmish them. If we win early game, it's going to be over for them instantly.
He's 10 times to play. He usually is on Nidalee, but if you don't walk into that champion, he's just going to be some simple 80 bruiser that is where his team needs to be.
He fills the role of that player that sets his carries up, right? And I've been doing that my entire career pretty much. That's my forte, so...
I'll be able to make a mockery of his side lanes while he's just hitting his camps.
He's had his turn to go to Worlds, it's my turn now.
I would say that Chaz and I are pretty similar in how we play. We're both confident that we will be able to outscale our opponent. If I'm being brutally honest, I consider him one of the people you want to avoid in solo queue because there's a big inter. Over time, he's definitely improved an insane amount.
I think the laning against Tally is not that different from a lot of the other mid laners, but I think that he's got a pretty good fundamental understanding of the game. He doesn't look for risky trades and take dumb fights that he doesn't need to.
I'm pretty confident because we also share the same champion pool. Even though he's a traditional mid player, he does play a lot of the melee mids. He plays the assassins like me. I think that it'll be a pretty full on early game with mids just roaming non-stop.
We'll basically exclusively play Bruiser champs and/or TF Rise and maybe Gallia, the roaming ultimate type champions. His pool doesn't go much past that, so I'll just match what he does and perform better on it.
My wave control in this series will be really, really important. I think that like base timings are also going to be really important because we're both going to be playing double TP mid laners in almost every single game. The like mid 3v3, like jungle, mid, and support is going to be what decides the series, honestly.
If he chooses to stop me from moving, then he should die for it. He's very good at the easy parts of mid lane, but the more like advanced things, doesn't have that understanding just yet. He's good, but not as good as me. So there it is.
Laning versus Violet and Aladoric, you definitely feel like you're versing different players compared to every other bot lane in the region. I think they're extremely aggressive. They will skill check you at every turn they get, but me and Mark, I think we're a lot better out of lane. If we're not substantially behind before like level 5, then this game should be in our hands.
I think laning against Brave is, I wouldn't say it's particularly hard. He's not a player that tends to wants to punish you hard. He's kind of just sitting back, chilling under his turret, bring the Pablo to gank his lane.
Laning against Violet is different to all the other AD carries. He's definitely the most punishing. If you screw up a few sequences and a few recalls, then he's the one who's going to punish you the most in the CS department.
It all depends up to Predator. If he wants to get 3-0'd, he's going to be picking stuff off of Aphelios. If he wants to play Varus, Ashe, Ezreal. If he wants to put up more of a fight, he can do it himself. He can just whip out the Aphelios, and hopefully it'll be a much more interesting game.
He still doesn't trust his teammates on stage, so I think when I go up against him, he'll probably do the same thing and he'll choke and he won't do what he's supposed to do. I don't feel the need to counter whatever he's doing, because I think at the end of the day it won't matter. As long as I'm doing what I need to do and I'm better than him, we'll come out on top at the end of the day, 100%.
Creative, Mr. Mark Lewis, I hope you have more than one AD carry pick ready, otherwise you're going to get turbo stomped.
I just need you to remember that there's always next year.
I can't explain how excited I am for this damn game. It's gonna be a sick granny. We love grand finals. And guess what? It's time to finally voice our opinion on how this one's going to go and what we think of the teams. It's time, of course, to talk Pentanet first. So, take me through this roster. We know them. We've seen them for 2 splits now, and they've been pretty damn solid.
One last ride. Here we go. Taking you through the PGG lineup. Biopanther, Pabu, Chaz, Praetor, Decoy. If you don't know them, you know them now. They're in the grand final. But this team, I feel like in terms of all the teams that we have in the LCO, they play with their tempo so well. They link up, Decoy and Pabu link up extremely well so early, and they're able to find picks either on top side of the map where you have Floyd Mayweather himself, Biopanther, just playing that defensive style of top lane. Like he said, forcing the opponent to make mistakes, then gets punished by Pabu and Decoy. They then swing that to the bot side of the map, the most selfless man in the game, Biopanther, teleporting, often getting Praetor to lead. It just feels like across the board, what they learnt at MSI, and I know that was a long time ago, almost feels like a lifetime ago, but what they learnt, they really, really honed in on. There was a few hiccups along the way to get here to the grand final, but it just feels in terms of even when they pick scaling, they're still putting their opponent under pressure. They're still trying to make those side lane dives, those side lane plays. They're the only team that consistently fights for those heralds, consistently fights for those dragons. So yeah, I mean, that's what we're going to be looking out for.
Certainly will be. It certainly will be. The other team that we have to be looking out for as well is your boys coming in from Peace. The Cinderella story, Jordan, is what they're hoping for, but is it going to be that, or are we going to get ourselves a tragedy?
Yeah, I mean, they're up against the odds today, aren't they? But we do have Appy, Babip, Tally, Violet, and Aladoric back in action. And the interesting thing about this matchup for me is this is actually going to be the first time that we see this iteration of the Peace roster play against Pentanet this split. Every other time, we've had, Lisa in the jungle, or Halo in mid, or Cheon and Zingy in one case, even down in the bot lane for Peace. So, in theory, this is the strongest piece that we're going to get, and they'll get them in the grand final. I think it's going to be a fantastic matchup. Obviously, looking across the board, you have Babip and Tally coming back through from those international berths, and hopefully they're going to be the difference makers for a team that, last time around, actually looked like they matched up relatively well against Pentanet in that grand final. Yes, it ended up being a solid win for Pentanet, but maybe if you look at these upgrades that they've got, if you've got Babip and Tally coming through and making a real difference, then potentially we actually see today might be the day for Peace.
It certainly could be, and we get to speak straight to the source as well. Well, not us three. It is going to be Nat T down on the side lanes, ready for the interview. Nat, you had to dart off, get ready for this one. And who did you manage to find down on the side lanes?
Farewell, Nat.
Goodbye.
Sorry about that. I lost a little bit of internet for a second then, but it's all good. But it's so good to talk to you guys. Actually, I'll start with Pabu. We haven't seen you guys for 2 weeks now, right? And now we're seeing you in the grand final. How is PGG feeling?
Pretty good. I mean, it kind of sucks not to play because, you know, I've been wanting to play this finals for so long. Ever since I smacked Dials down, like, I've just wanted to get into the next games, but, you know, we're feeling pretty good. You know, we're super ready for the game. You know, we're all rested up. I'm pretty sure most of us got out of bed at a dangerously close time to this hour, so I think we're all well rested.
Oh, then I have to ask, what time? Who was the latest to get here today?
Is that even a question? It's always Mark. Praetus definitely is getting up like on the dot when he's required to arrive. Like that's the moment he gets out of bed.
I just needed to make sure my suspicions were confirmed. But the last time you went up against Peace, it was a roster very similar to this one, but not this exact roster. Does it worry you guys? Are you afraid of this new roster?
Not exactly afraid. Like, it's still a fairly similar roster to what they played last year, last split, and you know, it's nothing that's like super unexpected. There's no like big challenges that have been presented by new players. It's just Peace but better, and we think we can beat Peace but better.
Well, there you have it, Tally. Apparently, you being in the team is Peace but better. Do you think it's going to be enough, and how is the better Peace feeling?
I think we're really, really excited to play today. Like, I think we match up really well to PGG, and like, I'm just really excited that we finally get to play in finals again. Like, I just can't wait to start, honestly.
Speaking of that, you know, over in Peace, you guys combined, all of the players have the most amount of finals experience. Do you think that's going to be a big factor in today's series?
Honestly, I don't think like playing in finals is that different to like any best of 5. I think that if your players experienced like the gauntlet many times, like such as I think all the PGG players have played many best of 5s, I don't really see us having a big edge in experience. I just think that like finals is the same as any other game. Like once we get into the game, everyone's going to forget about the stakes, and it's just going to be who plays better.
Yeah, for sure. Speaking of being able to play better, obviously that comes with knowledge. So what do you think is going to be at your advantage against PGG today?
Well, I mean, I could go down the list, honestly, but I just think that it's our confidence. I think we're all really, really confident. I think that we're gonna, like, if we snowball of like 1 or 2 games victory, I think that like it's over.
And Pabu, for PGG, what is your advantage over Peace?
I mean, there's many different places I could say we have an advantage, but like, you know, I think we'll go back to the classic, like, how many tanks can you ban? You know, Brandon, Alexander, on the Orn, on the Mundo, Tompkins, Shogun, Sion, like, you know, if he's on one of these picks, it's doomed for you guys, so I'm not sure how many bans you got. If you get rid of all the tanks, you know, you have 7 or 8 bans, maybe you're good to go.
I've given up. There's no point. You can't stop him.
Oh, that'll be interesting to see what they do end up banning if it's not the tanks. But before I do let you both go, obvious questions, series predictions. Pabu, what do you think it's going to go to?
Against Peace, you know, I always have a certain amount of respect for them. I think they have the capability to take one game, especially if they have any interesting draft plans. But, you know, I'm playing for the 3-0.
Okay, the 3-0 Tally.
I would have to agree, honestly. I think whoever takes first game will snowball the series. I really think first game is everything here.
Okay. Well, look, I'm going to hope for maybe a reverse sweep. Not going to say which team, but I'm looking forward to it also being potentially a 3-0. But thank you both so much for joining me, and good luck in the series tonight.
Thanks, Nat.
Thank you.
Nat, you're almost leaking the predictions to the players. You'll make them nervous. They're about to play in a grand final. You can't just do that. What do you think this is? You know, they're already nervous enough. You could hear the quivering in Pabu's voice there. He had absolutely no confidence in that interview at all.
He's just like, oh man, Tally's got a list of advantages. I guess we got that drafting phase.
Well, it's something. It certainly is something. Now, I guess that's a good time to talk about the predictions, where we think this one's going to lean. as per usual, Twitch chat, I'm relying on you to get me back into this one. I'm currently tied with Elfish Guy. I've got more L's than him, but I've got more score predictions correct, so we're mono. Jubes has dropped off a little bit. Jubes, do you have anything to say for yourself? And why have you gone for Pensinet as opposed to Elfish Guy's piece?
How do you have more Oh, it's because you predicted correct. That's
The
right.
score, yeah.
Look, I told you already, and I've been saying it from day one. I won the prediction contest in the first split. I didn't get anything for it, so I decided to just sandbag completely for this one. But I have gone for the correct tip this game. I have for this game. I said, you know what? I'll try for the last one, the last hurrah. 3-2 PGG.
Okay, and on the other side of the coin there, Jordan, 3-2 piece. Why?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the underdog story, you know, and I think that they have come into these playoffs and slowly started to find their form. The deeper into playoffs that they've gone, the better they've looked. Yes, there was a bit of a hiccup against Order, but even then, the reverse sweep, and we all sort of talked about how solid they looked in that one. I made the mistake of predicting Direwolves against Peace. I'm not going to make the same mistake in the grand final. It's Peace for me, 3-2.
Very true. Now let's jump onto page 2 and see what Nat has decided to go for. Okay. Peace as well, 3-1. Is that the cop-out prediction, or did you just listen to what Pabu had to say?
All right, there's two things here. First of all, I love how Jules has 4 more points than me, but apparently he's sandbagged, so that makes me feel bad. But secondly, I went for the 3-1 last finals, got made fun of for it by Rusty. It ended up being right. I even went for the PGG as well. So, you know, maybe it's going to be the 3-1 this grand final for Peace. I would love it to be potentially a reverse sweep. We've only ever had one reverse sweep in a grand final since 2015 in OS League. So could be very interesting to see if we get that today. But I think ultimately it's not going to be.
Well, let's see how that one goes, of course. Rusty went with the 3-0 and Skimmy went with the 3-2, both for Pensinet. So Skimmy did get 1 or 2 right in there. I really want to see 5 games because I think it'll just make it that much more entertaining. Yeah. However, let's have a quick look at the supports head-to-head because, Jordan, you were telling me you think this could be where the game's decided?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can really pull anything out of the hat and say this is where the game is going to be decided. But for me, the difference that Peace had when Aladoric was playing in that support role versus when he was not was absolutely massive. I'm looking at these two supports in terms of the way that they work their way around the map, and I'm just taking some stats, not even necessarily off the screen here, but from some of the other research that I've done. I've looked at Aladoric in the regular split, 67% first blood participation. So for me, he's a player that really likes to get out of the bot lane early, tries to influence the other lanes, tries to get a bit of work done, and I think that's something that he's going to have to do today as well. I feel like his roams are really going to be a key to success for Peace. The same can almost be said for Decoy. He likes to go for a bit of wander here and there as well when he's playing the Leona, when he's playing the Nautilus, but I don't necessarily think he is as hot and cold as Aladoric. Sometimes when you're watching Aladoric, you're going to get a phenomenal game. You're going to get 8 kills in a row. Every single roam is going to pan out. Other games, you're going to see him throw a Nautilus hook in there and you're going to go, oh, not sure about that one. He's going to throw a bit of an int here and there. But Decoy, in my mind, is that cool, calm, collected support player where every single time he leaves the bot lane, he's going to make the correct decision. He's going to make it work. But he's just not quite going to be as aggressive as someone like Aladoric. We heard them referring to that in their interview as well. And for me, I feel like it is a bit of a barometer, really. Whether or not Aladoric is getting those roams working is going to be a sign of Peace working well or Peace having a bit of a difficult time. So for me, these two are really, really key pieces of the puzzle for both of their teams.
Yeah, and look, if I had to look at the action poses, you got Aladoric with this, and then you got Decoy with this. So I know which one looks a little bit better. I think it's Decoy off the back of that. However, we do have some content I asked at the start of the show for you to send in all your sick content, and let's see exactly what you have sent in. So, ladies and gentlemen, what do we have here? Dar Antares with his prediction meme. I've been waiting all season for this one. Here you go, at LCO, memes from a dying meme forge, PGG smash. So he looks like we are going to be sending Peace to the grave. I think we have a couple of these to have a look at before we jump into the game. So I'll jump onto meme numero dos. Let's have a Kimi Sakura, one from Discord. Oh, Sad Mac, upside down. Very good. You love to see it.
I do. I like this meme. And now I'm wondering, is this where I come in and kiss you? Or
well,
isn't that...
You know,
I've
that's
seen
what the
movie.
story says,
yeah,
right?
I'm pretty sure that's how it goes.
Give us... Fuck her up. No?
No, it's not.
When the game starts.
Yeah, when the game
He'll
starts.
come over.
Right, okay, all right. Off screen.
If we were on camera, I would have done it, but too late now.
It's, yeah.
Moment passed.
Can I get flipped upside down? I think it's probably a bit risky
No,
if I
don't
try
do
to do a handstand here. However, ladies and gentlemen, you don't have to look at my mug and these pretty people much longer, because we have two more pretty people that are going to be bringing you all the content, all the game, all the bloody action. It's grand final time. Ladies and gents, hop up. Woo! 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 Cut to the casters.
Thank you very much there, Mac, and the rest of the panel, as we actually get the kick-off here, Rusty, finally, for a grand final. It's a rematch of Split 1, a potential chance for the perfect year on one hand, and a chance at redemption on the other.
Yeah, it's the third time these teams will be facing each other, Skimmy, in a best-of-5 series. The first two times that we saw them compete, Pentanet.gg did take out both. It was 5 games the first time, 4 games the second time. But I think we're both quietly hoping it's not 3 games the third time and the trend continues, and that we want all 5 games in this finals, because the winner going to Worlds, you couldn't ask for a better finals matchup.
You certainly couldn't. Only a handful of players on both these teams have ever been to Worlds before. You saw it happen with the perfect season, really, for Babbitt and Tally beforehand. They'll be brought into this roster here. They were told that they would be the evolution, the upgrade to say that, you know, that 3-1 that happened in the grand final last split, it's not going to happen this time. This time we feel like we have enough strength and power. They've run the entire lower bracket to make it here today, Rusty. We've never seen a situation like this ever happen before. Maybe they can write some history.
Yeah, and before we get into these bans and discuss the champion select proper, it is a very different piece up against Pentanet.gg, even though it is the exact same finals matchup from Split 1. A very different game that we'll get to explore as we hop onto the Rift as well. And I'm just very excited to get into this one.
Certainly am. As we saw at the top of the show, they discussed be it Leona, Viego, Diana, and Lee Sin being some key picks. He's getting themselves the blue side to start off with. Actually has been their preference across the entirety here of the playoffs. 10 games played with an 8-2 win-loss record to talk about. And surprise, surprise, it's really what has made Tally here. He's been cycling through everything global. You're talking Twisted Fate, Rise, as well as Silas to steal it away if need be. If it's let through, it's a guaranteed first pick.
Yeah, it does feel like Tally has been, I want to say that LEC meta is basically the playstyle that Peace have been running. It definitely feels like more of a global thing in general, but yeah, loves his Twisted Fate, loves his Rise champions, will just pick them. I'm not surprised that on the other side of the coin here though, Skimmy, we've got more of the Victor Oriana playstyle from Chaz. Again, if we look globally, Oriana has been seeing some games in the LCS, definitely around the rest of the world as well. So a couple of these picks, I want to say, not surprising so far. The biggest thing, 3 picks in for Peace, is that Babip has just straight up ego Nidalead. And I'm super pumped for this one, because even Pabu mentioned this, right? 10 times better on this pick. Definitely a standout pick, and it's a game 1 statement already.
It's certainly a champion that he himself has made a name for himself on, so certainly looking to try and get into a game 1 situation, shake off the nerves, get yourself into a point of power and showcase what you are about. Leona, as well as the Rakan, both highly contested between both of these support players. We've seen so many glorious moments across the entirety of Split 2 be displayed, so no surprise there. It seems to be a bit of a gentleman's agreement as to who can get the pick of the leader. But going into the second half of the pick and ban phase, this is where things start to get a little bit exciting. You talk about Pentanet, they've banned away to Jace now. You saw in the introduction there, what would Appy go for? You start to think of champions like Renekton, like Camille, like the Jace. We saw Jace go 1-6 and still run the game, Rusty. I mean, that's just testament to how good this player is.
Also, 3 times in a row, I think we saw Appy on the pick alongside the Viego from Babip. So I like the bans that we're seeing from Pentanet.gg so far. Get rid of the Ezreal with the Leona as well here as their final option. Kind of limit the effective champion pool of things that can solo down in bottom lane to enable Aladoric to roam. Because at this point, you start looking at options like mages, like the Ziggs, and we've said this a few times already, but I don't feel like Violet is that Ziggs player. Even if he is capable and can play anything, he's definitely much more of a Kai'Sa-style gamer. With the Aphelios gone, we are starting to go down the Ashe Varus path, potentially Kai'Sa in there.
And it feels inevitable in a way, right? Because both of these are the strongest AD carries in the region. They've had the chance to showcase, well, we could play mages. The meta has facilitated it, but we haven't really been sold on the idea for them to actually go towards that. I like the fact that Varus is there, Ashe is available. Why not? If everything else, hyper carry that has really made them a player has been denied, why not give yourself that little bit of utility? You've got yourself now that clear go button from the bot lane, and should surely be enough to try and get themselves not only an early game advantage, but that late game too. The final pick here for Peace, they've gone for the Gnar. They've got themselves a very strong matchup and multiple lanes here for Babbitt to target.
Yeah, just look at the last pick here. It has been saved presumably for top lane. This is kind of a GP angle in my mind, but we have to really explore the depths of Biopanther's champion pool. You see a Gnar, you could go the Scion path. You could go more of the meta, right, that you see around the rest of the world, more damage dealing champions. will await that final pick. It is the Dr. Mundo, one of the BioPanther specific champions as well of old that a couple of other people have been starting to pick up here in Oceania. And I think can handle the Gnar excellently through laning phase.
Well, it's a bit of a blast to the past, really, isn't it? The fact that we get ourselves another top lane Mundo. We get to see what variation of it he does play here today. But it feels like one of those champions where he can soak up all that pressure. If he is going to get ganked, get targeted, allow Appy to be a point of strength in that side laning, which we saw become such a strong point for them in their semi-final against Direwolves. And the Mundo could look to soak up all that pressure and more. You take a quick stock check of these two drafts, Rusty. Is it much of what you expected? Is there a side that you're potentially leaning towards so early on?
The only thing I will make clear is that one of those Orianas is a Dr. Mundo, and we'll continue with that in mind. In terms of leaning towards the side, I have a preference, I would say, to the piece composition, but I think that's just a personal preference. They're pretty good laning phase through bottom lane, a lot of aggression down there as well. So I think they're going to be in their comfort zone. Appy on the Gnar, while the Mundo may be able to handle that one fine. It is one of his signature picks that we saw in Split 1 as well. And through the jungle position, Babip with his signature pick. Mid lane is just going to be those comfort mages. But Tally having the comfort mage for him, right, that transcends his role of mid. He's played it in top lane, and so he's back to that creature comfort, and I would say preferential to the piece composition overall, not so much for the comp itself, right, but for the players with the champ.
Sure, and I think mid lane is a really good talking point to really start the conversation from, because you imagine that both of them are going to be looking to not necessarily hunt for a first blood in lane, very much keen to assess the map state, play for those roams. We've seen them be so influential in that regard to find success in the 2v2s, the fights leading into a Herald, leading into a Dragon, and ultimately using those big R buttons to find success and chase off members once those skirmishes break on through. And I'm curious to see, as this best of 5 develops, what sort of adjustments will take place. But we're into it, the final series of the year in the LCO. It's Peace taking on PGG, and it starts now. And as we do so, let's bring in Charlie for that final time of the year and gather his thoughts going into this finals. Charlie, it's a pleasure to have you back on with us. It's another final. I mean, you seem to be rather good at this, having featured in the last 3 of them. How's preparation been for you this week?
Yeah, it's my third showing, and it's my second showing versus the Babip Tally duo. So it will be interesting to see how this one goes. They're on the same stuff they were on last time I was here. They're playing Nidalee, they're playing Rise. Yeah, it's pretty much what we expected going into the day. We prepared what you're seeing on the screen now. They're already scared of us, right? They're banning on. They've picked Gnar, and then they've banned on in the second phase. So that's all the respect we need going into game 1. It's a draft win for us. Like, we just pick a different tank, and yeah, draft's easy.
Beautiful. Well, I'll say you've got yourself a real shot here at the perfect year, and joining an illustrious list of back-to-back champions, most of who are now competing overseas. So, what would this win mean for you and the team?
Yeah, I mean, it would be incredible to go to Worlds, especially given the current global landscape at the moment. Being able to travel, being able to experience that, play up against all the best teams in the world again. It was such an amazing experience the first time, and yeah, this would just be even better. Also, to deny it from Peace, these guys are pretty smug about how they're coming in. They think it's theirs. Here to remind them, it's definitely not.
Well, it's crazy, right? The fact that the narrative has been written in such a way that Peace had a bit of a rough start to Split 2, but they've made it back all the way here. We've never seen the gauntlet run actually complete, and whether or not that curse is going to continue here today. But it's almost feel poetic, the fact that it is that rematch, and they're going to be hungry for revenge now.
Oh yeah, it's definitely the storyline that us and the fans want. We want to take Peace out in the final, right? We're not scared of them at all. This was who we were going to verse the whole time. We knew it, they knew it. No other team really comes close, but stylistically, as individuals, in terms of prep, we've seen this game already, I think this game's pretty simple for us to play out. I just think we're the better side.
We'll see what happens, mate. On a final closing note, had a whole year of action and excitement, garnering international fans on your trip over to MSI. Is there anything you want to say to all the PGG fans out there watching?
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely incredible that I get to log onto Twitter, go on Twitch, see all the people talking about Pentanet. It's really incredible that we've got this international fan base. They're making art for us, they tweet about us, they know our names. It's really surreal and incredible, and thank you so much for all the support. Hopefully we can do you proud and show up internationally again.
Fantastic. All right, Charlie. Well, pleasure to talk to you as always. I wish you boys the best of luck at a chance at that perfect year and qualifying for Worlds, and we'll jump into it.
Thanks so much, Skimmy.
A lot to break down there, Rusty. You can hear that, already the ban phase showcasing that maybe some of these plays or some of these picks are living a little bit too rent-free at the stage.
Yeah, definitely the case. And a similar thing, actually, that Charlie mentioned right out of the gates was through the picks. So a lot of, I want to say, predictability from this Game 1 draft overall. Nothing that should be too surprising for either of these teams. And the good thing about that, Skimmy, is we get to come into this first game and watch a prototypical game of League of Legends between Pentanet.gg, between Peace, and see who actually can leave it all on the Rift and get that Game 1 victory. Because if you think back to the interview with Parbu and Babip, they both seem to share the sentiment that Game 1 could be a motivating factor here, momentum for even a potential 3-0. This Game 1 will be almost everything, right?
Yeah, and we've seen it already happen multiple times in this split alone for these playoffs, how a Game 1 is as close as it comes, and it seems to really knock the wind out of a team's sails if Game 1 didn't go their way. Both teams really feeling the burden of, the barn burner, 40 minutes just going at each other. Games 2 and 3 then start to taper off, and the intensity seems to be lost from that point onwards. And you start to wonder, there's this argument to be made that Pentanet have only had to play 3 games to qualify here. They haven't really had to show too much, whereas Peace have played so many games now that, they're actually up there with as many games as Pentanet have played for the entire year. And you consider they've gone to MSI, played all those matches, all their experience. The fact that Peace have had to run this gauntlet and are nearly, they're only 3 games behind for the entire year. You start to wonder what becomes more apparent, what becomes more of a metric to decide, who should get that Game 1 momentum.
Yeah, very different runs coming into this finals best of 5. It's a 9-2 run from Peace as the 5th seed all the way through. PGG just 3-0 aced their way through the preliminaries to get in straight to the finals. So considering those runs, and yeah, if you do want to bring up momentum as a point of conversation, there's a couple of things there. One, when you're actually highlighting momentum and what it means, I think that Peace will be happy that they got to play all the games that they didn't win. However, there's been a full week. And in that full week, we've seen this everywhere around the world in League of Legends. Momentum stops, right? It is a brand new best of 5. It is a brand new week. And I don't really think there is such a thing as momentum in this series. However, I would say if Peace win that first game, Skimmy, there's a chance that starts to tip very heavily in their balance because they've got the games backing them in playoffs already. They've got the confidence there.
Mm-hmm. And if you want to take it one step further, Rusty, we can start to really, dig ourselves a hole. You could go into superstitions. You look at the last 12 splits of competition here in OS. 9 times, whoever actually claimed first place in the regular season went on to win the entire thing. So, given the fact that Pentanet did it last split, they've done it here as well, you're having to look at them as being the heavy favorites. Just look at their win-loss against Peace this entire year. Across 14 different matchups, they've won 72% of the time. So, the numbers really speak for themselves that they seem to have clocked this team. You have to wonder how much relevance is towards the second half of that, given that there were a lot of roster shuffles and Peace trying to find their groove. But we don't have to worry about hypotheticals anymore because we're back into the game. The pause is complete and the game begins here.
It's a conversation for another pause, Skimmy. We get to focus on the game at hand. A couple of things that we have missed so far. It wasn't a lot, we're only 2 minutes into this one through the coach's interview, but both junglers starting on the same side of the map. The difference is going to be made in where they pass from that point, right? So you've got Babip doing a full clear blue side to red, probably just playing for his level 4 camp clears. You've got Parbu on the other side who does skip the Krug, skips the Raptors as he's Trundle with Q start anyway. Moves towards the single target camps that are significantly easier for a Trundle to do. And then will potentially move towards top side where he can take those camps down easier and a top scuttle. But the question then comes into priority in lanes. And as it stands, I think Chaz doing a very good job keeping that priority. Tally's going to have to use Biscuits potentially to even keep his mana in this one. However, top lane going pretty heavily in the way of Appy. So I'm looking at where Parbu goes for this Scuttle Crab and if he's confident enough from right now the mid priority to play for it.
Yeah, well, based on what you just mentioned, it looks like Babip is double backing on himself. He's just picked up the red buff. Both junglers are going to butt heads here, going for that top crab. No Wise Man just yet. Oh, Smite's already been burnt, as you said. There's a little bit of HP away, but it's then been taken away with the Smite afterwards. A Flash also having to be burnt too. And now Appy's on the hunt. He had priority and he can rotate one step quicker. The spear goes across, the Rune Prison connects, and first blood here for Peace.
Easy as 0 for Peace there as well. They play through their lanes towards their jungler. They know that Babip on this Nidalee is an absolute menace to deal with. And the second he sees Pabu use that smite on the Scuttle Crab, it was all engines go, right? They find the opportunity, they get the flash out early, then they just follow up with flashes of their own. 400 gold into the pockets of a Ryze. Not just any Ryze skimmy, Tally's Ryze, one of his most comfortable champions. Fantastic way to kick off game 1 of this best of 5 if you're a Peace fan.
And what a punishment now, really, if you talk about the fact that double crabs have been picked up here for Peace. All the map control to talk about. Tally's just gone back to base, and with the first blood gold picked up at that tier, make his life a little bit easier to try and keep the wave in a state that he would actually prefer. And Pabu having to burn flash too, so the aggression that Atranda would love to exert could be stemmed for just a second. Bot lane note, that's where the action should really come about. You talk about Peace being the two men that would love to find a kill in the laning phase. Decoy and Praetor much more adept. Splitting apart, roaming, assisting elsewhere, being an absolute menace once those team fights break out.
Yeah, you'd think that Violet and Eladoric would have a bit more priority if they want to in this lane, but generally both AD carries are fairly matched in their damage. One big point here is the Cleanse being the summoner of choice for Praedyth and the Ignite for Decoy. So you've got one really defensive, or you can play it offensively with your Cleanse some, and then one super offensive some there on the Ignite. So I'm getting a bit of mixed messages, but it does mean they have much more of a fighting chance, and Decoy's able to match the damage that could come out potentially of the Leona to give them that edge. Pabu potentially about to be spotted if he walks any further, but it could be a counter gank if Babip goes in.
Yeah, both junglers really keeping a good track of each other as to where they could be and what sort of the play could be to get Pabu back into this game. No love found here. There was vision in that brush, which would have delayed his time.
If you consider that right now Babip's winning in the jungle role, has extra camps to go back to after getting the double scuttles as well. He's going to be cycling to level 6 and getting those items up a bit faster than Pabu. The bottom side of the map, they were able to hold that wave in a freeze if they wanted and continue to play the lane out as they like, as a result of perhaps an advantage to the jungle. And Pabu starts to fall further behind when he spends time hovering and protecting them. And so that reset comes out from Praedyth. 9 CS behind. We'll catch up a bit of that when he gets back to that lane, but still free recall there for Violet. Even with the longsword start, things going so well for Peace on the smaller details, 6 minutes in.
Certainly are playing to their strengths, and no surprises here. Already a very early roam from Decoy. As soon as he picks up those boots, he's very keen to deploy onto the map elsewhere. And smart also, given the fact that we have seen Violet freeze the wave in a position like this. Shouldn't be too challenged unless we do see things like this happen. Tally unlocked.
I mean, that wave's going to be huge. They were building and crashing waves bottom, and usually the way the waves will ebb and flow is if you build a big one towards them, they'll build a big one towards you. Tally being missing just means that, plain and simple, Praedyth is going to miss a lot of those minions. He's only just now going to be able to get back up, and that's because Pabu once again hovers Skimmy as Decoy gets here. And that was while the dragon was being taken, so inch by inch, you'll find Peace pull ahead. It's up to about 1,000 gold, and that's really just from that first play, snowballing into the rest of the lead.
Yeah, the opportunity cost is so high right now. It just really feels like individually multiple members on Pentanet having to fall behind to try and put a band-aid elsewhere. There's the Zenith Blade to try and stun, to find a pick onto Decoy. His Venom comes across, and they will sidestep that spear. Piercing arrow as the retaliation also won't connect. But Babip really can roam where he pleases. Such a monumental lead, only 7 minutes in.
Yeah, regarding the summoner spells, there was an Ignite used by Eladoric. Hurts the kill threat just a little bit more now. It's one less thing that Cleanse would need to be used for if you were Praedyth. Decoy as well with a few potions there, and to be able to hit the Qs will get some health back, but once again, just a nice little look in. Just a quick check-in on top lane as well here, Skimmy, because we haven't seen it once. It does feel like both players in top are comfortable. And in general, you want to say that favors Biopanther being able to get towards those team fights and make plays. But, when Appy's on this Gnar, he does turn into a bit of a different beast himself. And his teleports are one of the more redeeming features that we've seen from him coming through playoffs.
Yeah, and I think teleports is going to be a really key talking point as to who can secure first, but also who can find the better position to then influence elsewhere. How many times have you seen this split where they invest the TP bot side, instantly 4 members appear, And that does really swing the balance of what could have been a very strong start here for Peace. You talk about Peace being the early game team. Well, if they can continue at this pace, hit the 15-minute mark, and you start to wonder, what do PGG do to bite back?
You know, just as a quick aside as well here, I like the showing of the Mundo early in this best of 5 because for me, that kind of is a deterrent to a blind Kennen, you know, or anything super aggressive. You go Kennen top lane, what are you going to do against a Mundo at one item, you know? Stuck looking for team fights and he'd just start to get lane leads, and that's not the kind of way you'd want to play against Pentanet.gg overall. We do harken back to the way that these teams played in Split 1. It was a lot about early leads for Peace. Transitionally into mid-late, they start to fall off to the better map play of Pentanet.gg. This game, to me, is going to display a lot about how they match up in mid to late once again. Yeah. And if Babip and Tally prove to be the difference, then we do have a very solid opportunity for Peace to take the whole series out. Shockwave.
Shockwave's connected, and that means Papa jumps in there with a Subjugator 2v2 taking place in mid as a flash has to be burnt to try and get away from that one. A cross-map arrow from downtown as Violet is looking to survive 1v2. Is going to get zoned away from this wave, much like he did, but he realizes that elsewhere on the map we are still winning. A Crab, a Herald. Peace are just getting everything.
Yeah, look at where Violet is, though. So he is going to be pushed back. What this basically means is that Praedyth equalizes the lane. But the resulting cost of this is still going to be 2 objectives to 0 overall here from Peace compared to Pentanet.gg. The chance of that Rip Herald being used for some extra gold there as well will only extend the lead in general across the whole map. So just looking towards those next steps. But that's pretty big for Praedyth in particular, you would say, being able to catch up a fair amount of the difference down in that bottom lane early.
Yeah, I'll certainly be happy about that one. Obviously, a chance for him to get back into this one, given that Peace are playing elsewhere, and a nice bit of restraint shown by Violet, not to be greedy for the wave to sustain his own individual lead. Questions start to be asked, though, where this Herald will be dropped. Will it be in the mid lane to try and really nullify the protection, afford it to an Orianna, allow Tally then to be a little bit more aggressive with some of these Realm Wolves when they do start to get displayed? Importantly, when will that TP come out? Because both top laners do have them available. And I imagine wherever Babip goes, the TPs will follow.
So we've got Aladoric at level 6. Violet is about 30 seconds away, maybe less, from having the Enchanted Crystal Arrow once more as well. When you look at the cleanse from Praedyth, that's good to help him from one of those, but not all of it. When you look at mid, what's to stop an arrow from just flying down there and, you know, comboing with the damage that comes out of Babip and Tally? They could CC lock Chaz easily. They could find Pabu and CC lock him as well just as easy, particularly without that ultimate there. Lots of kill threat, bottom.
Oh, good flash. The Realm Walk is used as they look to try and really force this one, and certainly are going to get it. No teleport invested because they're just going to find the kill. Aladoric dies for their sins and soaks up the damage. It's going to be Chaz that picks up that kill for himself. And both mid laners get themselves onto the score sheet.
The Ash Arrow was fantastic. The fact that it forces a flash, you know, he sees the Realm Walk behind him. Praedyth says, there's no point in me cleansing this arrow. I'm still going to be straight in the belly of the beast here. So has to use both summoner spells, ultimately still dies. And, you know, while it is a 1-for-1 trade, it gets a teleport out, it gets a free Herald summon in mid lane. It gives them free entry if they wanted to the Drake, but they will choose to take the gold and the plates instead. I like that, and we'll see this fight one more time. It is really just a rinsing of Praedyth there. Teleport. Because the Varus ultimate did get down, it will just secure the trade kill. But again, Peace coming out a little bit on.
They weren't caught on vision. Easy rotation for them to make that play. Double Summoner's Burn, as you mentioned. The Herald summon mid also to get themselves their early injection of gold to continue this strong start here for Peace. They've got the inline track as well if they do so desire to get the second dragon. They really work for a very early soul point. And that's now 4 Scuttle Crabs, and they all belong to Babip.
Certainly do. Drake yet to be taken though. Full reset came out after the Herald summon mid. The plates went down. Just looking to see who's going to put extra priority there. Violet with no mana, so they're not going to go for that immediately. And this is actually a pretty good window of opportunity you would expect. Teleport's actually coming in. They want to contest this.
Certainly do. Appy's crashed the wave top side. That's not going to be answered to. He's coming on through. There's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow followed on by the Solar for the bot lane of Peace, which is doing so much work to lock down the key target. Surprise, surprise, it's the jungler. Pabu's gone. A one-man shockwave. The piercing arrow into Tally. He's not going to die. He's received the heal from Babip. And Appy on his own, so close to Mega, that alone is a threat enough to be zoned away.
I mean, what do? You see an Ash Arrow come out. If you don't flash it, you just get locked down and die. This is a tank Trundle as well. Just fantastic CC lock. No Merc trades there just yet to get him out alive. And honestly, nets them another free drag and gives them the 3k advantage with that as well, and really puts Peace in the driver's seat through the mid stages of this one once laning phase starts to dissipate. Back to back to back big plays from Peace.
Certainly has been. And PGG now, no doubt, are looking to find themselves in with some item spikes of their own before they decide to go hunting again. 90 seconds, and the second Herald of the game is also going to spawn, and with those summoners down, it doesn't look like you would say they are going to want to consider contesting that one. Worth noting though that Praetor will have his claims up and available in just a second, and will be available for that. Flash can't be too far away as well, so certainly an invitation if they wanted to fight back and try and control the first 15 minutes of play, but you're already looking at a gold lead that is growing, and it's now up to 3,000.
And certainly has the potential to grow beyond that if another fight goes successfully for Peace. Just looking at the turret plates that are still available as well. Oh, hang on. The fighting I'm going to say there's no turret plates, just quickly to go back on that point, but turrets, being more fragile. Gold that is standing is still well and truly still there for Peace to snowball this game out. So it is impressive that it's 3k, even considering that there isn't any extra gold to gain.
Nothing separating these two in the mid lane. Didn't expect to see much in terms of action individually between the two of them. It would be about the rotations. That is where both of them have found their success. But Appy, with all the pressure, much to what we credit to being so efficient at, is going to crash the wave and is going to get the first turret too. A little bit of zoning away. But that forces Mundo back. And now he's got a Divine Sundra. He is going to pack a punch when he decides to group up again.
Most of the first items, I was going to say mythics, but it is just first items, are completed here now for both teams. You've got your Anathema's Chains for Biopanther. They're going to be a pretty prolific feature coming into the team fights. There's another turret here in mid lane Skimmy. All the outers basically dropping before this Herald, and for me the play still is the Herald itself.
And look how the team are positioning around Violet to allow him just to make a play like this. Uncontested, the rest of his team hugging the bot side where they've got the inside track as to where Pentanet could be rotating through. They've had to go the long way around. Notice that Babip is shadowing him, so he's actually on the prowl to take out Biopanther if this turret does get destroyed. It's not going to fall just yet, but very close towards it.
You've got Ryze moving down here as well. It has got the Realm Walk. Biopanther's aware of this. Will take some damage, but you wouldn't expect the Mundo to fall. But this just pushes them back and secures another turret. So it is ultimately just going to be coast to coast here by Peace. Top, mid, then bottom. All outers drop. Well and truly in the driver's seat of this game.
Yeah, they said, why have a risk at picking up a Herald to get a turret when we can literally just take it on our own core. That is going to obviously open up the option for Pentanet to answer back. They're not going to get their first turret of the game, but they put a whole bunch of work in towards it. And you can see that Peace were hoping they stayed around just a fraction longer as the arrow from base. It's just a second too late.
I guess you had the blast cone there for Alidoric on that Leona as well as the flash. So a Hail Mary is not something that is too dangerous to throw out there, and is one of the advantages of having Ashe in your composition, and his off-screen engage makes the life of a Leona just very simple, doesn't it?
In
Free to
Moby
hit all your
Boots,
crowd
go
control.
wherever you want, right? It's the absolute dream at this stage.
Still, lots of scaling left to be done in this game. Just thinking about spike timings and win conditions as well, I don't think PGG will be upset just farming casually once again. They'll have a lot of trust in their own resolve come mid to late team fights. Set up for objectives as well, definitely. In terms of scaling, they have an Orianna and a Varus. It is lethality Varus, but your opponents aren't going to be stacking armor en masse, so will still be relevant all game.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Not the target they're really after on towards Appy, as he can just bop and block and jump away. Members invested in towards that one. They will finish what they started and get that turret. But I'm just getting concerned here by the fact that Violet's been left to his own time and time again, shadowed by his teammates elsewhere in the map, always acting as bodyguards to allow him to get not only individual experience, but just continued siege onto the map.
Not just that, but we're getting ourselves a free soul point here, uncontested. Really just scrounging for change right now is the Pentanet.gg camp. So this will put us at soul point. It will be a Cloud Soul. And like they need extra movement speed, like they need ult cooldowns as well with their composition, Skimmy. It's a devastating thing to go up against. Definitely something that can help get them over the line. It isn't overpowered by any means, but that extra power will be more than enough. So now we start to get to a battlefield where there is a clock on our hands. And so the happy scaling that we just highlight from Pentanet.gg may come to a screeching halt in 5 minutes' time.
Yeah, as you touch on, the Cloud Soul with the cooldown reduction on the ultimate. Realm Warp going to be absolutely crucial. Can't forget the bot side of the map as well for them. Just the movement speed, the mobility afforded to them with that passive speed buff. Nowhere on the map will be safe. Whether or not TP is available. Obviously, Hawkshot like this can just catch out members. And if they don't even have vision there, they soon will. And collapses going to become that much easier to find. Bit of a jostle here around the enemy red buff. I don't think Peace are too keen to make much of it. A cheeky spear from Babbitt, perhaps running numbers to see if he can steal it away. But they are so comfortable right now, fast approaching the 20-minute mark. They're up by 4,000 gold, and they can now just assert themselves in side lane control.
Certainly can. It frees up an extra wave there for Tally. It now needs to back away because the vision has been steadily cleared more and more by PGG. They've earned red side quadrant vision control, and they have pushed Peace back towards more neutral vision overall, which again nets them a point of access towards Baron. It means that it's not something that that Peace can just run at and do very easily. But still, it's not going to be something that outright nets them an advantage. Couple of big breakpoints for me. Skimmy is going to be the second item for Orianna. Could be team fight winning levels of strength. And for the Varus, now the Serpent's Fang is there. Helps a little bit. But still probably wants another bit of extra lethality on top of that.
Yeah, going to make it a little bit nicer to try and take down those key targets, especially the shield bow that Violet will get when dropped low enough. This
Skimmy,
feels like it's on a bit of a knife's edge, right? Because only 4 kills. It's not been really about the kills, but the kills that have been found have just blown the map into a state like this.
Yeah, definitely. I don't want to say apprehensive, but slow play from PGG. And I feel like one of the big reasons for that is because it's really hard to do anything in response to your opponents. Peace have definitely just had their measure. One big thing, and we've been seeing this around the whole world really in competitive league at the moment, is supports just don't get experience. It just doesn't exist. That's why Leona is one of the more high priority champions. Rakan definitely high on that list as well, because they're just relevant no matter their level as long as they have ult.
Yeah. And
can combo the rest of their spells. But level 8 to 13 from both solo laners, it is a significant experience gap.
Yeah, the life of a support player does not really get that much easier. At this stage, you are essentially a body on the chopping block, ready to be used to find yourself that initial engage, the stun, the charm, the knock-up, or that game-winning fight. And whilst they won't be so tanky or durable, they can at least set the terms on their conditions, then could be the difference in this game. As you can already see from the predictions in chat, a lot of points being used. 60% of you believe that Pentanet should win this one. And we'll get to see if they can, because Biopan for 1v1 up against Appy is just going to batter Nah down. Appy gone. And the first kill here for Bio.
And this is one of those things that we spoke about, Skimmy, through the draft. The fact that they've gone for the Mundo last. We did say it handles Nah very well. You've gone for the Wit's End. You've gone for your Divine Sundera. It's decent as far as dueling items go. But Dr. Mundo. And Corporate Mundo's just going to throw the briefcase at him. And at a certain point just becomes unbearable in his laning phase. Where at this point and from this point on, you would expect whenever he is mini to perhaps not play as aggressively, but he chose to take the fight. Jumps over the wall, goes to throw Biopanther into the wall, but of course has his passive. And I do feel like you don't win this. If he ever hits a briefcase on you when you're mini form, he's just going to run you down.
Well, certainly not without any healing cut. You got yourself a Divine Thunder and Wits End, you've got yourself a lot of sustainable damage, but you just can't out-heal the pain and punishment that a Mundo can soak up and absorb. Now, 15 seconds, Soul Point all up for grabs. Was that the invitation that they needed to get themselves back into this one and look to try and claw back in a mid-game situation?
They will be aware that there's... Oh, Ash Arrow. Not going to be anything just yet. They will be aware there's no flash for Appy on his Gnar. No Ash Arrow now as well means engage options look like Aladoric and Aladoric.
Certainly could be a lot of damage right now going on towards Mundo. There's the Solar Flare on towards him. He's immune to CC with his passive. He managed to flash away. Everybody grouping up together, hitting the high five and saying, we're living for the meantime. So much damage from the Predator from the back end as well. A Realm Warp, you know it could come out. They're teasing it, but why would you? You zone them away. Their health bars are fragile. It's an easy soul point.
Yeah, they've just quite simply won the Cloud Soul. Nice little contest there by Peace. Considering the things that were even missing prior to that fight, the Shockwave hits multiple members as well. Take all of that into account and still Peace way too much health. They push Praedyth back. I think it's as simple as a single spear and, you know, volley makes it so easy to set those up. And a nice little engage there from Aladoric. Why throw your ult? Why hit your E on a Mundo that's just going to shrug it off? Walk up to him and just stun him straight in the head, then follow up with the rest. Great play by Peace.
That's where things start to get a little bit more exciting because you've got all that extra mobility, the ability to really hard force fights on a much more reliable set of terms. And PGG going to be hyper aware about this one. The gold lead has shrunk just a fraction, but Peace still hold all the cards. And certainly don't feel threatened that they need to rush the Baron anytime soon.
That is a big point, though, that you highlight, Skimmy, is that the gold has mostly stagnated, which again is a sign of PGG playing quite well from the deficit that they were at. We're yet to see them win a team fight. We're yet to see them show their hand in a way that can actually get them this game at all. But weathering that lead, you know, weathering that advantage, at least gives them more opportunities, more time to make those chances happen. However, with the Cloud Soul in the hand of Peace, Ash Arrow again.
Ash Arrow goes out, Solar Flare once again the bread and butter of this Peace bottom and duo. A beautiful charm engaged there by Decoy. Isn't enough to save anybody. Pabu lives, in jumps Bio, instantly proccing the maximum dosage. Two-man Shockwave gets them low, but not low enough. Everybody feeling a little bit of the pain and punishment. You scars, you cuts, but no one's fallen.
Yeah, cuts, bruises, definitely nobody dying. Peace still with more health to their name. Violet going to lifesteal the wave. Babip with heals on his Nidalee. Teleports are going to come in here and just limping away the members of PGG. A couple of teleports not available there as well. They're just going to have to walk in and see what they can find. Baron definitely on the cards.
PGG have nothing. They have no ultimates at all, but you have to keep an eye on Appy. He's got that Mega Gnar available if need be. Aladoric feeling the pressure, having to flush across the wall and out of harm's way. The Baron dance, despite them having vision control. Not a risk they want to take. They have forced PGG just to get a little bit more angsty in this game.
Yeah, really struggling to convert these engages into picks this time around from the side of Peace. And nice little deterrent there from PGG. You would say that a 0-kill transaction there is still a win for them because it pushes them back from the Baron. And once Praedyth, you know, last man to arrive, finally gets to the party, Peace say disengage. We gave it a go. We gave it 2 goes ultimately. And not even the Baron bait brought them close enough to be able to kill them. But still, summoners are now starting to go missing from both teams respectively, and those opportunities then start to rise as a result.
Summoners down, but all those key ultimates are back up and available once again. Realm Warp not too far away. I dare say we're going to see Peace play to the side, Waves push them out, then run it straight back here to the Baron. Start things off, force PGG's hand.
This is in their face. Biopanther in base though, so it is definitely an opportunity for Peace. They'll have 5 members here faster. You've got Appy on a flanker's Mega.
He's so huge right now. It's only going to be a shove that goes onto 1, but it doesn't matter. Decoy's gone. No chance to use the quickness. No charm available. So many wolves in the pit, but they can't see anything. They are fighting a fight in the darkness.
Baron reset though. Biopanther's here with full health, Skimmy. This is still so risky from Peace. Varus, Orianna, their damage is huge.
So low, skimmed down to 20%, but Peace as a whole down to 50% themselves. They just punched onto Pabu, no smite available. Fragile health bars, 3-man Shockwave. Where's the follow-up? Oh my gosh, Violet and Babip, they're so low. Tally's gonna run down and fall down as the shutdown comes across. Now the big swag stepping man himself, immune to damage, may have just bought a fraction longer in this game.
He's got the walk and he's also escorting Praedyth to throw those arrows out. Huge Shockwave from Chaz more than anything else. Arrows just constantly littered out. And again, you watch that fight back, the initial play where Appy hits Mega and has Flash, a little bit of an executional mistake. And that is the difference between perhaps a free Baron. We'll see the back half of this, however. You know, limping away with low health bars. The Shockwave comes out now, hits 3. and just barely. That dissonance was 50 HP away from a double kill, and it is a different tale that we tell in this fight. The Violet's able to get away. Appy just barely scrapes out himself, and Praetor can't find any more arrows.
It was a double flash away. Tally didn't have that luxury and had to soak up the kill on that occasion. And Chaz is ever so slightly creeping his way into this game. He's landed a lot of these shockwaves. The follow-up hasn't always been there, but individually it's getting to a point where you start to worry if these dances continue, where multiple bruises are on the playing field. One of these days, that shockwave alone is just going to one-shot.
I mean, this game's really starting to build up to something massive. One team fight, you'd want to say, decides the victor, but even then, there's still so many legs left in this game, right? That we could have a couple of fights. Elder Dragon in 40 seconds, and our two major objectives are going to be on the cards. Anytime Peace have made an advance, they've been thwarted, they've been pushed back. The resilience of this squad in game number 1 is definitely noteworthy. Peace still have retained their lead, Skimmy, but it was 4, it's now 3, and you're seeing that piece by piece the puzzle comes together for Pentanet.gg, but they are still behind.
Bio has grouped up. Appy has TP available. He's pushing out bot side, working towards a second condition to play for. Alador's got to be careful here because he's copying so much damage from the Baron and from the Mundo. They're going to turn their attention on towards him. Bio forced to flash away. Zenith Blade connects. He's not going to fall on down. So tanky. But the magic damage will connect, and there's no resistance to protect you from that one.
They are going to disengage this time. It looks like the Mega Nug will not prove to bear fruit in any capacity, and it just hits it. Shockwave was still there for Chaz. And you're looking at Trundle Pillars comboed with it. Decoy is silently MVP in this game. It feels like you've got Mundo stepping up and stepping forwards. It's like bloody 7 levels ahead.
Be careful. Oh no, Vardis being caught in a position, and their mobile AD carry just can't do anything like that. Somehow the shockwave has to be burnt. It's an airball, but they won't mind. Barbie picks up the kill. It is a trade back. Both AD carries have been removed. Massive Realm Warp bringing in minions to the flash shot here from Tally, cycling through the cooldowns, forcing out the stopwatch, but there's no surviving this one. Chaz gonna fall on down, and ultimately Peace, they come out ahead.
They do win that team fight pretty fantastically. You've got a teleport there from Biopanther in 2 seconds, but the reinforcements don't exist. So this will just be an Elder. The question remains on can they... Oh, teleporting in. Wow.
They're really forcing this one, aren't they?
It's much more of a Baron angle than it is the Elder Dragon. The teleport was really just kind of used. So perhaps a mistake. Ultimately, it doesn't seem like they're going to be contesting for both of them anyway if Bio stays bottom now. So it's going to be Elder. It is going to be Baron in the hands of Peace. Unless something drastic happens. No flash from Pabu.
Well, what was a very stagnant 4K lead for Peace that has felt like a lifetime, well, picking up those 2 major objectives, that certainly will get the wheels turning once again. Now you find yourself up by 7,000 gold. A cheeky Baron recall, get all the items in the world, group up, and the next couple of minutes, unleash the pain.
Consider this fight starts with Violet being picked off as well, lives on 1 HP, brings the attention, forces a shockwave. Perhaps wasn't necessary in hindsight, but made sure the kill was secured. Chaz missing that shockwave now is one of the big reasons he does die here. He plays it pretty well, but there was most likely going to be trade backs. So they'll be able to get a few kills there on the back half piece that gets them Baron, gets them Elder Skimmy, puts them in the driver's seat to just end this game.
And the highlight is that Violet won't have Elder, but he did actually get enough time to respawn to pick up the Baron. So he's still going to be individually very strong. You have to wonder, where do Peace turn their attention towards? Will they look to continue a split play like this? The 1-4 is already taking place with control of the jungle as well. Vision is there, members present to prevent any quick rotation. The wave clear isn't too bad here from PGG, so they can shred through this and look to try and hold out, but top side though, I mean, it's Rise against the world.
Yeah, you've also got Rise Ultimate with close proximity to both lanes. So they are doing the right thing here. I think Peace, they're playing mid-top. They're using the mobility of their composition. They're not forcing a 1-3-1 by any means. They are still looking to engage. No cleanse from Praetor, no cleanse for Chaz. How do you fight this?
That's a very good question. 30 seconds left on that Elder. 1 inhibitor will fall on down. You'll take that. That is a price you're willing to pay. Crystal goes out, but not going to connect onto a target. Far too zoned away. Really make anything stick. Now they turn their attention on towards the mid lane. And let's see how much attention and pressure they can put here.
to do what they can to try and weather the Elder Dragon. If you're PGG, for Peace, it's get as much as you can in the meantime. They haven't set up their bot wave. They are still mostly playing between 2 waves. You know, Rise Ultimate means that it's not as easy to cheat your macro anymore. And Decoy was looking for monster flanks, but they're going to get away, Skimmy. They're going to get away with a 9,000 gold lead.
Not a bad little turn of events there. And they aren't able to get the complete trifecta, given, as you say, the bot lane needs a little bit of addressing towards. So the Elder alone, that threat was enough to deter any engage. They've had to chalk this one up to turtling themselves in the base. And now, hopefully, fighting the fight of picking up all this free experience, and whether or not that'll be a talking point, or if Peace can now continue the pressure, invest everything towards bot sides, and not allow Reese one of those inhibitors to even become a talking point.
You've got Chaz standing top lane as he is the member with teleport. He's going to recall now. We'll see if he gets close to his Zonias and what he's actually going to purchase. At this current moment, it is a needlessly large rod, so obviously doesn't have enough money. I want to say there's no better time to fight. You want to get in before the next major objective spawn. They are looking. They're not forcing.
Arrow goes out, goes wide again. Very low cooldown at this stage of the game.
Just so far behind, that's the risk, right? Maybe you have to fight now. How? How are you going to actually find those angles? Asho being down is something. It's a pretty low cooldown. It's already halfway back.
Yeah, at this stage, it's what, more around 40 seconds as the cooldown, max rank. Very easy for him just to hunt out those plays and see what sticks. The pinch is on though. You've got Supers, a double stack, pushing topside on its own. You've got 2 other members pushing in mid to keep the pressure there. And PGG have a lot of headaches now to consider as to where is their attention best placed.
It is also a 3-2 play in Pincer here. You've got Affy and Tally working together. Rise ult flanks always a possibility. And you've got Supers pushing in top. So Peace with this next wave, you would want to see them step up and be more aggressive. Perhaps Staunch for some damage on the structure. But it all comes down to how Tally and Affy play this. Because they don't want to get caught out. They want to still be able to pressure, but not lose out from, Trundle Pillars, Rakan engages as they walk between lanes.
Yeah, you're really looking to try and synchronize those waves and force them to go back. Rise is actually going to go topside now, so Tally's going to look to try and escort those minions in towards the Nexus turrets themselves, force PGG back, open up this next wave to come in, which is about 5-10 seconds away, to allow them to put a bit of damage onto this third and final inhibitor turret.
Really pushing the tempo, focusing on the small details here as well. Eladora tanking the turret twice just to get 2 pot shots in. Next wave crashes, it is a cannon, but they're going to disengage. And I think that's fine. You've got so long to play with this lead that you have. You've got the next big objectives back up once again. And now the pressure's on for PGG. Not only are they desperately far behind, but they have to try and walk into a lack of vision to try and stop an Elder.
Just feels like a game of cat and mouse right now, and it's actually been Decoy that's caught out of position. He is a Rakan, very nimble, not as nimble as Adadoric, who's forced to flash and receive the summoner heal. Been zoned away as Tally, 1v4 in the mid lane, will just trim the wave, pad his damage. Now he's in a situation where he might actually need to burn that flash. He has done so successfully. Also forced the ultimate out of Biopanther. That Elder spawn, as you touch on, the timing is superb. Baron in 20. And do PGG get an answer, or a chance, really, to contest either?
Red buff for Tally here as well means that while he flashed away, he's going to be able to get his health back, no problem. Same thing with Babip. The poke is doing nothing for PGG. Appy teleports in, 100% looking for the fight here. No point making a burger flip at the Elder when you're so far ahead, you can just win and staunch them out completely.
Decoy on a flank, he has no flash, he has no ultimate. That's really where you want to see a Rakan pop off from. The Elder has
6K.
been engaged, down to 50%. There's the Mega Gnar, looking to try and shut them into the wall. The Enchanted Crystal does so much work to begin that fight, and instantly they have found themselves 2 kills. Peace on the money. They've been on it all game long to start off this series, and they're not content with that. No, Rusty, they want more. This time the Elder will be used to zap you down, force you back, and find free.
Clear desperation there from Chaz as well. Just tries to hit a shockwave on the back end of the Elder. So it was clear they were going to struggle to contest the Baron. But the Rise ultimate just comes in and it's inevitable. Peace get the Elder, now they're just going to stare down game number 1's Nexus Skimmy. It should be a free win.
Would have started off like this in split number 1. Peace picked up the victory. They're going to do it once again. A dominating performance as Peace take game number 1.
And you've got Aladoric with the 3-0 hand signs down the bottom there as well. Confidence coming out of the Peace boys. Babip, Tally, they're feeling confident. It could be a 3-0, they've said. And that game 1 performance, that game 1 showing, does tell that tale. It is Pentanet.gg that have to go back to the drawing board and show what they've got, what metal they are made of to come back into game 2.
And how crazy is it that you could really chalk a lot of that snowballing effect literally down to a crab at the start of that game. An early smite, a punishment. What that then translated into is full map control for Peace. They picked up all the objectives. They worked their way towards a very early soul point. And ultimately, PGG were just always one step behind. A crazy opening here, but I'm curious to see what the analysts have to say about it. So let's throw it back to them.
Hey, what's up? What's up? How are we? Great game, I think.
What do you mean you think?
Well, I don't know. I thought it was great. Oh, here we are. What's up? Hey, I was actually dancing, you know, like one of the 7 dwarves. I thought you'd enjoy it. I actually altered my costume during the break. I don't know if you guys noticed. I got a sick beanie now.
You look like no. Can I say you look exactly like the type of guy that has coffee and avo on toast?
I do like both of those things. I certainly do. Yeah, you know,
bit of a trendsetter.
Going down that route. Speaking of going down routes, Peace going down the Cinderella story route, picking up game number 1. Jordan.
Yeah, look, I mean, it was a really nicely played game by Peace. They got off to a great start. That initial kill onto Pabu, I felt like really set the tempo for Babip in particular. For Tally, for Appy, it felt like the top side was strong. The bot side, not a whole lot really was happening down there. I mean, Aladoric and Decoy, as we have expected, started to move away from the bot side. First chance they could get. Violet and Praedyth, which is farming up. And inevitably, I mean, we just saw advantage after advantage, objective after objective go the way of Peace. It was really quite the slow burn in this game from Peace. And once they got off to the correct start, you know, they didn't really put a foot wrong per se. There wasn't that avenue back in for Pentanet that we've been kind of used to seeing from them throughout not only Split 1, but even Split 2 here as well. Get off to maybe a neutral or even perhaps a slight deficit to begin with, and then start to work your way back in the mid game, in the late game when the team fight starts to burst. But Peace never really gave them that opportunity. They didn't really open the door too much. All of these team fights were like hanging on a knife's edge until eventually push comes to shove, and Pentanet, there is no further that they can back up. They're sitting on the edge of the cliff. They have to take that Elder fight. If they don't, it's done. Even if they do, it's probably done, as we saw quite a comprehensive victory for Peace in that final team fight. And in the end, yeah, I mean, only 17 kills come out in the 38-minute game. It didn't scream like absolutely crazy result. There was no like massive individual plays here and there. It was just good, solid team fights on both sides. And that makes me feel quite hopeful for Peace, to be honest, that they're actually able to win a game like that.
Yeah, I mean, and I feel like Peace probably got their best case scenario in terms of draft. Like, they have agency in jungle matchup, they have agency in mid lane, they have agency bot lane as well in the 2v2, and it just feels like, and it's exactly what they did. They enabled Babip to just get such a lead in the early game through the early skirmish, but also just denying all those crabs, picking up all of those dragons, and it was just a comp or a draft in which it felt very disrespectful from PGG in the sense that, yeah, we'll just scale into mid game and then we'll take over. And that's kind of like what they were waiting for to happen, but Peace, to their credit, just put their foot on the gas, kept their foot there, and you can see through the stats and even just the damage, like, it's not a big kill game. That's because PGG really were just waiting. They were just biding their time, waiting for that miracle team fight, and that never came. And I really like that when you come out in game 1 and you give Babip, someone like Babip Nidalee, and just say, here, make your own luck, make something happen. We'll give you the tools to do that, and he does it, and he really just sets the tone for the early game. I didn't even realize. I thought it was I thought you had a beanie on. And
it is a
you
beanie.
ruined me.
I made a beanie. However, I make content. That's what I'm here for. You guys talk about the game. You did a good job doing that. I just want to say, you know, I really enjoyed that. You know, from the get-go, as soon as it was that first fight for the Scuttle Crab, we saw action. There was 3 flashes burnt, I think, by Peace. And then it was just, you know, first blood. They're like, look, we're going to chase this man down. We want this. And from there, it was just a downhill battle Although there were some scary moments, I'm sure we'll get some more scary moments. But for now, it's a relaxing moment. You guys, exclamation DoorDash in chat, exclamation burgers, get yourself something to eat because I'm certainly hungry after that game 1. We got a second one to get to, so hold your horses. We'll see you after this.
27 levels ahead. And mid.
Careful. Oh no, Vardis being caught in a position, and Immobile AD carry just can't do anything like that. Somehow the Shocker has to be burnt. It's an airball, but they won't mind. Harvey picks up the kill. It is a trade back. Both AD carries have been removed. Massive realm war bringing in minions and a flash shot hit from Tally, cycling through the cooldown, forcing out the stopwatch, but there's no surviving this one. It's no ultimate. That's really where you want to see a recover.
In my mind's eye, watching this horizon as you float by. Words are scattered stars across the sky. You clean your teeth before you bite. Why you see me have to spite? I gave in my flags white, and suddenly so contrite.
I used to draw hearts round your name. Now I just draw blood to face another day. And you know I'm not one to make a scene, but I'd burn alive to see you scream.
Pouring salt in my cuts. Tears make up my blood now. Twist a knife in my gut to break all my trust. I thought the worst was over. Thought you heard me like a lover. Sun-crossed in a Midwest summer, torn apart like a paperback drawing. Never thought we'd be so self-serving, breaking me down to nothing. Pouring salt in my cuts. Tears make up my blood now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 is finito, and we have potentially 4 more to get to, hopefully, because that first one was damn entertaining. And we got Nat back on the desk with us here as well, so I pointed up with this hand. I didn't mean to. Nat, how you feeling after that game? You said you had some stats for us?
Yeah, I mean, nothing too crazy, you know, it was an amazing, enjoyable game, but just a few, you know, things that maybe if anyone from PTG is listening out there, the Leona has a 68.18% win rate over 30 games, and Nidalee has a 100% win rate over 4 games. So, you know, maybe things to look out for. I think definitely that Nidalee stat is very interesting. Probably wouldn't let it through if I was them. Other than that, though, the game was pretty clear. Those dragons that Peace were able to get, plus 2 elders, there's nothing more you can say on that.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of objectives, and something else we got a whole lot of is content from you guys at home. So thank you very much, first and foremost. And let's have a quick look at what there is, what you've sent in at the old LCO, and oh, it's your boy Carbon.
What's
we
he
can't
doing?
hear. Well, I can tell you what he's saying.
What did he say?
Do it. Do a rendition.
I don't like his face.
He said Pentanet 3-2 in a couple of words, but he's also, more importantly, eating his dinner. So exclamation DoorDash in the chat if you're hungry too. I think that looks like a burger chew.
I don't like the way he's looking at me. I'll
Yeah,
be
I don't
honest
like-
with you. I
what's
don't
his
like
angle?
the grin. You know what? It's a bit of a smug look, isn't it? If I'm being completely honest. 'Cause I know
3-2.
that. I know that guy very well.
Yeah, is it?
Very well, I know that guy. And that look, that's not a look of like PTG 3-2. It's more like, you know?
Whatever
You know
I
what I'm
say
trying
is going to happen.
I have no idea what you're trying to say, but I did hear we got some more content as well. So let's have a quick look at what else there is, what you fans have sent in. Your boy JB sending this one in on Discord. Memes for a PTG win. Backdoor memes, of course. That is exactly what we want. And hopefully we do get to see maybe a backdoor in the grannies. Who knows? There wasn't an angle in that one.
We would surely have maybe the highest backdoor win ratio out of all
Gotta be.
leagues in the world. It'd have to be.
It started happening in my solo queue games too.
Oh, really?
Oh my gosh, it's ridiculous. I don't even want to talk about it.
All right, well,
I
let's-
regret bringing it up myself.
Let's not talk about it then, Nat, because we have one more meme to have a quick look at as well. So segue to change the subject, and it's Kimi Sakura coming in with more content. Watching LCO means an excuse to get DoorDash, and there you have it. What is that? Let's look at. I've got a bit of pita bread, got some chippies, got some salad, a little bit of chicken. Is that just like a little nice box?
I thought that looks like a nice Greek meal. That's a
I was
Greek
about to say
salad
that.
with like a
Yeah.
little bit of gyro maybe. Fantastic
good.
though. It's not
Also-
a burger, but all good.
Also watching the show match though, which if anyone didn't watch, definitely go back to the start of the VOD and watch it. It's pretty funny.
But not yet after this is done, because you don't want to miss any of these games as much as we want to be on your screen for as long as possible. Look, first time Shaco, I think it went okay, considering I was playing against pro players that fed me kills. That's fine. I'm fine
My
with that.
definition of okay and your definition of okay, probably a little bit different, but that's fine.
Look, I had no idea what a box was going into that game. That's all I'm saying. And Jubes taught me a thing or two with the casting, saying if you press R, you can actually control the second.
Oh,
anyway, we do have another bit of content to have a look at. So let's see what Pentanet had to say before the finals.
It's hard to really pinpoint why this split was a bit more challenging than last split. I'd say that people are trying to play the game a lot better than they were last split, and it's a bit less fiesta, so we definitely couldn't cruise through it and just win.
But I think also coming back from MSI, we ran into a bit of a strut. We kind of had like a 2 or 3 week break. People had like 3 weeks of scrims on us in the new current patch, so we definitely started off slow in that aspect.
Our split 1 competitions were quite similar pretty much every game, whereas this split we were trying to do a lot of different things. I guess expanded a lot of different styles.
We kind of just went back to comfort the longer the split went by. So now we're just kind of like finding our groove again.
I just think that ironing out a lot of the mistakes we made in the early game, making our laning phase a lot more consistent, and being able to punish some of the big mistakes that teams are making is what's going to set us apart.
Our real big strength right now is our macro level is a lot higher than everybody.
So we're always like super serious about improvement, and we make sure that every game, every scrim set, every game we do is just like it matters. All of it matters. So we've improved a lot more than we ever have since split 1.
We don't really think that those wins or losses mean anything coming into this. It's just going to be a completely different set or series compared to what we previously played.
If Chiefs beat Peace or any other team beat Peace, we would all be packing our suitcases, be ready to go to Europe, because any other team would be too easy for us, in my opinion.
In a best of 1, there's a lot of variance to a game. Like one individual decision can decide an entire game and like ruin your entire night. But in a best of 5, the better team usually wins. So I prefer these kind of games where, you know, I know that I'm better, so I know I'm going to win.
as long as we're enjoying ourselves and having fun, then I feel like that pressure kind of evaporates.
We'll suffer a lot less from the nerves. Watching some of the players from Peace, you can definitely see they aren't playing how they normally play.
I'm hoping we're going to be a new beast. We've been working on a lot recently.
I think that Peace likes to play really slow, and I think that the way that they play is extremely punishable. And if they don't learn to up the tempo, it's going to be an easy 3-0.
And I just can't wait to exploit their weaknesses on the final day.
I do think that we're capable of much better performances than we have been putting up throughout the split.
There you have it. So, heard straight from the pros themselves exactly what's going on. Now, boys, tell me, Jubes, what do you think of that one?
You know, it's good. It's very good. But I'll be honest, I got distracted. I'll be honest with you, Mackie. You're going to have to replay it. You're going to have to ask me again. I apologize.
It's okay. I said, what did you think of that one?
No, because I'm looking at your head too, right?
Sorry.
Did you guys notice actually there's something on Mac's head? I'm not
What
sure
did
if you
you
saw
think of that one?
Of which one?
I don't know if
video.
this is any better.
Yeah.
Wow, Nat, that's really mean.
No, it was a good video. Honestly, it was a bit of a change in tone. It was a change in tone, to be honest, of like PGG. I'm very used to them just coming out. If you remember first split, saying that they're absolutely gonna stomp everyone and it's not gonna be close. But I feel like kind of Pabu, at least the way that he talks about the game now and the way that he at least communicates things it's a little more. You can feel the tension, I think, in the voice and in the interviews.
Of course. Now, I have some more good news. We do have one more interview to have a look at, and this time it's hearing from Peace before the playoffs as well, and their thoughts on the road to finals.
I would say when we came into the start of the split, we were just pretty dominant in terms of scrims. It's kind of hard to stay the top dog forever. Eventually, teams will start catching up to your play.
We always knew what our best roster was going to be. There was like so many internal problems we were facing. We kind of hit a point where we knew that we weren't playing for first anymore. We were just playing to make playoffs. So we were just trying every single iteration to see what would work the best. And then we knew that the roster we were going to play was the one we're playing right now.
To be honest, it was pretty hard to improve as a 5 when we were shuffling players in and out all the time. So I'd say that was the biggest roadblock.
Back then, we were just very confused, I would say, with our gameplay. So it was very coin flip if we were going to play well or not. I would say when we got our roster back, we were performing the best we ever had. So yeah, I think it should have been us fighting for the spot for first and securing finals, but obviously with the hiccups during the split, it's just how it is, and I guess it was pretty fun going through the playoffs.
Definitely, we were aiming for the first place this split from the start, and on a not very good result, 5th place, but it's not stopping us from getting the world's tickets. We are one of the best team. We can potentially take down PGG.
I just think that it's our genuinely just purely outplaying our opponents was what carried us through a lot of our games. Because I think that we should have lost a lot of the games that we won due to drafts or bad gameplay.
We are one of the best teams. Individually, I don't think there's any doubt that we have probably the best individual players in the region. We can play different playstyles and a lot of different champions from Split 1. There's no pressure for me to carry game anymore. I feel our team, we can play through any lane we want to, whether it be top, mid. It's a lot harder to deal with us than it was in Split 1.
It's a very easy chance for us to get Worlds as well, and everyone's playing really well.
Appy and Violet and Aladoric, this was a test, and they've already proved that in these past 3 best of 5s, so pretty confident going into another high stakes best of 5.
Compared to the first grand final, it's literally my first final, so I'm quite confident this time is actually different than the last time. Yeah, this time I'm not nervous at all. I'm pretty sure we'll end on a good result.
We're just a team that's just hungry to go to Worlds. Literally everyone just wants to go to Worlds.
Throughout the split, we definitely had shown that we were a 5th place team. But I think that right now, in our current form and the current roster we're fielding, that we're definitely the best team. And I think that against Pentanet, I'm extremely confident.
Again, great to hear from the pros exactly about the road to finals. Nat, what did you think of that video. Can you tell me at least you watched that one and like Jubes didn't watch the other?
I did watch that one, and I think something that was really interesting was Appy. He talked about how last split was his first finals, and funnily enough, I did a little bit of research and I decided I'd look at how many finals each player on each team had participated in the OPL and LCO across the two, and combined wise over in Peace, all the players have had a combined 19 finals, whereas PGG have only got a combined number of 7 finals. So it's a pretty big difference in that regard, but also PGG have 22 years of combined competitive league experience, whereas Peace have 21. So it's kind of crazy. They have pretty similar combined totals in terms of experience, but a lot of difference in finals experience.
Well, look, I need to say there was 22 years of experience on that lineup, but I bet you after the stress from last game, they feel another 22 years older as well. And it is time for game number 2. Ladies and gents, I'm going to get a haircut, and I'll see you just after game 2.
Sounds good, Mac. As we load ourselves into a game number 2 here, Rusty. Peace take the lead. It is 1-0. You talk about the experience on both sides, both having combined 20 years between them. But you look at such a tall comparison between Tally that has 7 years on his own versus Violet, who's only got really a year's worth of experience under his belt, but looks as comfortable as ever.
Yeah, I'm muted. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, just looking at the years they have is interesting. I think Game 1 says a lot. If you think back to the interview that we just heard, Skibby, was it Appy? And yeah, what Appy said was the biggest thing for me is that he doesn't feel as nervous. And I think one of the big things for that is look at who he's with this time around. You've got so much experience backing you as if you're going to be nervous right now. You're going to be confident. You've got so much calm and measure to play alongside. Game number 1 showed that as well nicely. You know, 2 big stars of the show were Babip and Tally. And so Appy can, you know, play his best, enjoy the ride that comes from the confidence of those players, which is something that Peace definitely have.
Yeah, certainly taken a bit of a burden, the pressure off him having to be that, you know, pop-off contender. We saw how many epic bouts that he and Biopanther had across the entirety of split number 1. Now coming back into this role and looking to try and get to that same level of proficiency once again. He had his number. He was certainly able to try and keep him in check. No differences here on the bans, but the picks themselves are where I start to actually quite like things. The fact that now Penta now are investing into this Twisted Fate handshake, I feel like they were sorely lacking that. Hence why the first 50 minutes really got it out of their hand, because they couldn't really match back without a teleport. So the TF, straight away, is a fantastic pickup. The Nidalee denial, that shows confidence towards Babip. That was another question, right? What do you value more, the Nidalee or the Viego? If you just take it, who cares? But Babip will then get himself the hard engage with the Xin Zhao.
I mean, not shocked that the Viego is going to be banned. I am surprised that it's going to be a Nidalee picked away so aggressively, you would say, right? The Twisted Fate, for me, what I'm looking at is the fact that PGG have said, we know how you play Peace and we're going to beat you with your own game.
Sure.
That is literally what I'm seeing right now, 3 picks into this draft. The Leona going to be picked here third is a point of difference between both teams, right? Priority on Nah, priority on top side for Pentanet.gg. I'm very curious to see how this plays out, because you'd expect 2 support bans here and an optimal lane to be given through those bans, or just bot lane bans, of course, for Peace. And looking at this next pick, what's to stop another, you know, Leona Ezreal lane, given that the bans have had to change as a result of prioritizing the Nah.
With the Rakana's available, you wondered if it would be a double support ban. They've opted for the Xayah denial instead, so the protection and appealing that the Featherstorm can afford. They're going to go for the Bronze, so just looking to try and stem down the aggression, but also bring the fight towards them, right? If they find a pick, if they can lock down a key target, then you're just guaranteed stunned CCs, and the fight will work in their way instead. So they're going to save their AD carry to the last pick. That does mean, though, that Violet can unleash an Old Faithful and bring out the Tristana for a very explosive bot lane.
Yeah, this is a champion that's been banned away from both of these teams throughout playoffs, so it's very exciting to see Violet get his Tristana as well, more than anything else. Looking at what will be played in top lane, definitely something that will raise some eyebrows. Just looking at Appy's champion pool as well until we see this lock-in. A lot of his main champions have been banned. Cannon was an option. Gangplank is a global option. Lee Sin is also one that has been removed by their own team, so definitely stretched in champ pool. And that's why I like the pick of the Nah by PGG, but it seems like he's found an answer.
Yeah, the pick of the Nah, then the Jace and the Irelia denial to couple with it to make life easy here for Biopanther. So they're going to have themselves a hard force with this set to try and get themselves the initial pick and allowed them to burst down very efficiently with what Peace have put together. Pentanet, though, are going to complete their comp with also a hyper carry, another strong 80 carry with the Jinx. And it's just going to be so much mobility that anyone gets locked down, the fight just may explode from there.
And I think the Ezreal being their other option was okay as a choice, right? But the Jinx is much more high fist scaling damage, can go insane in team fights, and is really a very reliable source of like a single AD champion when it comes to skirmishes and team fights, even without top laners being involved. This was one thing that I was going to mention, Skimmy, but we ran out of time to talk about it. But the Ryze and the set can be flexible. Tally is a top laner at heart still, and does have a preference for those top lane champions. And the second Gnar gets picked third, it plays into the back of your mind on like, do we see it? They're going to switch at the last second. It doesn't mean they're not going to play those lanes, however. It is entirely possible that Set has an okay matchup into a Twisted Fate, and Ryze actually decent into the Gnar.
Yeah, we've definitely seen stranger things, and it certainly would be interesting that a surprise like that, with the amount of roster swaps that Peace had made in the second half of the season, that they were experimenting with roles, with positions, with players, with ideas of what would be the strongest core 5 coming into this moment here tonight. So perhaps we will see a curveball thrown their way as such, but if it is to be standard, Ryze versus TF, a battle to hit level 6 as quickly as possible, assert lane states that you can target, hit the global switch, and let's try and translate that pressure as we saw in game number 1. Any differences here that you really look towards and say, okay, Pentanet have shored up a lot of what looked like a bit of a hindrance, or do you think it really just sort of came apart at that early crab?
I think we're going to be playing more for bot lane. That's probably the biggest change and shift through this draft. You go Tristana against the Jinx down there. It's going to be super volatile. Having Ryze and Twisted Fate as mid lane options means a lot of map movements from mid towards side. So I think naturally that will start to shift more and more towards bot lane, which is one of those things that you'd say on paper is very good for Peace, because that's opportunities for Violet to get those leads and get ahead. But if you make a single mistake or lapse of judgment against the Jinx and the resets come across, then the game gets out of control very fast. So I think the major adaptation here, Skimmy, is that we play from mid and jungle through to bot lane a lot more.
Well, a couple of new picks here, Rusty, for the entirety of 2021. A first for Pabu and Nidalee, a first for Chaz and Twisted Fate, and a first for them to try and bring it back here in this series to a 1-1 state and look to run this thing all the way through to the full best of 5. An explosive bot lane, 2 carries that will be begging for resources, keen to try and get themselves into a point of power with an item spike. It might be a little bit closer when it comes to mechanics max outplay. We're all going to find out how this one goes as we get ourselves ready to jump in to game number 2.
Definitely are ready to get into this one straight in, Skimmy, no hesitation. So straight onto the Rift and ready to go.
Certainly are ready to go. Let's see how this one does play out. As we said, these are 2 teams of a whole wealth of experience behind them. 20 years between the 2. Have been around in the scene for a fair bit of time, but really playing to the best of their ability now. EGG looking to make it the perfect year, and Peace up against an opponent that they have taken in their stride before. And as we get ourselves loaded into the second game, let's get another chance to talk with another coach, this side from the other team in Midlord.
Hello, Midlord?
Midlord, can you hear us?
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Fantastic. Hey, congratulations on making another finals appearance. You've made both this year. How does that feel?
Thank you. I think this feels amazing, and I hope we can make another result, like different result from last year.
It was a very close start. I mean, we mentioned before, this is exactly the same way things started off in that Split 1 final. You've done things a little bit harder this time, qualifying through the lower bracket. Are you glad it's a rematch against Pentanet?
Yeah, true. It's really made me nervous, but I have so confidence of these boys. They take us to the grand final. So far, so good. At least.
What did you make of your game 1 performance? Because it was a very dominating performance, wasn't it?
Yeah, true. But I will not do some shit talk like last game when we saw there. Yeah, it's. I think the boys can do what they want to do.
Yeah. We'll see how it plays out. On a quick final note, as we have the game well underway already, Is there anything you want to say to all the Peace fans out there watching?
Thanks for your support, and love you guys. And please focus on your draft.
Yes, we love you too, Draft Lord. It's been a pleasure to have you with us all year long. We're going to jump into the game, mate, and we'll leave you there. Best of luck.
Thank you. Bye.
Skibby, we're straight into it, aren't we?
We certainly are. No time to talk about interviews, mate. It's all about the action. And thankfully, for yourself and the viewers, we haven't cursed it with a first blood.
Yeah, it seems like we managed to break the curse there miraculously. That was looking like a little bit of an entangle from Alidoric when they went on that first engage. I tell you what, they forcibly secured the Scuttle Crab, but it's still going.
Yeah, 4v4, they fight. Violet is very low. The Zap also connects his contribution now. Very nullified. He has to rocket jump away. Has the flash. Already burnt. 3 summoners in the bot lane. Multiple summoners burnt elsewhere. And surprise, surprise, the Battle of the Bruisers on top lane. Left on an island.
Yeah, but top lane's been going extremely well for Biopanther. Look at the current CS differential between them. So just keep that in mind. They are just going to dissipate. No kills. No kills on the rest of the map as well here. And so much early movement from mid laners and teleports coming in as well from them on second re-engages and resets. It has been absurdly aggressive for that bot lane Scuttle. But a bit of a different story, you would say. It's not the Nidalee with lane priority securing it. It is quite simply a Leona that goes way too far forward, way too aggressively, but is a Leona. So is there such a thing as too far forward for a Leona, I guess, is the conundrum that Pentanet.gg faced. And try as they might to make the kills happen, they just couldn't get it. Peace get the Scuttles, they get both once again.
Certainly do. And on another champion that can really start to run the early game. As soon as level 6 is there, the Crescent Guard, the nullification of all damage outside is in a circle. Could be a big discussion, given the amount of range damage that PGG bring to the table here. Let's see what that does mean, because I imagine with so many summoners burnt, literally half across the boards, if we are going to have a bit more of a timid next few minutes.
You know, that is a angle that we could look at, but there is also the angle of Twisted Fate about to hit level 6. Could go bottom. You know, there's an opportunity to continue to try and snowball topside if Nidalee's on that side of the map. We've got more aggression. Rise ult mid.
There it is. Cast the curse. Look to try and catch out Chaz. You got level 6 very shortly, but you're not going to get it anytime soon. You're dead. You're grey screened. You're back to the fountain. First blood. Once again, picked up here by Peace.
We've got Biopanther ulting in top lane. Appy just used his Haymaker there as well, so probably going to disengage. Ult's available though for Appy if he wants to take this. Bit of a staunch battle here though.
Yeah, just locked in some Alcove Gaming. Ring a Rosie, get carted around here as he can just jump away back to his side of the lane and make nothing of it.
A lot of that lane mechanic comes down to if the Face Breaker stops the hop from Gnar, right? You stop him from dashing, you can cancel that one fairly easily, and then he's just dead. So had to be very careful there, Biopanther playing around his passive for the movement speed. But meanwhile, mid lane, you know, we did see that really important first kill. Just the mastery of Rise and Peace to play around the Rise ultimate is definitely noteworthy. That was huge because, you know, it is the no summoner Twisted Fate. It isn't someone that's going to be able to flash away or cleanse an ability. It is a Twisted Fate that is also level 5, so can't influence the map, and using that experience lead nicely net themselves some early gold.
Does have that unsealed spellbook. We have seen him cycle it through the smites and do crazier things as the Twisted Fate before, so whether or not it's going to become a discussion in the late game where the game gets out of control and it is required. Certainly wouldn't be shy of the confidence to make a play like that happen, but in the bot lane so far, they might just give themselves, say, a small reprieve. The ability to hit 6 themselves by the chance, or by the time I should say, that Chaz can influence the map now that he is reached that ultimate stage.
Yeah, a good little reset there by PGG. They have a sizable lead, you know, a minion and wave and a half perhaps in advantage for themselves down there. The experience I don't think is too significant. Alidoric is definitely going to be losing out on experience, but that is his life. It is just the way he plays League of Legends. And one big thing, and I do think it is praise for Peace, is they've come into this finals and they haven't changed the way that they play in general around Alidoric. They've actually embraced it further, and it feels like that is huge for them, right? They continue to play with unbridled aggression. That is the way that you beat PGG in my eyes.
But it seems like the recipe for success. force their errors in the early stages and bring it to a point where it's just too much of a lead to overcome. Amount. D though, gonna get themselves in with the first Herald this time around. So there's success to be celebrated there already. The Twitch predictions have swung heavily now from what was a little bit more one-sided for PGG. Now you believe that Peace may just slightly get the edge and take the victory after a very strong start to this series, but the Herald is being picked up. Biopanther is abusing that ranged advantage by getting himself up in a healthy 20 CS lead, and it's going to be a strong Gnar once that TP is available again.
Yeah, this is already a much less one-sided affair. So those predictions are a little bit stifling considering that, but we've got to fight for this blue buff like you mentioned.
He's going to get secured here by Pabu. Hot and ready on that smite biting. Nice sidestep away from the spear from Babbitt. Not going to get locked in place by the concussive blows either. But it just feels like the wealth is shared in very different places. Love and life in the top side, but in the mid lane, based on that first blood that was found, Tally very far ahead too.
Yeah, the bans weren't favourable for Appy at all. It does feel like he's been bottlenecked a little bit into this supportive choice, and again, through the draft, it does feel like we're going to be a little bit more bot-centric. In saying that, top winning basically in a 1v1 is super big for Pentanet.gg, as it unlocks them to continue to play towards a bit of bot-side focus and priority, or at least ensuring that Praetor doesn't fall behind. They're not going to isolate him in the way that Alidoric may do so with Violet, which is pretty favourable for a Tristana, I will say. The more that Leona goes roaming, the more you get solo experience, the more range you get.
Oh, Violet.
Hello.
Realizes there is no decoy, so I can just make a trade like this happen with little to no punishment, no trade back either. Really just trying to force this wave to crash in, but the battle of the AoE, both will make light work of it.
And the Twisted Fate in mid lane, while he is behind, definitely in farm is still a Twisted Fate. And the loaded dice passive that he has definitely helps to try and come back from small CS deficits, keep it closer to even. So 30 CS down now. If that stays at 30, then he actually starts to steadily catch up in gold overall. We're really yet to see Pentanet.gg utilize in any way their TF ult. And you have to keep looking at Pabu really for those opportunities. I don't think that Chaz is necessarily a Doinby style player where he'll play weak side TF ults while Pabu plays strong side ganks. We shall see.
Shall see indeed, as Appy looks to get collapsed upon. The grit, the haymaker, the shield is there. Forcing out a flash very defensively. Now will they look to try and escort this wave in a fraction more? Of course they will. The Herald can be summoned at any time. One play already achieved. Might be looking for the perfect scenario with 2 to acquire. Babbitt's in the area. Audacious Charge won't be used aggressively for a kill, but just to kill this wave and prevent PGG from hanging around any longer.
And I wonder what happens if Pabu chooses to stay. We'll lose the scuttle on this one. They are going to continue to see each other, but you've got the Rift Herald, you've got the threat of a Twisted Fate ultimate at all times. Support's hovering mid to ensure they just farm. What happens if Nidalee stays, threatens the Herald, they chip away at the turret? It'll eventually fall, right? So Peace are the ones that do something different. They show Alidoric, they push him through mid lane. He actually goes off vision to walk back. He's going to be spotted again, though. So a bit of a bluff pushes PGG back.
No first tower just yet, but it is going to be Biopanther that he's able to secure that second turret plate. No real answer here from Peace. They have the vision, they know exactly where Pabu is, so an invitation now for them to look to try and make things like this happen. There's the stun, locked in place, Glacial Vision, Realm Wolf following things up, making a 3v2. In comes Tally, but outruns PGG's bot lane.
You've got the ultimate and the ignite used by Alidoric, but nothing really else used by Peace. Realm Warp, of course, as a tool. Still prioritizing the Drake take here, so they're able to make those plays happen. You know, Babib on the right side of the map. On the other side of the coin here, though, PGG. Cleanse gold TF.
Oh, so close. Audacious Charge. Well, where's he going to go? He has to jump in. Alidoric looks to back him up. He's survived for a whole long time. Decoy's jumped out of harm's way. Violet's going to run him down. He's lost vision, so he's going to burn flash to get inside that shrub. Pick up the kill. Blast Cone. Killed as he's flying through midair. An explosive action, much like a movie. But it's a double kill, and that's just dangerous there for Violet.
Yeah, I like the idea from Pentanet.gg. They're trying to capitalize on Peace being spread around the map. You've got the Blast Cone, the TF ult to get in. It goes down, I think, 9 health, and then just gets secured. So Babib does end up losing his life for this one. But consider Violet on a flank now. Just jumps straight into the mix. He's able to get those resets, finds one, gets a decoy eventually here on the other side as well. 1 extra second, you know, and that isn't a double. But still very favorable in the end, you would have to say, for Peace. The sums that he saved bottom in that trade skimmy coming clutch.
Certainly do, because they picked up the second Herald as well. Oh, sorry, the second Dragon. So well on track once again to play for a very early soul point here. And they've clearly got a fixation on winning out the game with that in mind. Give themselves that extra bit of damage come the mid to late game. You can see really what Pinternet were trying to display there, but they're going to go back to these laning states once again, wait to complete those first mythic items. And we'll just wait to see what Appy can do to try and hold out this wave now that those turret plates have fallen.
Stock check here as well. Teleport's not going to be available. Ultimates from mid laners not available. The only piece of mobility is a teleport from Tally for entire map play. So it does feel like we might go back to business as usual. The major consideration for that, however, is that both AD carries are the ones picking up gold. And if you're able to influence that lane in any way, now would be a fantastic time to do so. 3 out of the 4 summoners and AD carries missing for Pabu top.
Yeah, Appy's looking to try and clear out some vision here. Face checks Pabu, not going for the Night Harvester, instead going for the Proto Belt as this Nidalee. That does mean that his jungle is exposed. A free blue buff picked up here from Tally, so a bit of cross-map jungling. Both junglers hang around in those respective quadrants and look to really target the areas of the map that they want to get strong.
And Pabu showing top lane does basically open the gates for bot to get the outer turret. Not only do they steal the blue away, they give it to Tally on the Rise. Rise hovering down there as well as having that teleport does just mean that the outcome's pretty favorable for gold overall for Peace. But if you actually look at the difference in gold right now between these teams, it is still basically dead even. The top lane turret still goes the way of Pentanet.gg. They're not necessarily playing towards their Jinx skimmy like we might have suspected, but they are still making sure that the Jinx gets to team fights with items intact and with strength in tow. But Biopanther's the one getting the advantage.
Be a defensive top laner, but he can also be an absolute monster when given the resources. He's just acquired the Divine Sundering, going to be insanely huge compared to this set, who's not had a fun time in the laning phase. The first 15 minutes really haven't been too kind to Appy. I don't believe he's picked it as a result of the laning strength. He's gone here for the team fight prowess. We saw in the pick and ban phase, his champion pool was pinched. Falls down this direction, but one showstopper, and that could be all it takes.
Absolutely, the set is a pick more for the team fighting, without a doubt. Not that Gnar doesn't have that potential. I think Gnar is locked more in timing windows, and speaking of Gnar's Biopanther.
Well, it's going to be a 1v4 collapse on him. Where does he turn? A flash across the wall. In there's Babbitt. There's the Realm Whoop as well, just to make sure it's an absolute party. Where do you go? Well, there's nowhere to go. And the kill! Spoon-fed to Violet, his third of the game. What can PGG do to answer back? Now, they've summoned the Herald mid. They've broken the first tier 1. It's going to get a second charge off. And they might actually get 2 turrets as the cost of losing Bio.
Yeah, that is supremely worth it. If they get away completely untested, this Herald's going to get a 3rd charge off as well on the mid lane outer turret before it even gets addressed. That is such a massive victory for PGG in terms of map play and trades. They may lose out on this Drake, however, as they disengage towards the top side of the map. And that is going to be the one major downfall for PGG, is once again, they're on a clock, right? And it is a big deal that they have to now contend with Peace on Peace's time. But still, a lot of nice gold going into the pockets and nice map control through mid.
So much of a void now created there in that mid lane. An easy invitation to get a kill and to potentially then run it down to get that inhibitor nice and early. There's 17 minutes in here. As Peace are working their way to try and answer back. A very fragile tier 1 still remains. 10 seconds for Dragon. PGG don't want to repeat of what happened last game.
Yeah, Pabu sitting in lane with very limited mana means he has to be very careful with his mana use from this point onwards. You don't just get to throw spears as pot shots and Hail Marys. Now he moves towards the jungle and river areas, more of a chance. Still looking at PGG, but Appy's here.
They're going to get collapsed on. The Solitaire won't stun, but it will slow them down. A flash instantly away there from Decoy. Babbitt then heeds the call, jumps on in, locks in place 1. Bio so close to Mega. Is he going to hit the Gnar? It's going to be a 2-man Gnar. Locking in place Appy and Violet. Appy receives the exhaust, but he's not going to mind that one because they can all disengage away. They're very low.
Pabu.
But Pabu then gets into that feline form, jumps on through, hits the pounce, gets the kill. Bio takes out Babbitt. There's the suplex, locking in place 1. The punch with the haymaker, the grit at max stacks. It can't even be used. It cannot be even used, and that's what Peace were banking on to try and turn that fight around.
And it ends up being a massively favorable trade for Pentanet.gg. This will net them the Drake as well. No contest available for Peace. And suddenly, you know, the mid lane gold they get, the extra gold they get in this game in general, comes to a head in a team fight, and they do just play front to back. You know, you can highlight the Nara ult only hitting 2 people, but you've got no health on Praetus, so they're keeping him in the fight. You know, they're keeping him dealing damage, because this kicks off so well for Peace. Straight onto Praetus, locks him down. But Biopanther's just a veritable brick wall that you have to try and get past. And they're just enabled to do as much damage as possible, Praetus, to help them at least stay at a 5v5. The rest of this fight is just Peace split, trying to disengage. And a nice little reset there, the maximum amount of stuns to just go out onto Babip when he's locked down. Hubby gets close to dying, but there was an exhaust on set initially. The heal comes out, and an easy trade when they start kiting for PGG.
Just the sheer strength of right time, right place there for the Nart. Tally collapsed the pond, but can ult to safety, no harm. And the rest of his team beeline up top river to make sure that if he had been called, they could have found a trade of their own. But it is testament now to how much closer this game is, and whilst that hasn't been the most explosive once again, it doesn't really seem to be the case here for these two teams. It's much more about calm, cool, collected measures, macro understandings. You know, you go for a kill, we'll get a turret. Always looking for trades, and looking to see who can come out ahead come the 20-minute mark.
Tally has once again stepped very far forward. This time, however, he is going to be respected because he has the team backing him. 4 members of Peace strong sitting top. Does open up a lot of control around the rest of the map for PGG. Biopanther having teleport in tow should basically mean that bot lane outer turret is inevitable, as mid lane priority goes heavily in the favor of PGG. And that TF ult, just give them a quick how you going to confirm where they are.
Yeah, you can see that they thought, well, perhaps mid lane is exposed, we can make a push for this, but the Destiny will reveal that members were on the way, and that Rise one is going for the recall back to base to redeploy back into the mid lane and gain protection once more. PGG this time around, though, they will have a game with a gold lead, up by a slim 1,000 at this point of the match. But those Gore Drinkers are starting to come on through, both for Appy and for Babip. And that might just be the sustain that they need to try and weather the storm when they do jump in, as Biopanther acts as the, you know, the bouncer into the club and says you can't get past this stepping stone. Maybe that's enough for them to hit the backline 1v5 and have so much sustain to contend with.
You know, one thing I will say is that the gold spread for PGG is pretty nice. It is basically across the board with only really the TF left catching up. Actually, we'll hold that. We look mid.
Glacial Fissure, the response, both supports popping their ultimates very early. Babip already with the Crescent Guard looking to try and get no that key target! What happened to Praetus? Gone! Dead! Suplex slams that onto 3 members, spreading the damage. Pubu goes golden, but he's going to fall on down. Can't do much, no heal, no worries. And Peace, they've had enough of this one. It is the Vardit show, 4-0-1. He's got a big bounty on his head. And with Baron there, it's Baron on the menu.
I mean, Ultraviolet just goes absolutely insane. Finds the angle, locks down Praetus. He uses the Buster Shot while at maximum stats on that explosive charge. And just basically one-hits him, man. The cleanse isn't going to do a single thing for you. Those are the kills that Peace needed. That is the Baron secured as well. And suddenly, from an even game state, we find Peace with the potential to be in the driver's seat and get massive amounts of gold through the rest of this.
Well, just one moment like that, and the game completely flips on its head. Whilst you felt like Pentanet were wrestling control, we can see it here. Both supports looking to try and start things up, but Praetus in no man's land.
Yeah, I mean, Praetus just gets ulted away at basically perfect execute damage. So Violet, knowing his master and the champion, showing why, of course, it is going to be banned away. But consider that this fight did start with engaging on a Leona. A Braum and a Jinx isn't going to really do enough work by themselves. You're looking for the plays, you know, bringing a TF in, bringing Biopanther's teleport in to find those flanks. But just trying to kick down the front door very clearly isn't a working strategy for PGG.
Now let's see what Peace can do this time with that Baron buff. They got 30 seconds to play around before they can back off and then go for another dragon. They have been denied the perfect early soul point at the 24-minute mark. They made Look to get as much map control to answer back to that devastating Herald summon in the mid lane, which got 3 charges off.
Right now, it does feel like we're very reliant on BioPanther making plays to try and get this game across the line. He's about to be engaged on, which is an interesting choice from Babip.
Feels like they're trying to bait out the Mega so far. Solar Flare cuts off the angle. There's no flank, there's no protection. Pablo once again going golden, now picking up the Zonias. BioPanther on his own, 1v2 actually backing up now with Chaz, who has to go golden as well. He can't do much, it's a twisted fate. He just wants to hit out gold cards. He's dead and gone. He found an angle, but it wasn't the angle he was after. Haymaker soaks up so much damage. The Zap connects, now he's slowed. He may just get run on down, a flash across the walls. Deco looks him in place. He got some blows there. 1, 2, 3, 4. How many shots can they get? Not enough, apparently. Violet gets another kill. Rocket jumping in aggressively, flashing to one target in mind and remove this Jinx. Everybody low, everybody fragile, but the juggling of aggro and target selection is beautiful.
I mean, fantastically played by Peace once again. Their kiting just seems to constantly have the measure of Pentanet.gg. These mixed fights, you know, these scrambled arrays of team fights that you're seeing from PGG. You've got a Chaz TF going into the backline working with BioPanther, while the rest of the team is struggling to contend with Violet and Tally. The Ryze and the Tristana are just so prolific in these fights, but they're able to push back the 3 and work their way towards Chaz, towards BioPanther to get these resets on Trist jumps, to get these number advantages. You've got a Braum trying to lock them down. But honestly, the fact that the 2 people on your team with no resources are a Shinzao and a Set is perfect for Peace, because they are just so good at sustaining, at surviving through fights, and the stopwatch from the Leona as well to secure his life through that fight. So clean by Peace.
Despite all that, it's actually Prade if they came out ahead with the most damage. 2 items, well on his way now to getting that Lord Dominic's. That might be enough, because that's what Violet has over him at this stage of the game. Solid Flare! That's a 2-man stun. Prade actually hoping to burn that cleanse, and now he's very susceptible to the pain that is coming his way, because Appy locks inside the side wave. Going for the jungle invade now, looking to try and follow things up. 3-man Glacial Fissure, preventing Peace, pushing that much more. There's no Baron now, but there is map control and lane states that are coming at you.
Yeah, this is one of those angles where you see Pabu start throwing those spears. You see them try and push them back, but ultimately they're just going to go towards the top lane in a turret. There's no way to walk through the jungle and actually track Peace. The question is, can they defend this top lane inhibitor turret, as Peace are not relenting?
They aren't. They want to get that inhibitor. They want to flood the base with supers. Force PGG back once again. There's an audacious charge straight on towards BioPanther. He's low, well away from getting Mega. The spear won't connect once again. Prade with the lethal tempo, raining damage from afar. He's got the rocket launcher, forced at the stopwatch. Tally has double buffs, doesn't have a flash, but he's got a shield! Oh, one more auto with the last bit of mana that Prade has, secures it as he gets excited, and that forces Peace back.
And gets him a blue buff, but the cost so high, the inhibitor falls down. Peace use that Baron in the end to great effect, right? They're able to secure a major objective. You've got Baron in 1:20, you've got Dragon in 2:40, it's Soul Point, so that top lane inhibitor does come into play for securing the Drake. It does mean we have a minute of fighting around the top side red buff quadrant here of PGG's side of the map to try and continue securing vision. And any time they step up, Skimmy, you've got Alidoric throwing the ultimate in. You've got Peace jumping on their heads, just trying to prevent them from having any chance into this.
Alarm bells are ringing now. If you're a Pentanet fan, you're wondering, really, was that the difference that Peace had to make between Split 1 and 2? Was it a case of bringing in a few new faces that have already been to Worlds, that have been in situations like this, of having these perfect, dominating years? Come back from North America. Once Peace settled on their best 5, they're really up the ante, running the entire gauntlet, playing nearly 4 times as many games as Pentanet. Coming to this particular grand final, they look warmed up, and they look sharp here, Rusty.
They certainly do, and they show no signs of relenting when they get a lead. Want to try and suffocate PGG this time around. And it is going to be a front-to-back affair here by Pentanet. You're expecting the Braum to be able to stand in front of the Jinx. You want those resets. You want to see Praetor get excited if you're a PGG fan. Chaz still manages to get 3 items in relatively short order, even though he's down 60 CS to Tally. Still has lots of gold, but this Baron is on the cards. Peace well and truly still in the driver's seat. They're so powerful right now around Violet. And it really is the Ultraviolet show in game 2.
BGG have no vision. They're going to drop themselves. The control water's getting low. The Realm Warp is there. Are they just going to turn for this one? No, it's a bait. They baited him beautifully. The Baron is being picked up here by Peace. They have a soul point to require, a Mountain Soul of all things in just under a minute, with Supers crashing through top wave. Check that mini-map. Pentanet have to go back.
Yeah, the fact that Baron wasn't contested makes this game supremely difficult for PGG from this point. You mentioned the top minions. We knew that was going to be inevitable. Now they just get vision on the blue side of the map. Biopanther's going to put his face in there, see if he can find someone getting some wards. He's close to Mega. But now you've got Tally that can side lane. Once again, I don't think this is a 1-3-1 that Peace will play out, but already with a single inhibitor gone, it's so easy for a Ryze composition to play those two lanes with Baron buff. That's what you're expecting to see here. It's total suffocation on this side of the map.
Well, no row extension. No need to. Yes, they have the Baron, but guarantee this, and you've still got another 2 minutes to play around with to try and close out this game. Top's already pushing against them, and mid is held in a neutral state. There is the Mountain Soul, so much mitigation, a huge shield to talk about. Any burst that Pentanet are hoping for now, going to be a whole lot harder to achieve.
Yeah, we're definitely at dire straits for PGG. For Peace, you look towards this free turret in mid lane. You play mid, you play bottom simultaneously. Oh, the aggression from Violet.
Violet, the one to start off this fight. He knows this is our game for the taking. Elixirs already been picked up here by Pentanet. They know that it's a bit of a do-or-die situation. There is no chance for farming. We've got to fight and we've got to go now.
Mega.
Fire is Mega. Explosive shot will go off, nullifying all the damage that would have come his way. That mid inhib is as good as gone. And a wave this time that is prepped can be answered to for the perfect free super push.
Yeah, they really do just kick down the front door. Biopanther overstaying his welcome here, hovering towards bot lane. Will get pushed back. So this will just be 3 inhibitors guaranteed. Peace always hunting, always searching for that opportunity to fight. No Leona ultimate. Violet's just going to do it himself by stepping up into their faces. I don't think he's going to show any signs of stopping.
I don't think he is. This is a man with confidence so far. Aladoric flashing on forward, looking for something. No Solar Flare. Pops the locket. Just going to fall on down. The first casualty in this fight. Chaz has been the one to pick up that. He is the benefactor. Violet's working overtime here with rapid fire. One Nexus turret already gone. Working their way into the second. Explosion up there. Oh, the Crescent Guard! Knocking back Biopanther. He couldn't hit the ultimate. He managed to land it, but it does absolutely nothing.
For Violet.
2 Nexus turrets are gone. The Nexus itself is exposed. Pentanet zone back into the base. And like that, he's got a triple, he's got 9, and he's got Peace at 2-0 in this grand final.
Violet was hunting for a pentakill inside the fountain. That's how well he's been playing this game out. Exceptional stuff here from Peace. Putting them 2-0 up in this best of 5 series, putting them 1 game away from Worlds. And what a showing from them so far. Reverse sweep is the only option left for Pentanet.gg, for our MSI representatives, Himi, to have a chance.
And PGG have never lost a domestic best of 5 this year. They have been the hot topic. They have been the team to beat. They've got the personalities, they've got the plays, but they're being challenged now. They're in a very uncomfortable position, an unfamiliar situation, down 0-2. The next few minutes are going to be absolutely insane as to how they can look to try and bounce back in this one. But that does it for us for the meantime. Let's throw it back to the desk.
I can say that was absolutely hectic. The amount of value they just got out of the Baron buff at the end of the game there for Peace was absolutely ridiculous. Was that all 3 towers and inhibs, or just... No, it was 2 because they
I think the top one was already gone.
Yeah, but still, and then the game.
And the dragon,
well.
They got the Dragon Soul off of it as well, didn't they? So
everything.
Yeah, they pretty much did it all, didn't they?
It felt like that. Now, Jubes, you know, so now we're in 3-0 territory. We're also in reverse sweep territory.
Yeah.
But tell me about this game. What happened? What went right and what went wrong?
Again, it just feels like Peace had the monopoly over the early game, and that's, you know, majority due to Aladoric on this Leona, right? He spends more time out of lane in the first 15 minutes than in it, yet Violet isn't getting punished because the way that they're manipulating their wave, the champion that they're picking. But not only that, when Aladoric roams, they're actually winning off of it. So that way that Violet can't get punished, right? Because PGG inevitably have 1 person less on the map because that's either a death or Chaz, you know, is playing up at his turret. So you can't actually use this Twisted Fate pick. And I think we saw he was 30 or 40 CS down in the early game, right? And like, if you're that far behind on a Twisted Fate, yeah, you can lock gold cards, but you're not going to have an influence on this game. And I really do feel like Pabu and Chaz were just and never like just climbing a never-ending mountain, trying to find a way back into the game. Everywhere else was stable, but it's not what we're used to seeing. PGG, we're used to seeing, they're the ones that get both Scuttle Crabs. They're the ones that shut down the enemy jungler early. But I mean, this dynamic of Aladoric, Babip, and Tally is just a little bit too strong at the moment. And I mean, now they need to have an answer for it now.
Well, Jordan, tell me, looking at the draft, how things went coming out of last game, the adaptations they made going into game 2, do you think Peace came out the victor in terms of drafting, or did you like Pentanet, like what they changed up? Tell me about it.
I do like what Pentanet changed up. I think there was a few issues with that game 1 draft where there just wasn't enough agency in the top side of the map, right? You had the Trundle coming through. Felt like there wasn't really many avenues for Pabu when he's got lanes that are not necessarily being able to get priority. He's not really being able to do too much, and you're trying to take that fight against the Nidalee. In this case, obviously, they take the Nidalee away from Babbitt, but then he locks in the Xin, which is not the worst of matchups for him individually. Obviously, in all facets of the map, it just sort of felt like we did once again see the Peace lads get ahead. This game played out a little bit differently, though, than the last one. The last one, it was obviously, Babip and Tally kind of leading from the front with the lead that they gathered. This time, the lead goes over to Violet. He's on his comfort champion on that Tristana. We see Ultraviolet come out, and that's fantastic. I'm quite excited and happy to see that he's on a champion where he has a little bit of agency. Yes, the Ashe is fun and enjoyable to watch sometimes with those arrows, but what you really live for is Violet on something like the Kai'Sa, like the Tristana, maybe like the Ezreal, something like that, where he can just be jumping in and around the fight and doing what he wants, and when he gets a lead like that, then fantastic to see. So, if that's going to continue, I guess that's a pretty good reason why we saw Direwolves banning that champion away against him every single game they played in that match earlier on in the playoffs. Overall, right now, 2-0 for Peace. I got to say, it's not looking like this is going to go fantastically for Pentanet. I said in our Discord, I think it might be a 3-0 for Peace today.
Yeah, if anyone wants to change their predictions, well, you can't because they're predictions. But look, we have to go to a break. But before we do, who likes free stuff? I like free stuff. I think you guys probably do as well. So we have a whole lot of stuff to give away. Over 1,000 Australian dollars in prizes in RP, DoorDash vouchers, Visa gift cards, you name it, we probably got it, hopefully. Exact details need to be mentioned, but
just read the fine print.
The fine print? I'll think about it. What is the fine print? All right. Anyone in the host can enter. Entries close Wednesday after the grand final. Type exclamation giveaway in chat, and you can join it. And that is going to be it for Game 2. But ladies and gentlemen, we will see you just after the break. Please enjoy this one coming out from Dane. Feet Oli sucks. It is Salt. Exclamation playlist in chat, and we'll see you after the break.
TF left catching up. We'll hold that. We look mid.
Relation vision, response, both supports popping their ultimates very early. That is already with the Crescent Guard looking to try and get non-stop. That key target! What happened to Brayden? Gone! Dead! Yeah, with rapid fire, one Nexus turret already gone, working away into the second explosion of that. Oh, the Crescent Guard knocking back Biopanther. He couldn't hit the ultimate. He managed to land it, but it does absolutely nothing.
For Violet.
2 Nexus turrets are gone. The Nexus itself is exposed. Pensnet zoned back into the base. And like that, he's got a triple, he's got 9, and he's got Peace at 2-0 in this grand final.
No, we can't think twice. You gotta be certain. Let's it up and run away. Don't tell anybody about where we go, and no one will know. We don't tell them. Let's be selfish. Let's just in love. Let's just in love. Let's just in love. Baby, we could catch a flight, go around the world, leave our troubles at the gate.
You clean your teeth before you bite. Why you see me have to spend
around your name. Now I just draw blood to face another day. And you know I'm not one to make a scene, but I'd burn alive to see you scream. Pouring salt in my cuts, tears make up my blood now. Twist the knife in my gut to break all my trust. I thought the worst was over. Thought you heard me like a lover. Saw it cross in a Midwest summer, torn apart like a paperback drawing. Never thought we'd be so self-serving, breaking me down to nothing. Pouring salt in my cuts, tears make up my blood now. Twist the knife in my gut to break all my trust. You pull the same thing every night. Why do we still have to fight again?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is almost time for game number 3, and things here on the desk are heating up, so I thought I'd trim down a little bit more. Let's see how low can he go. That's the real question here. And we got Nat back on the desk. Nat, what did you think of game 2?
Yeah, it was really interesting. I think the more interesting part came out in the draft there with the Pabu on Nidalee. I saw a lot of people in chat, I did peek my head in, I saw a lot of people in chat kind of ask about the Nidalee stats, and I said it would all depend on if Pabu won or lost on him. He did lose, so I do have some stats here for people. He has only picked it 3 times in competitive league, all of them being at MSI. He's only won once, now with another loss on it. That gives him 3 losses, 1 win, a 25% win rate, which is pretty low. Although I did also check his op.gg, and he did play Nidalee yesterday, going 17-2-7 on it. So it's not too out of the blue per se for him to pick this. Did have a good showing on it yesterday, but unfortunately just him on the Nidalee and the team just couldn't really get it done. But other than that, I thought the game was very piece controlled yet again. Tally got first blood this game, he got it last game. It was the same scoreline up until the 15 minutes, 3 kills on Peace, 1 kill on PGG. Pretty much like a book written, I guess, in the first 15 minutes.
There you have it. We always like writing books. Now, speaking of books, we need to talk about the history books. All these teams, they've gone to Worlds before, and we want to hear from the players what they think about going to Worlds, what it means to them, and how much they want to head there.
I never have like a chance to even trying to get world ticket, so I don't want to let myself down, don't want to let my teammates down.
I mean, this split has been a complete roller coaster. I'm honestly like amazed that we've actually got to the finals. It's kind of like the do or die of my career, to be honest.
So even though we had a blast at MSI and it's, you know, been an absolutely amazing experience, we've learned so much. Worlds was the goal from the beginning. MSI was our experience and Worlds is going to be our experience too.
Well, I've been chasing this goal for 4 years now. To make Worlds in the same year of making MSI would probably be a dream come true.
So winning Worlds would mean like me achieving one of my dreams.
I would say going to Worlds again it's almost like a solidification on my result. Experiencing it once was such an eye opener. So being able to do it again and like know what I'm coming into and how to like properly absorb it is going to be very, very, very good for the rest of my career.
I think we exceeded our own expectations by having such like a great performance and managing to take some really good games off some really good teams. We really want to leave a mark, and you know, we think that we're the team to do it.
We're matching up to like probably our best opponents throughout the whole LCO.
I think we're going to win the split. Like, I think there's no other team that can even compare in a best of 5 to us. So
we always show up on stage, as we've shown before. So like, even though the pressure's there, like we all trust each other and we all know we're going to show up on game day.
I think that if we win, it would be just like overwhelming. Emotionally, it would take a couple days to recover, honestly.
even though we did super well on Legacy, I feel like this roster actually has the potential to like beat what we did on Legacy in terms of like how far we progress. And I hope that everyone can follow and support us like they do every other OS team.
We have showed up since like in MSI, and we want to do that again. Like we want to just keep like showing that we are like the best players in this league.
I just want to push the tempo. I want to push the pace. I want to make them feed. You know, Peace never makes anyone feed. Aladoric is like the only one who has the balls to send it. Everyone else in that team is like shaking in their boots.
Peace can take a good rest. They played well this year, but we're gonna go to Worlds.
Worlds is everything. Like we've won Split 1, and yes, they can change all their players, but we're going to win again.
I hope you've enjoyed your playoffs run, but it's going to be a very quick ending for you.
And I think the most impactful player on your team is your social media manager, so I'm not too worried about facing you guys on the Rift.
Ooh, them is fighting words, and I'm bloody ready for it too. And looks like Pensanet kind of weren't. So they're coming into this 0-2 now. If they want to hold the title back up, it is reverse sweep territory for them. Now, boys, tell me what you want to see from the draft before we jump in. What needs to change, what you'd like to see, I guess what direction you'd like to see it go for Pensanet.
I think at this point you need to just drop the Renekton ban because it doesn't look like the series is going to be won or lost topside. I feel like Biopanther's really got the monopoly on top lane. The most important thing is getting rid of Aladoric's Leona. And even if you think the Leona is not a problem and you're happy to drop Braum into it again, take away the Rise. For me, it'd be the Leona, and you need to sack the Renekton because you're just losing the jungle mid 2v2 featuring Aladoric, and it's always featuring Aladoric. And you can never get the even numbers. You're picking an early game jungler, you're picking a decent enough skirmishing mid laner, and you're getting double crabbed. That's 2 games in a row now. And I mean, if you're going to get double crabbed, then Nidalee's not the champion to pick. So there's just got to be, there's like some tweaks in draft that PGG really can make to enable or to give themselves like an easier time, whether it's in the 2v2 bot side that influences the river, that influences the mid lane, and it's just got like this butterfly effect.
Okay, well, look, if you are going to get double crabbed, you may as well have a burger for $10 off as well. So, exclamation burgers in the chat. Yes, I'm sure there is a crab burger. There's over 2,000 restaurants. One of them has to be seafood that does burgers as well. First 200 people in get $10 off their order with a minimum of $20. And look, I already got mine. I ate it during last game, and I'm sweating. I'm full. I'm so damn happy with myself for doing so. And I dare say you guys would be too. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to keep you too much longer. Make sure you get your bloody burger and make sure you sink your teeth into Game 3 here. Who is going to come out the victor? Are we going to have a champion or is it going to be a reverse sweep? Let's find out.
Indeed, Matt, because this one, well, I mean, once again, we said here, Rusty, this is uncharted territory. We've never seen Pensanet in a situation 0-2 down, forced to now go for the reverse sweep. And potentially, I mean, there's history in either side, right? The fact that Pensanet, as the clear favourites, may not win it, but the fact that we might actually finally, in OS history, have a gauntlet run actually win.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm not muted. Yeah, it'd be very exciting to have the upset happen for the first time in the LCO, you would have to say, definitely. I'm really excited with how Peace are playing so far, but I think as casters, Skimmy, in the back of our minds, we always want a 5-game banger. So there's that part of you that's like, I wonder what PGG can bring to the plate now.
Yeah.
Because for us, that's everything, right? They are the ones that now need to adapt. Peace have shown their hand. They've shown how good they are at playing League of Legends right now, from Champion Select through to gameplay. And the adaptations need to take place on PGG's side. And I will say, Skimmy, one of them has already taken place. It isn't quite what we were talking about perhaps with Jews there as well, but Rise was a champion with extremely high priority, and I like that has been banned.
Yeah, me too. The bans have not changed at all from
There you
Peace.
go.
But they have flipped the side priority, right? They've gone for blue side, the first in this series. Ban away the Rise, lock in the Renekton. Now the bans actually make a lot more sense. So you're giving yourself Biopanther a very strong champion. Does mean, though, that Camille is open. And whilst Renekton can be a very favorable matchup into it, we have seen that players aren't afraid to pick that matchup if need be.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Appy go on this one. Now, one point that we have to look at here is Appy is supremely comfortable. If he gets Camille, he's going to be very happy with this. The matchup is not bad.
Yeah.
This, to me, already with like one champion locked in each, says we're playing towards our top laners to a degree at some point in this game, right? You want the Renekton to snowball early. You want to get aggressive up there, but if a Camille gets ahead, Renekton stays behind. So we will be seeing some action take place in top lane. But through the rest of this draft, Skibby, lots of aggression across the board.
Certainly is. Babbitt for the second time in a row now. It's just been a game of Nidalee. So he's going to show everybody how it is done, though. We got a game win one. Game 1 win with it. He's going to run it back here in game 3. His history, 34 games played in his career, nearly a 74% win rate. Speaks for itself. He is very proficient on this champion. The Leona is also going to get locked in again. One pick that we were wondering if they would deny away from Aladoric. Response here from PGG, though, is all out aggression. As you say, you've got a Diana, you've got a Renekton, you've got a Tristana, all diving at you. And I think this is a perfect recipe for we need to get this game under our belt to bring the momentum back in our court.
It still concerns me that we see the Leona locked in third here by Aladoric free, right? Which means we'll get 2 support bans from this point on. You're looking at the Alistar, probably the Thresh with that as a ban. And suddenly it's once again a free lane for the taking, you could say, for Aladoric. A major point of change here, though, is that neither mid laner is locked in their champions, Skimmy. And what you would expect is a Twisted Fate from Tally. But we know that Chaz has so many champions in his repertoire that to pick in a Twisted Fate blind and play for the rest of the map could jeopardize your lane state very much.
Yeah, as you say, they are going to completely address the global presence that Tally has had with the Rise ban. Now the Twisted Fate ban as well does still bring a discussion around the likes of a Galio if need be. We have seen stranger things like him playing an Ornn in the mid lane if they wanted opt for scaling, but I doubt it at this stage. Double support bans. Alistair, as well as the Thresh here from Peace. And it feels like they're really forcing Pensnet in a direction of, well, locking that Rakan.
Yeah, the TF banned on the other side. So they basically have done everything we wanted.
Yeah.
Every single champion that we addressed in the pre-game and in the post-game, they have fixed through this draft. Now we're looking at their composition and what it means. Leona being there is maybe the one still point that sticks out to us. But Rise ban, Renekton pick, Twisted Fate ban, Tally's champion pool now gets extremely limited. You know, may have to default to something like a Victor, which is one of his more comfortable mid lane choices.
Yeah.
We'll have to see where he chooses to go. Whereas on the PGG side, they're looking to make a combo, right? Mid lane could be I don't know if Chaz plays it, could be a Yasuo angle. Suddenly they've got a crazy good comp.
Yeah, mid Yasuo would certainly be explosive. Whether or not he's willing to pick that one blind, the Rakan Hover, you'd imagine is going to be locked in here. It just feels far too good, given its ability to impact the game. But the question is now, what will Chaz lock? We know that Tally also plays a fair few Syndra games. That's going to be denied away from him if it is going to get confirmed here. Okay. But I'm really curious now to see what Tally locks in place. Will it be a Sylas? Will it be a Bruiser? Will it be a case of, as you say, scaling pound to pound, control mid lane matchup with the Vector? Or will he still opt for the Galio and just be keen to roam?
I do think the Victor is a risk now that you've got a Syndra Diana that could run you down. Thinking about it, the Syndra I think is a great choice overall by the side of PGG, but this Aurelia pick actually is screaming a Wit's End angle. If you have a Diana and a Syndra as your mid jungle and they get a Wit's End rush, so you're definitely going to have a hard time taking down Tally on this pick, and that could be a very clutch red side last pick for the side of Peace in this game. 100%.
This is exciting. How about a bit of a mechanics check, right? Battle of the Bruisers between the Camille and the Aurelia, looking to try and outplay your opposition in matchups that could be seen as disadvantageous. We're looking to really close out this series with a bang, and whilst we haven't really seen Aurelia come out of Tally from him, at least in OS, he has played it a few times this year overseas in America. So perhaps some lessons learnt abroad, bring them back home, and go straight back overseas for Worlds.
And there definitely was an angle here, Skimmy, where you see that Syndra becoming a Yasuo instead, but just to give a bit of extra context there, Tally is so good at playing bruisers and taking those skill matchups that I think it's pretty dangerous to even consider that blind. In saying that, you know, Yasuo versus Aurelia is a skill matchup, where I think the Syndra versus Aurelia At most of the time, Syndra has to hit every Q to have a fighting chance in lane. Syndra did get mana cost reduced, so we'll have a better time in lane in general. But that Aurelia can snowball so incredibly hard, and this is where those junglers will absolutely be coming into play here, and Babip's Nidalee, no less, seeing what it can do.
I mean, these just feel like signature champions, comfort between the two of them, but it's a big ask now here for Tencent to say you need aggression, you need to look to address what was strong global presence. You've removed that first of all. You picked up champions by going for blue side, and you said if it's now or never, this would be the draft to do it. And you know, you've put Violet onto the Ezreal, said that, you know, you're not going to be a champion that is going to be able to, you know, farm up the critical chance, not become an absolute nuisance once a few items are under your belt. We really want to make sure that if this game is in a bit of a neutral state, that I, in the possession of the Tristana, will just offer a little bit more. Peace on match point, a chance to go to Worlds. PGG with the Mountain Ask now, Rusty, of a reverse sweep.
Yeah, and I will say, when we have our laning phase about to take place, top lane I think is quite nice for Appy. Has the Ignite there as well, so a bit of extra kill threat in his lane. I don't think that Nidalee's particularly worried about a Diana early. They're both just going to be looking for some hard farm clears. Mid lane is definitely volatile, and I think bot, well, you've got a Tristana and a Rakan that can combo nicely for some great trades. Pretty difficult to deal with an Ezreal who has that mobility, and a Leona who also has exhaust and can just walk away once that aftershock is procced. So very limited options is what is coming out to me off the page for things that PGG can do early. Pabu hitting level 6 though, you know, Pabu maybe level 4 playing towards top lane. The fact that Appy doesn't have flash is something to consider. And teleports being there for Chaz and Biopanther does still give them options to play towards bot lane. But again, easier said than done.
Certainly will be easier said than done, given the fact that Appy, as you saw, has the TP Ignite. All about the lane advantages. Going to be a strong ask for him to come out ahead on this one. He knew this would be the focus. If it weren't banned, it was going to get locked in. Not going to fall victim to the set support duties this time around. He wants to exert himself as the player to beat in this exciting brawl in the top lane. So we'll look to see what Biopanther can achieve in these early levels, and if that is enough of an advantage to buy a bit of time for the likes of Pabu to hit 6 and Chaz become a menace himself.
So just a couple of small points, given that we haven't seen Pabu get a single Scuttle Crab on the 3-minute 30 spawn skimmy. It's very difficult for a Camille to get priority in lane. Renekton usually, while trading, just pushes waves. It's pretty easy for a Syndra to push waves as well with Q spam. And you would hope that bot lane being an Ezreal and a Leona doesn't find priority against the Triss. Nice jump.
It's a nice jump, locked in place there with a bit of CC, so much so that it's forcing out the flash from Violet. The explosive shot goes off, and he's already dropped down to 10%. No potions, and now going to be farming from afar with that tier, with the Mystic shots.
So in conclusion, if Pabu doesn't get a Scuttle Crab in this game, I will be extremely sad. Because it should happen. The rest of this laning phase in bottom should continue to push it out as well. And again, both junglers just full clearing. So we're waiting for the 3-minute 30 mark for any semblance of real action.
Tally opting for the Doran shield here. So he doesn't have much mana left. Just going to crash out that wave and no doubt rush towards that Wit's End as quickly as possible. That's when he'll be allowed to display the mechanics, the skills, the matchup potential, and say, PGG, talk the big talk. But this is our year to win. It seems strange given the fact that, you know, they had such a strong roster for Legacy in the perfect year of 2020. They'd already been to Worlds, and they're saying, well, you know, we feel like this team could perhaps do one better. And that's a tall ask given the amount of teams that they went up against and sort of some of the results they had there.
Biopanther has to be careful top lane. We're looking at the double scuttle, but just keep in mind that Babip is here. Ignite's on.
Oh, the flash and a turnaround. The stun. It's not going to be enough. Call the make. He's just fallen on down, and just once again, first blood here for the 3rd time in a row for Peace.
That was adventurous from the Croc in top lane. I think having to respect where their jungler is definitely needed to be done. However, and it's impossible to watch it a replay, Babip's pathing to top lane navigated all vision. So just like, you know, being able to use the pounce to get around the Scuttle Crab that belonged there by dashing through the Herald made it very difficult for Biopanther to know exactly where that Nidalee was before it was too late. And Camille obviously has very good setup, but Biopanther with the very sus flash forwards there to try and maybe trade, when all Camille needs to do is auto-attack you to get a shield. Maybe not the play.
In hindsight, do you think it was necessary? Do you think there was an angle for a two-man slice and dice flash and disengage away?
Oh, cool. You know what? I don't think there was. Maybe you can flash with 2 dashes to get to safety, yes, but the way that he was positioned made it very difficult. We'll see how Babip gets in here, and again, that ward was going to do nothing. So at this point, Ignite on. You maybe slice dice through Babip and then flash to safety, because Appy has no flash to follow you up. But I think he was, I guess, resigned to death when the red buff auto attack was on.
Yeah.
But instead of being resigned to death, Skibby, he just has a crack and flashes.
Speaking of, it's getting explosive now in the bot lane here as they're going towards Violet again. He's going to fall on down this time. PGG's bot lane asserts control, and that's what you love to see here.
Definitely some fighting spirits still there in the Pentanet.gg squad. Just getting those 2v2 kills. Pabu and Babip now going to eye each other off here. No ultimate, though, for Dyna makes it hard.
It does. Tally with max stacks right now is actually punching a bit of a punch as he blade surge around, gets all that health back, and laughs really at what Chaz can do to bounce back. We are panning camera from bot, mid, and top because it's all going on right now. Multiple cross map plays. Pabu jumps in with the moonfall and realizes that's not a fight I want. Instant flash away before the damage can even land.
Pabu actually flashes away, steals the Gromp with his Q, and then goes back in to use his ultimate because he hits 6 from stealing the Gromp with the Q. Babip has to flash away. The crazy series of events there, ultimately. Top lane now going to be a very volatile state, however, with summoners being used by both junglers. This wave is dicey for Bio.
So much so, because Appy has himself a Sheen. That if he can find some trades, it's going to really make things a more fair fight. Bot lane, though, that's really where you had to say it could have transpired to a point that got scary. They have taken it to Ezreal. They are going to run it back again. You talked about how there are no summoners available. He has no flash. He has no slice and dice. What can he do when the Hexagon Amendment comes on through? He's just locked in place. It's not a place you're happy to be. And there's another kill found. And Appy in the counter pick. 2-0.
I'm not kidding when I say this. Biopanther knew he was dead. This time he just clears the wave. You know, no flash to get him out alive. Camille ticking 6 definitely means that the kill threat was there. And we spoke about this being a dangerous wave state. Well, that just gets very easily preyed upon by Peace, and this top lane is absolutely cascading in favor of this Camille and is going to be an absolute terror come team fights. Just put yourself into the mind of Chaz, having to deal with a ridiculously strong Camille and an Aurelia that can build magic resistance first item. What do you do?
Well, it's a good question, because what does the Unleashed power actually look like? Is it really going to be there to take somebody out of the fight as a go button? Or is it much more of a poke ability at that stage? Mitigation certainly will be a big talking point here. Worth noting that Vibe have actually TP back to that top wave, keeping the lane state in his favor. So close to crashing into the turret. That's going to free him up now to then clear out some vision and try and prevent the free peat from happening. Tally on the roam, though.
Yeah, he's having a look. He's going to be spotted by a ward if he does commit to going top lane. Not going to be a Ryze that can navigate around wards this time around. It's going to be a little bit harder to execute, which is definitely in the PGG playbook as something that they wanted. We are just going to get a reset most likely here from Chaz. Lane is not going to be having the best time overall. Pabu has been the major benefactor of all of this, and realistically, there was only one play that Peace could make, but they found the play. And now they've found the play twice. Bot lane definitely that beacon of hope here, however. You know, big Tristana and Praetor definitely with a lot of potential.
PGG certainly identifying that. They burnt double TPs now between mid and top to get back to the lanes to control the states, to empower the ability to say that we can group up as a 4-man, guarantee that this Herald goes our way. We are not going to fall victim to this early game Peace dominance. Now, question is, will Peace bark back? I mean, will they answer back? I mean, there's the stun locked in place first of all, but can they get themselves back into their blue quadrant? They can. No harm, no foul. No worries whatsoever.
I think Peace were definitely looking at that Rift Herald, and then they eyed off just how many members of PGG were there. And they realized that maybe it's not the wisest decision to take a 4v5 with an Ezreal walking up river slowly. So they just put Violet back towards the bot lane itself. And now you've got the resets from PGG. It does mean that the Herald will be secured with no contest, and the time was actually spent by Peace looking at it. So net gain overall, of course, for PGG. But still Peace with the gold lead.
Strength and assist and CS advantages. Very fragile lead, but it is a 600 lead nonetheless. 10 minutes into this game, Peace now looking to group up and make their first play, knowing that the lane has been pushed in mid. But they can look to zone away Biopanther once again. Really not making his life that easy. You can ban away the Renekton, or you can look to try and lock it in and deny us. Really putting all your eggs into the basket now. What can Predator do? Is Tristana just the key pick in this game?
I feel like it kind of has to be. You need healing cut, you need the Tristana to be uninhibited in those team fights. Right now, just stock take of the itemization. We're very close to Tally just being full build. He's almost at that Wit's End rush. He's gone Wit's End before he's even considered Merc Treads. Definitely sticks out to me because Merc Treads would provide some pretty decent value. Extra movement speed, more auto attacks, but finishing Wit's End itself outright, huge damage spike more than just the magic resistance and gives you legitimate kill threat almost all the time, right? Stack your passive up on a minion wave, commit to the fight.
Just screams to me confidence that I don't need the tenacity, first of all. I don't need the mobility. I'm so reliant on my wave states being advantageous that I can get the Blade Surge resets, that I can outplay this man. Not only in how to control the lane, but how to, you know, play this matchup in particular. I can't imagine he's too far away from completing that Wit's End, and then we might start to see scary times here for Chaz having that flash on cooldown 24/7.
It's already pretty scary. The fact that Tally just one-hits minion waves. Love a good W. It's a pretty gross ability. You've got Dragon up in a minute here as well. You've just seen Pabu move towards his red side jungle, but they don't really have enough vision control yet, so you need the reset from Decoy to partner up perhaps with Pabu to get that done. But as it stands, you know, with Chaz never having priority, with Biopanther definitely taking the back seat of the non-carrying role in this one, definitely just dealing with what's thrown at him. It's easier said than done for PGG overall to make those plays, and here are those item spikes, Skimmy.
Yeah, there they are. Wit's End complete. Also the Silk Shoes for Babbitt, making sure that he is going to really hit like a truck, not too far away from that Night Harvester as well. As compared to Pabu, that's opted for a Dark Seal, much more keen to not have the mobility, but find the skirmishes and snowball instead. And there's your reason, because he's got the magical footwear instead. So the Hextech Protobelt has been complete. Babbitt gone back to base. I imagine the Night Harvester also is there for the taking, but it really does feel like this series. I mean, we've seen definitely explosive games between these two in the past, but especially down 2-0. It's really now on PGG to be aggressive, and I can't imagine a game where it's as passive as this is going to be enough to get them back into the game. So you can see mid situations like this take place. The Vanguard Edge comes on through, doesn't even connect. He's blade switching away to safety. Not enough sustain. 4 people come to mid lane and capitalize beautifully.
I mean, 3 magic damage dealers walk into a mid lane. It takes them a long time to actually take a Tally out, but they've got the Rift Herald. The Tristana's here to secure plates, and we are just looking at a mid lane outer turret. 1 plate remaining. All but dead now in mid, and priority to move towards the dragon. Not priority necessarily to secure this dragon though, because the teleport is available from Tally. There's a very real chance Peace fight this one.
Barrage goes out, hits onto 2, gets them low, but it does mean that the dragon is still
2 teleports in mid lane.
Honey Fruit is there, TP comes on through. Is Tally just going to die again? He's gone for the Defiance Edge, going to try and lock them in place as long as possible. He's just dead again! From the fountain, back to lane and back dead again.
Yeah, those teleports from Peace were so high priority on actually stopping mid lane push that they do end up having to sacrifice their lives for it. Tally just dying twice. Gets gagged, teleports in, dies. He could have teleported closer to the rest of his team, right? There's a control wood in their blue side. That would have been much more safe, obviously. But I think the emphasis was on protecting that mid lane outer turret. And I mean, they do. They just get the dragon and sacrifice 1 man for the trade.
Like that. Penitent now pick up the lead once again. They've done a phenomenal job here of changing things around in the first 15 minutes. Certainly not as a dominating performance. I suppose it can come down to as simple things as lane states allowing you to play for the crab, to play for the objectives, to utilize that effectively and punish states where you can just pick up Tally twice in as many minutes. Working away so closely to picking up this first turret, and I mean, it is a Leona. You can put up the shield, but it's lane the inevitable.
He's just so staunch, man. Mobility Boots walks up and tries to just auto-attack him. Has the ult, has the E. wants to be much more of a threat. I mean, you can't animation buffer a Q to the head. We'll save the turret temporarily, but it doesn't seem like PGG are going to relent for too long. Right now, the priority is going to be on some extra vision control to ensure that it's safe. Biopanther also spotted and staying on top side of the map. So a lot of PGG's movements right now are going to be from top to bot. And there's an abundance of control wards to clear out in the process that they are yet to touch. Player just doing Herald as well.
Yeah, just casually on his own. I mean, there's no fear, really. There's no contest. They can't answer mid-turret. That's going to fall on down the first of the game. They're not going to rotate through River. They've got Camille. Quite content just pushing out waves, and I don't mind this, really. I mean, you're well on your way now to getting that Revenant's Hydra complete, and that's when the split push shenanigans can really start to come into effect. Aladoric with the widest flank. The charm goes on through. The quickness is there. A two-man flash. The bustle shot knocking as many members back as possible, but Pradev has been collapsed upon. And that is the turbulent nature of this bot lane, because now Violet's got the solo.
Yeah, insane flank angle there from Babip and from Aladoric. They just got really far behind enemy lines. Chaz teleports in. He's going to be able to help hold this wave. And it does seem like nothing doing from just the pick, but still a nice little pick up there. Both summoners use, the ultimate use. And overall, still Peace. Kill hungry, always searching for those opportunities to get some kills and gold.
Nice pickup. Can't imagine he's too far away from completing that item. And there it is, Divine Sunderer to match the Kraken Slayer that Pradev had. Big case, really, of just sheer potential damage, explosive versus the poking nature that Violet can offer. Dominus popped literally to trim the wave as he's gone back to base. But Appy really seems to be in heaven right now with so much wave clear and shred.
I mean, fair enough, I guess. He's maybe a little bit spooked by where the rest of Peace could be. Doesn't have any vision or support up there anyway. By the way, he's going to clear the wave and leave. And he's going to walk back towards top side through the blue buff. May actually walk into an Aladoric, spots in there with the Scryers. That's because PGG are playing towards the other side of the map, Skimmy. They're not hunting for top lane supremacy. As we suspected, they've just shown themselves through, again, crazy amounts of wards that Peace have. But can Tally survive this with no support, no teleports to help him?
Doesn't have a flash either. He has to play very defensive right now. Decoy just sitting out of vision. Now will be revealed there by Violet. Another turret falling. 3 turrets to 1 now. Bot lane completely exposed. Cheeky engaged topside, but it's not going to become anything to really harp on about. It feels like Peace are just biding their time, giving Camille a chance to scale, get stronger, hit 3 items, and become an absolute menace that PGG will no doubt struggle to deal with. But you are playing a risky game because Pradev is getting all the resources right now.
It does feel like, in general, both teams are trying to play a more cerebral affair. There is still a lot of kill focus, but in general, it's not bloodthirsty. It's not forcing for objectives or fights. The next thing in 30 seconds, the question when it's one dragon a piece and it's a Cloud Soul is, does anyone put priority towards it? I think if you're looking at a turret instead, why would you consider the Drake at this point? Honestly, it could be a bait more than anything else. 2 Heralds gone as well, so really you are just looking at can we get structures, and right now that is all PGG are doing. They make trades when they can't get objectives and they get kills. They get structures when they know that they can't fight head-on 5-5. And so far, they've amassed 2,000 gold, staring at maybe a 3,000 gold lead 18 minutes in from that alone.
And this is beautiful, isn't it? From bot to top they go. Summon the Herald, guaranteed this is going to fall on down. Still nice and healthy. May just get, based on their posturing, a second headbutt off to open up an invitation towards that top inhibitor. And Pradev at level 10 is just packing such a punch right now that he can land an explosive shot. But Inhib will be exposed. There is the stun. Aladoric is the target, not who they're after. Soliflare comes on through. That's the turnaround. Appy jumps in with a hook shot.
Big
They
flank.
are just out of range there
Teleports.
from the Mystic shots. The Spear were there. The TP's coming on in. Tally now the first to rock up to this one. Blade searching to the wave. Luna try and keep them locked in place. There's the
Tally.
Vanguard's edge. Jumps on through. Gets turned around quick. There's a massive knock-up. The moon full onto 4 people. Papu might have just won them the fight there. It's a double kill picked up by Bio. And Babip is running back to the river, looking to try and peel away and draw their attention elsewhere. But that was a huge team fight. And Pabu comes up clutch.
Pabu just goes absolutely insane. The 0-0-6 scoreline does not reflect the amount of work that he's able to do in that team fight. Babip was able to pick one off Pabu, now hunting Babip, waiting for the dash. He has flashed forwards. Really wants to secure this one. Not quite going to get it. But at the end of the day, the fight goes wildly in their favor. My eyes were on Praetus just quietly at the start of that one as well, Skimmy. As he gets picked off, and you look away for a second, and Diana can win a team fight. It all starts with Tally's engage as well, right? Tally Appy go in. Decoy charms them all, and huge Moonfall to pull them all back in. Biopanther, Chaz, they'll pick up the scraps. Absolutely fantastic from all of them across the board, but the hero of the day, you know, staring down the 3-0. 4.5k in that fight.
It's a dream. It really is a dream to clump them all up together. You know that a Camille, Nidalee, Irelia are all going to be running towards you. The Moonfall, which is a little bit too easy for them to pull off, but I love the fact that Decoy, as you identified, flash quickness, guaranteed the charm, made it so easy. Served on a silver platter to make that play look as gorgeous as it did. We have a pause. We'll find out what it is in just a second. 20 minutes in here, Rusty. It's a 5k lead now for PGG. 5 turrets to 1. A top lane inhibitor that is, well, you know, it's so fragile that it could literally fall on down its own accord. This may, now I don't want to cast a curse here, but this may be the momentum that they require to test their resolve.
Absolutely. I think for me, the difference between the first 2 games and this one is how Peace are engaging, right? It feels like so much more control of the map belongs to Pentanet.gg, and so much more agency in particular with how these fights are happening belongs to them. The first 2 games, you had Ryze ultimates in, you had crazy Leona flanks, you just had unbridled aggression coming out of the Peace squad. This time around, it's more measured. You know, they're hesitant to make those plays. They're hesitant to be as aggressive as they were in the first 2. And that's all it really takes. You know, you leave the door open for even an inch, and suddenly PGG, you know, they take 2 inner turrets. They take an extra turret. They get 2 Herald charges off instead of 1. They get 2 kills in mid lane instead of none. And suddenly they get a massive team fight.
Do you think it's as easy as saying it's the burden of execution for Peace has become, you know, a lot harder with this comp to pull off compared to what we've seen in game 1 and 2, and that, you know, Pentanet have read them beautifully with what they've constructed to, you know, counterplay that? Or do you still feel that there are multiple outs, multiple win conditions that Peace can play towards? They just sort of missed the early game boat.
I mean, simply put, you are correct. The burden of execution and the difficulty of execution is much different compared to games 1 and 2. And that has absolutely played a factor, but I also think overall the draft difference has been probably the biggest thing. Like you've got a Camille, you've got an Aurelia. They're going to be in your face melee champions trying to hit those engages off with a Leona, but now you've actually got a Rakan that can handle that on the other side, that sets the fights up for the Diana. And I think the picks of PGG in general have done a lot of work here to help enable them further and make the execution harder for Peace.
I'm very curious to see what Peace can do to come back into this one, because it is, as we said, 20 minutes into this game, a Dragon of Peace. We're back in live. It's time to play. Baron and Dragon on the cards. As we say it, Dragon acquired. Pentanet's second of the game.
And again, I think just to quickly reiterate, that Dragon is nice to have, but it is more of a luxury Drake at this point. Ultimately, I think you'd be happy to just cycle the Dragons through to get towards an Elder. At the Soul, and at Soul Point, so in 5 minutes from now when they're threatening that one, it becomes more and more important. I think giving Cloud Soul to PGG's comp is pretty rough, actually, Skimmy. Right, you've got a Rakan ult that just chucks you in. Habu as well, like he needs move speed, and Biopanther ults before fights start or in the heat of the battle, so it's going to prove to be pretty useful for them overall, but right now it's nothing doing.
Well, will time be this time Peace's worst enemy, because they want item spikes, they want lanes to play towards, they want side lanes to abuse, they want to catch out members on the rotation with this double melee bruiser setup. But PGG have grouped up, rallied around this Tristana and said, wherever you go, we shall siege. And that's what they've done so efficiently, so well in this game, that when Peace decide to overforce, decide to chase, the punishment, the turnaround, the collapse, as we just saw going into that pause, was phenomenal. Parbu with this Diana, able to showcase that it won't be this big jungle canyon that we've seen in games 1 and 2, that he is the MVP contender for a reason. There is a reason that this team went to MSI in the first place, but a reverse sweep is a whole different beast. So let's see what they can do with a 5k lead, whether or not they can sustain it.
Hello, Doric, definitely just hovering, it feels like, to protect. I suppose there is kill threat when you've got Appy with this itemization. True damage is going to be there, but Biopanther does have a lot of health and also has a lot of potential to survive this one with his ultimate, so we'll see what Alidoric chooses to do, but right now, every second that he spends down there is a second that he's wasting.
Yeah.
Where PGG are just sieging and building gold advantages. So to me, that screams of a little bit desperate.
And my question, or my statement exactly, right? The cancelled recall, really hoping that Biopanther would overextend, that they can find that kill. It just hurts them so much more.
But who cares if he does,
in
right?
mid lane, right? Like, just they're free pushing. You're down a member. You're down 2.
If you show and you try and kill Biopanther, who ults and then tries to survive for as long as possible, what was to stop PGG from doing Baron as well? So that's why I do think it felt like a little bit of a counter angle, and then he got swept up in the moment. But still, another mid lane inner turret will drop this time. The gold isn't stretching any further. It does just exist as a present gold lead. And you know what's funny, Skimmy, is I feel like we've had 2 different types of Tristanas in 2 games back-to-back.
Yeah.
Violet was just jump on your head, just Goomba stomping, right? You've got Praedyth who's playing for structures instead. Is much more of a turret fiend in comparison to Violet. Team fighting is going to be the point where we see if he can keep up with what Violet was able to put down.
Yeah, Violet Tristana is a whole different beast, isn't it? I mean, it's the case of him being a frontline whack-a-mole gamer. Straight in your face saying, I'm going in, you better back me up. But Tristana, one of a select few that is very, very good at sieging, explosive shot, rapid fire. Does it so well when played around, and certainly has been afforded so much control of the map to push uncontested. As we saw, 6 turrets to 1. It does speak volumes to the difference in this game. Whilst he's not yet to pick up a kill, it is much to your point as you suggest. There's a bit of a blip as to really what happens next, because yes, there's another Dragon to play for in a minute 20, but this Baron, it's been taunting them, but it's all been about keeping these lanes in check and not giving Peace any kind of invitation back into this game.
Yeah, this feels like the first moment where PGG have really put the foot down on and securing that vision control in the red side quadrant here. Engage.
Right away onto that key target. A nice dash away and a shove back with the stun. Ches not wasting time with that one. Praedyth very aggressive with the rocket jump in, blind to see if he can catch Violet on the rotation. Saw the true shot barrage and thought maybe I can win that 1v1.
They do manage to survive, Skimby, and I think the clutch part there is that with those Merc treads available, Decoy is able to hit the ultimate, charms them up, stops them from getting a team fight, enables the free stun there from Chaz, but they're hunting on a flank.
Oh no. Decoy's missed that one completely, forced to flash away, and he's just been punished for it. The shield comes on out, but he's going to fall on down first fall. That's a shutdown that you cannot afford to give to Tally. He's jumped in, he's flashed away, he has survived, he's got shutdown gold, and the flawless duet comes on through afterwards. There's another shutdown. He's being picked up here by Violet, but Praedyth is actually going to get himself a kill, trade back on towards it. Peace are hunting bruises with room to work, will outplay, and now that Appy has the Ravenous Hydra, he is keen to take down everybody as they catch Praedyth in the top side. This is the invitation that you just really did not want to see happen, and Peace have found it.
I mean, PGG with an egregious gank and engage more than anything else there, just leave the door wide open for Peace. And you do not give Alidoric the opportunity to engage in the way that they just have. Decoy misses the spells, Leona does not. They find their moment, they find their opportunity. Now they get some kills, they get some money in their pockets, they get a Baron to boot as well. It was a 6,000 gold lead before that mistake, and now it's going to get brought back close to 0 with this Baron. We'll see it again. You've got Alidoric and Tally hovering. Babip was the one that was out of position. Decoy flashing really does nothing there, and Locket just buys him half a second at best when Violet was on the flank. Tally gets into the mix, gets pushed away, and you would expect will go down, and eventually does. That reset is what gives Praedyth the opportunity to get out alive for that moment.
Appy.
But the rest of the fight was just done for. You know, Appy gets in and does way too much.
That Hextech ultimatum, as you could see, the retreat from Renekton was gorgeous. And yeah, Praedyth, whilst he got that one kill, he's going to trade across that gold to his counterpart. And as you say, Rusty, a 6k lead. Well, if they can get some siege here, this does not seem to exist. The teleport was burnt there by Chaz to try and continue side lane pressure, not feel the crash of 3 lanes synchronized all at once. All tied up now, 8 kills to 8. And Peace certainly feeling like this could be the 3-0.
I have this feeling in the back of my mind that we're at more of an impasse than anything else when the Baron goes the way of Peace. They might be able to equalize this game, but you have your reservations for Peace teamfighting walking into PGG's composition. It does feel like a bit more of a comfort zone for them. They're definitely wondering how Peace will choose to play this one out. Now they've got the Baron, and they have the potential to break some structures. And I do think that the lane that's on your screen right now is actually the place to look. You know, the Wits End Aurelia into a Syndra. Void Staff may be there, but it's pretty difficult to deal with an isolated one-on-one matchup like this. And when you've got the Baron through your mid lane grouping, Vision on this side of the map playing to help tally is probably the name of the game.
The one advantage that Chaz has is he's got that flash. So there is room for outplay. Scatter of the weak positioning is going to be crucial. Even more so when you're getting collapsed upon by Camille too. Rotating through that jungle, guaranteeing that this turret will fall on down. Forcing you back towards that inhibitor structure. The pinch is on. And now, the gold, it's dead even.
A little collapse attempt there from Appy for sure. You've got Aladoric, you've got Violet, pretty aggressively stance in mid lane. This outer turret should just drop no matter what. The inner turret is the point that you could draw a line in the sand out and defend it. So I do think that as this Baron concludes, like you mentioned, Skimmy, we're just going to be at a dead even game state. You've got a Cloud Soul to threaten in 3 minutes if you're Pentanet.gg. But you've also gone for fairly defensive items and almost items of necessity through the rest of your team. The GA third after a Phantom Dancer from Prated. Most gold in the game and had to go towards a more defensive choice. And with the Locket there to help keep him alive, you've got the Zonias that is now finished by both AP champions with the Void Staff. I think this is probably the moment where you're most confident. You play to win the team fight by going forwards aggressively if you're PGG, and Praetus with the Guardian Angel should just survive through the fight from that alone. But for Peace, absolutely have the measure of their opponents here.
Feels like we're gearing up for what could be that final fight. Praetus jumps in aggressively, looking to try and lay down some damage on towards Violet. He's going to be zoned away, bit of a tickle. Nothing to write home about. Guardian Angels, Zonias, stopwatches, everything available to try and swing that next team fight to get themselves the desired outcome. Get one step closer to either closing this game out to bringing this series back. 2 minutes on those all-important neutral objectives to talk about. Side lane control is going to be the name of the game now. Vision scattered all across and primarily in PGG side. Oh, jumped across into the solo flare. The true shot barrage too.
Teleport in.
Not enough though to force that GA just yet. Decoy hunting, looking for it. There's the Eclipse, there's the damage. Panther locked in place on the wrong side of this lane. He's just going to get shredded, eviscerated. No chance to answer back. And a TP he most certainly will be regretting.
Biopanther always teleports to plays first. That is usually a compliment that we give the top laner of Pentanet.gg, but you teleport first, you see 2 in response, and they chase you down instead. Praedyth, does get chunked out, gets basically pushed out of the fight. Unfortunately for Bio and for PGG, that teleport was the lapse in judgment that cost them greatly.
Slowly achieving peace. Now with a gold lead to talk about themselves, getting ever so close to equalizing the structural differences. It was 6-1 at one point. PGG were really playing around Tristana, just avoiding fighting, getting gold, getting plates, and getting structures to open up the map to allow things like we just saw there from Biopanther. But now, with that Baron buff, Peace have just picked up 4. And made it that much easier now for these bruisers to find the angles and to collapse upon whoever they like.
I do think if you are PGG, while you may feel decently strong for 5v5s, with the power of the Syndra, of the Diana comboed together, I don't think it's too big of a deal to wait for an Infinity Edge for Praedyth. But right now, we'll see how they play this one out, because they're staring down that Cloud Soul piece you expect will come to the party to play.
Flare locked in place. That GA is the focus right now. There's a massive quickness here from Decoy. Looking to try and turn the tides of war. The Hex to Golden Maiden, the Vanguard Surgery, he flashes across the wall. Blaze surging in. Aladoric surviving for the meantime. Pabu gone. So many kills on the red side. Peace coming for blood, taking you down. Tally had a bit of a rough start here, but he's picked up a double. The boys from Legacy with the perfect year, back-to-back doubles, and that Rusty, that's an ace.
Peace choose not to wait. PGG choose to take the fight themselves. They're matched and they are just bested in a 5v5. All 5 members gone. You saw pings going towards top lane. I think they were considering forcing an inhibitor, but it may just be a Baron. and a Cloud Drake to be secured. Big Team 5 victory. That basically is the moment that you would say puts Peace in the driver's seat, not to just bring the game back, but to win it and to really shut the door on PGG. We see this once again. It is Aladoric on this Leona finding the engage angle. Tally with a sick flank on that Aurelia as well. Is able to get free resets on that Q. And try as they might, Pentanet.gg just had no way back into that fight with how clean the engage was.
And that just looked so frustrating for Prater. He was free hitting until Tally jumped upon him, and he just wasn't able to do enough to try and turn that fight around. The nimble nature there for Violet proving to be a little bit too strong on the occasion. Nice buff with the Guardian Angel, but by that point, it was a foregone conclusion that they were going to fall on down. A full ace, turn that into a Baron. One step closer for Peace, making the unthinkable occur.
But Skimmy, the crazy thing is, they could have waited. I don't think that Pentanet.gg needed to fight for that objective. Their Tristana was looking at a potential Infinity Edge, and that BF sword was actually sold to finish Lord Dominic's regards, I believe. Definitely left reeling a little bit after that one. There is a lot of armor on the other side here for Peace, I will say that much. So it is warranted. But again, forcing that fight, was it necessary? That's definitely something they'll have to reflect back on.
Well, the tension is there. Prater's being caught in place. He has no cleanse. Forced to flash away from the true shot barrage. The pinch is on the Baron. Another minute 30 to play around. Top and mid the focus. Babbitt receives all the damage from Unleash the Power. And much like your concern, it did nothing. 3 lanes crashing. Bio can't answer back. It's a level 18 Camille with 4 items. A GA2, 1 Q, the second charge. You're dead and gone. Your base, it's in shatters. And Inhibs are soon to fall on down. Peace are one step closer.
I think they threatened the game. I think 100% now the Biopanther's gone, you use this Baron, you break inhibitors, and you 100% see if you can actually take a shot at winning the game here and now and stamping PGG's chances out completely from going to Worlds.
Pentanet had never lost a domestic best of 5 before tonight, now staring down the barrel of a potential 3-0. Abby jumps in, goes golden, Parbu survives for the meantime. Hextech ultimatum, that's the target, that's the Zonya status. He's going to fall on down there with the Solar Flare. He's going to fall on down. It's just too much damage. Rest in peace. They've got their revenge. They've claimed their throne. Peace are going to Worlds.
In a 3-0 performance. The confidence going out the door. Look at him. He doesn't live in the house with the players. You can't celebrate with them. But massive work coming out of Peace. They're going to be so proud of their efforts. A 3-0 victory. They get to go to Worlds. And the perfect year is no longer going to be there for Pentanet.gg.
He told us in game 1, Aladoric, it's going to be a 3-0. We were unsure. Would it be possible? I mean, this has been such a weird split too. As close as it came in the regular season. As soon as playoffs came around, we're like, yeah, 3-2. That should be the case. 3-0s back to back to back. And Peace has said, well, in the end of the day, we've played 4 times as many games as you. We've run the gauntlet from 5th spot all the way here. You've seen everything we're made of. But even then, you still couldn't take us down, Rusty.
Yeah, Skimmy, Peace and Pentanet.gg have had 3 best of 5s against each other. The first time it went to 5 games and PGG won. The second time it went to 4 games and PGG won. And Peace said, screw the narrative, we're going to 3-0 them today. So they reinvented this matchup completely and the rivalry goes on.
What a crazy situation. I'm going to throw it back to the desk and leave it with this little bombshell. Babbitt has been to Worlds 2019, 2020, and now 2021. Let's throw it back to the desk.
I can't believe it. It's over. It's happened. The 3-0, and there's no more DoorDash LCO for the year. But we do have Peace, and we have crowned some champions. So, all right, boys, break this one down for me. Tubes, tell me what the hell just happened? Where did it go wrong for Pentanet? Because they were up at one stage.
I mean, Pentanet were doing everything perfectly, and up until they weren't, right? It was just this one instance, and I mean, Aladoric here, just to start things off, had an absolute blinder of a series. Combined that with Babip, they were probably, I think, 2 of the best performers all series long. But yeah, at this point in the game, you're thinking, this is it. PGG are bringing this one back. Maybe we're going to be warming up Silver Scrapes or whatever song we decide to play for a game 5. I mean, it's a perfect turn here. Parbu, picturesque, not going to find a better engage than that. And you start to think, you know, PGG have closed this out all the time. But here, here is where the game turns. They die near the Baron buff. They take an uneven fight. Praedif is not there yet. And it's just, again, a really good engage from Aladoric. Tally does enough damage on the back end. And it's just the cleanup crew. And for me, this is the turning point. I mean, with the draft that Peace have in this game, there's no coming back once you get even. Right, the Aurelia has too much value with itemization. The Camille has outscales the Renekton way too hard in the side. Babip on Nidalee is just... I mean, there's a copy and paste going in chat about him having a speed hack on Nidalee, so, you know, that pretty much sums that up. And it just felt like the pressure really got to PGG in the end, and they were starting to make uncharacteristic mistakes, and really the cookie just crumbled. This again, look at Tally on the flank here.
Yeah, that's it. Now, Jordan, tell me, what went right for Peace? You know, we heard everything Juve said. I'm sure you've got something else that may be exactly what Juve said, but tell me, what's your thoughts on the game?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think for me, Peace is just supremely confident, right? And you never really got the sense that they felt they were out of it at all. In the majority of team fights that we saw, there was those sort of little micro adjustments from Peace that proved to be a little bit too good for Pentanet. Early on in the piece, that first game, right? Just very, very tiny little things that ended up making the difference. And then the deeper and deeper we get into the series, you feel a little bit more desperate for Pentanet. Maybe an individual here is trying to make a play that isn't necessarily warranted. And Peace are more than comfortable really just receiving what Pentanet is going to throw at them until the perfect point where they can turn things back on its head. I do have to say, I'm a little bit disappointed that it ends up being a 3-0.
Yeah.
But one thing I am thankful for is that because it is a 3-0, we won't see you, Mac, undressing any further, because I'm not really sure where that was going to go. So I'm a little bit thankful that Peace have managed to clean this one up in 3.
I don't know if I don't want to be here. I thought he wanted to see me.
I do.
I thought we were friends. Oh, Juice wants me to hear. All right, cool.
I want you here.
All right, well, I'll keep doing my job then. Anyway, that was a game, and we have a champion. I just want to say the same thing as Jordan, though, that I am disappointed that we didn't get to see 5 games, because I was hoping we'd have a really long, great night of League, and it ended up being a really short, great night of League. And we do have some champions, but of course, look, 10k gold diff at the end. I think, from my perspective, it seemed like Peace were just so much better tonight at hitting the go button and just being on the same page. I think that was the only real difference I saw between the teams. But obviously, I'm big noob. Jubes, am I right?
You're not a big noob. I saw you play Shaker. You did quite well. I mean, to be honest, this whole Peace PGG rivalry now, because now it's gone backwards and forwards. It's the best thing to happen to O's since sliced bread, if I'm being completely honest, right? Like, we have a rivalry heading in, but I mean, yeah, you hit the nail on the head, and this is the Peace resurgence. We started to see them, you know, from the end of Split 2 into playoffs, become a different beast, and it was literally off go buttons. And, you know, a big part of that was Aladoric finding his champions, was getting that 2v2 back with Violet, having Babip actually linking up with Tally, getting Tally on these Twisted Fate Rise, Aurelia picks now. And I mean, I think they really just found their niche, and to be honest with you, you have to be excited if you're an O's fan with this team representing us at Worlds.
Yeah, especially if they play like that once they do get overseas. However, before we jump into an interview, just need to do a quick shout out in Perth, where it is not locked down. They were having an LCO viewing party tonight. So we've got a clip here of everyone watching in the grandstand and having a good time. There's a lot of Pentanet fans over there. I'm hoping, I think there's a couple of smiles too, so I think this footage might have been a bit earlier in the night. I'm just going to point that one out.
Oh, no.
You hate to do it to them, but Jordan, any thoughts?
Yeah, look, I feel like you've done them dirty a little bit here, Mac, because unfortunately things didn't turn out for the Pentanet fans over there in WA. Look, to be fair, I'm sure they are going to be staunch supporters of the Oceanic region, regardless of who is going overseas. I know for me personally, there was a little bit of me that kind of hoped we would get Pentanet to go over to Worlds, just to have that storyline of them having gone to MSI, come back for another season, now see what they can do on their second appearance internationally. But there's another part of me that's quite happy to be seeing this Peace opportunity now to play overseas at Worlds. Obviously a big task given the fact that, you know, Legacy performed so well last year, Pentanet did so well at MSI. I think they have a lot of expectations on their shoulders as well. But I, for one, am super excited to see Ultraviolet, Aladoric down there in that bot lane going overseas, because for me, they are super exciting to watch. Of course, the rest of the lads as well. But yeah, to be honest, Peace, congratulations. But yeah, certainly some big expectations upon them. All eyes on Os going into Worlds.
Look, maybe down the track we'll get 2 slots at Worlds. If anyone at Riot's listening, please. I have nothing against it. You can probably do it anyway. But someone else we have that has opinions is your girl Nat. So let's bring Nat back into the conversation. Nat, did you enjoy that game?
I absolutely love that one. I mean, that's probably the closest that we have seen between them. I don't know. It was really hard to watch at the same time. Like, I did tip for Peas, but ultimately, I would have loved to have seen PGG take a game here. So it was a great watch, but it was also a little bit tearing my heart in two.
It certainly was. Now, I heard that you have a new crowned champion down on the side lanes. Who is it?
I actually don't have one. I have two. I have Violet and Aladoric joining me. Thank you both so much. Congratulations on winning the grand final, getting the spot to Worlds. Violet, what does that mean for you? And how's the atmosphere down there in the house?
Means everything to me. I think, as I said, ever since I went pro at like the start of 2020, going to an international event has always been like my dream. So like we're all super like excited to like play internationally, and for me as well, like I've never played solo queue besides OS, and OS solo queue is absolutely, so being able to go to like Europe and play solo queue against like the best players in the world would be a very fun experience for me.
I'm looking forward to. I'm very excited for you. Now, Aladoric, you've probably had one of the rockiest splits out of everyone, and here you are on the grand final. You've won it. How are you feeling?
It's kind of hard to comprehend, to be honest. Like, I never actually saw it. Like, it's so hard to believe that we actually just won and we're going to Worlds now. Like, this is a dream I had, like, when I was a kid. Like, it's every pro player's dream, right? Like, it's actually insane to think about that. We're going to Worlds and we're going to face, like, the best teams in the world. It's just amazing, to be honest.
I'm so excited for you guys. I don't know. It's just, I'm very happy is all I can say. But I want to talk about this series. You guys had such a dominant performance from the start. Violet, I want you to walk me through a little bit of that drafting phase and why it seemed to always work out so amazingly for you.
Honestly, we've been prepping like drafts like this for like since like over a week actually. We've been just preparing drafts for like every opponent that we're gonna eventually play against. So like it's coach and like my teammates. Like I've actually like learned a lot this year on like drafting and like champion like team comps, how to work and stuff like that this year. Like Leo, Tally, Aldoric, and Appy, and like our coach, they've always been like helping me as like a person to like understand like draft better and which champions are good in which scenarios. So like it's been really helpful for me, and the drafts have been like prepared for like a while now, so we weren't too worried when it came to preparation.
It shows that you guys just came out with such great drafts all the time in those games. One thing that stood out a lot was Aladoric, you and that Leona. I want to know how good it felt to get her, but also playing her, you had so much aggression with her. Were you doing a lot of the, team comms to be like, okay, let's go, let's do this, like rotation-wise?
I think all of the macros just discussed between me, Tally, and Leo. And then we discussed about what we want to do, and then we just just lock it in, like what we want to do next on the map. But all the team fighting, yeah, like I am the one who calls when to go, stuff like that. Sometimes I'm not gonna lie, like there's in players, I just flash in and die sometimes, but I'd rather do that than just sit back and do nothing, you know?
Yeah, definitely understand that one. It didn't look too much like any form of inting was happening tonight, though. Violet, on your side, though, I want to know engagement-wise, right? If you're having these calls from Aladoric, how are these team fights playing out for you?
Honestly, I don't usually like calm like that much unless I'm playing champion like Ashe or Varus, and I think like first game I was just calling like because I have like my ultimate as like an engage tool, so I was mostly just calling that, and when I'm using hawk shots most of the time. But when I'm playing champs like Ezreal or like Tristana, I'm not usually the one to pull the trigger. It's usually Aldoric or Leo calling the shots, and I'm just right clicking, brain dead right click. So
hey, it doesn't matter, it worked in your favor. I do want to know, aside from draft and obviously the great shot calling, what advantage do you think you had over PGG that won you this series?
I'm not gonna lie, it's just topside gap. I think bot lane wise, first game I think I played like fine, like it wasn't too much. Second game I think I performed a lot better. I a lot of kills, so like I ended up carrying that game. And third game like I died bot, but like my top side is just too fucking good. Like Appy, Leo, and Tally, they just gapped the enemy top side. So like bot lane is just a piss roll.
just too easy for you guys from then on. Now, last question, Aladoric. What does Worlds prep look like for you, and what are you most excited about for Worlds?
I guess just staying in form until Worlds. Like, it's kind of hard to play solo queue because the quality is so low, but like I'm just gonna have to play a lot because I want to stay like in form to like actually be able to perform at Worlds. So I guess there's that. I don't really know, just like I'm just gonna chill for a bit, to be honest, because I've just been putting in so many hours like over these weeks to make sure we can actually win. So I think I just needed a break for a bit, to be honest, like a couple of days.
It's absolutely worked out for you guys. I want to say congratulations again on winning Split 2, and enjoy the little celebration, whatever you guys end up doing.
Thanks, Nat.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
As much as I love a Peace interview with Violet, I really cannot wait to see how he performs in interviews overseas, because I don't think the term piss roll can be said on other broadcasts. So let's see how that goes, if he gets any media training before going overseas. But of course, he's champion right now, so he can pretty much say whatever he wants and bask in the glory, bask in the happiness that is being a champion. And of course, that brings us one step closer to our favorite segment, and it is the player that delivered. And for the series, for the grand final, the final player that delivered for the DoorDash LCO is your boy Aladoric with the comeback down in that bot lane, just performing up a storm, hitting the go button. We said that is the difference maker, and this man was the prime pusher, wasn't he, Jules?
Yeah, he was the prime pusher. Even in the games where, like, you know, let's say 50% KP, you're looking for more, like, in theory. The impact of the plays were really what got it over the line, right? You know, his one kill participation in the mid lane in one game specifically led to a 40 CS lead for the Rise into the Twisted Fate. So everywhere that he delivered, or wherever he kind of, you know, made a mark, it wasn't just a kill, go back to lane and we'll play it out. It was a kill that resulted in, what, a 2 or 3k gold swing into a lot of pressure, into whatever. So he's just a high impact player at the moment. And I think that's kind of what we need going into Worlds, right? And as he said, sometimes I in. But he did say, sometimes I flash in and I in. But I'd rather lose doing something than just doing nothing at all. And I mean, if you watch all the best supports in the world, they actually all have that one in them in a game. But they also bring the game back from a brink, like we saw in game 3 today. So, I mean, for me, I'm super excited to see Aladoric specifically go over.
210 wards placed in game 3? Man had vision. Look at that.
I think zombie ward.
Ah.
I think that's his zombie ward there.
Okay.
That's still impressive.
I'd be impressed if he got that high even anyway, but
yeah.
Maybe. I don't know.
There you go. Anyway, I just want to point out that, yes, there were some other players that played almost as well as Aladoric, but the difference was Aladoric didn't get to hug his team at the end.
True.
So he gets the DoorDash voucher today. Now, play of the day is next on the list.
We're still doing
now,
this?
Yeah, of course. What do you mean we're still doing this? The season,
Just warm
the
up the
split's not
vocal
done.
Oh, I mean, yeah, you know, wasn't warmed up, but if you need me to warm up, I can get around
Giving you
it.
the warning now. Giving you the warning now.
All right, well, you do the vocal warm-ups. I heard Roger the Warrior is like a good one. Just say that over and
I've
over.
heard you do that.
Jordan, give me a play of the day. What do you reckon it is?
I mean, I almost think it's that fight from Pentanet up in the top lane in game 3, which they did obviously win. It didn't turn into a game win, so maybe that is points against it. The other ones that stick out in my mind, Violet with the one shot onto Praedyth in mid. I think that was in game 2. And then also in that same game, I think it was, where he was able to jump into the Dragon Pit, get the kill, jump out of the Dragon Pit, chase down the Braum, and managed to get the double kill over there. It probably wasn't play of the game worthy, but I thought it was nice regardless. So for me, those are probably the short list of 3.
Okay. And Nat, anything else other than what's already been listed?
Not overly. I don't think there was anything that stood out as play of the day. It just felt that everything Peace were doing seemed to kind of fit the criteria of what we could say is play of the day. Bit of a cop-out, but yeah, I don't think apart from what Jordan has said, anything else has stood out.
Well, you might have got it, you might not have, because it was the play of the day, the end of game number 2. And it was Peace, obviously, because they won, but they did something before it, which was almost get the Penta, I believe.
Penta. Oh, that was a big set damage there, to be honest with you. So we got to do a Slam Jam, Space Jam moment. Have to, just as a sign-off, you know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
And then we're going Ultra Instinct, Ultra Violet in the back end. Yep. Oh. Okay, we got Happy in the back line. Oh, Space Jam! Thank you, man! Wham bam! Instant Cinemas now, by the way. And we got Violet on the back end, picking up the double kill. He's got the Michael 2-play. Can he get the Michael 3-play? Yes, he can. Of course he can, because he's going Ultra Violet. Super Saiyan. Kamehameha! And he didn't get a quadra, actually.
No, he tried, but he kind of inted, but at the same time the game was over and the rest of the boys knew what was happening. But he wanted the penta, he was hungry, went for the fountain dive. Unfortunately, it's pretty hard. How are you feeling, George?
I think Jubes has literally just pentakilled my ears, really.
No,
that's
can I
the only takeaway I've got.
Can I say, I went redder in the face than my DoorDash jumper. When I came back, no, it's gone now, because I have a good moisturizing routine, so my skin bounces back quickly. But I'm embarrassed now.
How do you use like oil from
I use oil from in my village in Europe. I get oil straight from. Where does the oil come from, actually?
Man, you're cultured.
Olives usually. And
yeah,
then some other
I
things
legit have an olive tree in my backyard, so every morning just
squeeze one.
olives on my face.
Yeah, just.
True.
That's a weird turn.
I probably wouldn't moisturize my face with oil. I want to put that PSA out there. Maybe don't do that.
You don't understand. This is Jubes. He's a madman.
You put oil in your beard. I'll do that. Anyway, let's have a look at the bracket and see the filled out bracket completely with all the numbers, all the bits and pieces. I'm seeing a lot of 3s and a lot of 0s. Yeah. There was only one game that went 3-2, and that was Order and Peace. Everything else in the playoffs has been quick nights, quick afternoons, quick days. It feels like we didn't even get dark with it because it's 3-0. So many of them, and I personally hate it because I wanted to see more games of League played in each of these series, but we didn't get to see that. So, it is what it is. There was a better team on the day in almost every single one of these games.
Of course.
And here we are.
That's how you come to a win, Mac.
Very true.
The team is better on the day, but you know what they say about the short ones? It means you got to come back next year, right? We didn't get enough time on the board. Got to come back next year.
I do want to say as well, there were a lot of 3-0s. Sorry to cut you off there, Juice. There were a lot of 3-0s. But I think the most important thing that stands out is that Peace Cinderella story. We talked about it on day one of playoffs. We talked about it last week on when they beat Direwolves, and they made it happen today. I think that in itself is just so phenomenal. I love it. That's my favorite thing of that bracket.
I agree, and I'll also say it's not even about the wins and the losses. It's about the friends you make along the way and the fun that you have playing.
Like me with you guys.
That's very
Lovely.
true.
That's true, right?
Now
I've got
look,
friends for life now.
We have a few more awards. And I've got my crown on. I actually made another crown here as well. If you want it, I don't know, at me your address if you're one of these winners, and you can maybe have a sick crown too. It's just it's my arm. It's the arm of this jumper.
Mac will sign it. Mac will sign it.
The awards for the statistics. So we are going to be running it back with all the stats we have throughout the whole season. And number 1, Halo. Highest CS in a single game, 527. And he got replaced. How'd that happen? Who knows? This
has
man.
To be an Oriana game, right? Has to be an Oriana game.
I cannot even remember, to be honest. We might be able to look back and have a look. But look, it's not just about killing minions, it's about killing people. And the highest amount of kills in a single game is going to your player. 3 players, in fact. Okay, 15. And it's a 3-way tie between Incursio, Kisei, and Pabu. So big congrats to all 3 of those.
Crazy that it's 2 mid laners and then a jungler.
Yeah. What game did Pabu get 15 kills?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think back. This is like a history lesson. When did that happen?
I don't know, but
guess the game.
Diana? Was there a Diana game where he got 15? I feel like that might be an angle.
Yeah, there was one where he was probably turbo smurfing, and he was Diana against Direwolves. Thanks to Rusty in my ear for that one. So, going into the next one, best KDA of the split. Let's have a look at who it is. It is your boy, Violet, and he is going to be taking this KDA over to Worlds. 4.4 to 1.7 deaths and 6.2 assists per game on average. That's pretty good, Juice.
Mate, I wouldn't even be able to begin to tell you what it would be like to die once a game. I'd be dying once in the first minute in every game that I play competitively. So, I mean, this is unreal. Obviously, being an AD carry, you know, they tend to die less. They got to stay alive to do damage. But I mean, just across the board, this man is impressive, right? You know, if you had to take a swing in the dark and say who'd be the next import, obviously we want to keep him. But I feel like, you know, the man is making an argument to be import ready.
Yeah, well, it seems like Oceanic ADCs seem to be getting plucked up here and there. Over history, however, speaking of plucking up, we're not doing any of that. We're putting things down, and it's wards. So highest average wards placed across the split, and I am not surprised by this one at all. Alidoric, 61.4 as the average wards placed, Jordan.
Yeah, he's a bit of a traveller, isn't he, right? He just goes wandering around the map, and everywhere you go, you just put a ward down, so probably pretty easy for Alidoric to get the most wards placed when he's just all over the place trying to get vision. Fair enough.
Okay, very good. Now, a different award. It is the player with the largest champ pool, so the person that has flexed across the board the most, and it was Puma.
Wow.
Largest champ pool with 16 different champs played there in the ADC role groups.
Are they even 16 ADs to play? I feel like this guy's just created some, whatever. Like, nah, but he played a lot of Ziggs. I feel like he's flexed his way around a little bit in terms of, I think maybe, did he even opt in for a Xerath? Is he the guy that played Xerath?
That was Gunkrab.
That was Gunkrab. Okay, I mean, Puma's probably just played every single AD.
He's got them all. I'm looking back. Yeah,
yeah.
It's just, you go down the list. Ez, Trist, Senna, Ashe, Trist, Kalista, Ez, Ziggs, Jinx, Draven,
Varus.
Aphelios, Brand, Varus, Kindred.
Brand, that's the one, yeah.
Like Kai'Sa. It literally, name one, and he's probably played it.
There you bloody go. Now, we have one more award for the stats, and it's the fastest match of the split. We'll call it the bloody Speedrun Award. And speedrunning, LCO, it was Peace up against Legacy this split. 21 minutes and 43 seconds for the fastest match. So, I think that's still a little bit longer than the first fastest match from the first day of split number 1, but still, that is a very quick match at 21 minutes.
Yeah, that's one of the ones where you want to surrender, but you can't. So, I mean, this was Peace when they started strong. I mean, they started, 6-0, I think, in the first couple of weeks. So, I mean, this was just expected and really solid performance. I actually remember that game specifically, so, yeah.
No, very good game. I think that one was a pretty fun one, too. There was a whole lot of everything going on. Now, before we get too much further into the show, but there's not much left of the show.
I was going to say,
Max starting a whole after show right now.
If you guys want to send some feedback in, we'd love you to send your feedback in. So exclamation survey in chat, and you can win yourself a $50 DoorDash voucher to use to get yourself, you know, a meal. Could be a lunch, could be a brekkie. Could be a dinner. I know that you can definitely get Mexican at all those 3 times of the day. So I would definitely recommend a breakfast burrito from Guzman if you have it in your vicinity, obviously. But also exclamation survey in chat, fill it out, and give us your feedback. Tell us what you loved, what you hated, and what hit this season. Hopefully it was me, and it's the camera. No, I wouldn't do that to you. I scared you all. I scared you all. But I hope you all had a good time, because I certainly had a good time. And look, that brings us to the end of the show. So before we go, it is the end of Split 2. Now, let's go down. Jubes to Nat. Jordan, you're in the middle, obviously.
Yep, I did know.
Any final words? Say them. Love you.
Oh, that's on the spot. It's been good. It's been fun. Obviously, the first year of the LCO. We've had some fantastic representatives. We're going to have another fantastic representative in Peace. Commiserations to PGG, fantastic team, fantastic organisation from the players to the staff. Obviously, congratulations to Peace now. Super excited to see them. Make sure you follow their Worlds journey. And thanks for joining us, for the whole year, guys. Everyone at home watching. And feel free to come back next year. We'll take you back next year.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, I probably echo those sentiments. Really, not too much more to say. It's been a pleasure to be involved in the LCO. Everyone, supporting it and doing a good thing for League of Legends in Oceania. Hopefully, that's going to continue come next year, and hopefully, Peace is going to represent us well at Worlds. So I'll be cheering them on, and hopefully, everyone else at home will be as well.
What about you, Nat?
Oh, I guess I'll do the shilling. I'll say shout out to ESL, obviously, for putting all of this together. I gotta thank the big dogs. You know, I've got Phil in my ear. Everyone out there's listening to me. I want to give a big shout out to ESL. Also, DoorDash for helping us this split. But all the teams that participated, all the people out there engaging in socials, everyone that's sitting in chat right now, watching as well. Big thank you. But I guess my biggest thank you definitely goes out to the rest of the talent that I got to work this awesome broadcast with.
We also have to thank Guinevere, NeoSurf, and Red Bull, of course, for all being there and making the league happen. You got your finger up, Jubes. I'm about to close.
I only want to sign off with one more thing.
Yes.
Put one in the chat if you love the DoorDash LCO and love us.
All right. Well, he's learning. He's learning how to appeal to the viewers. Now, if anything that's happened this year, Jubes has learned how to be a streamer. So congratulations, Jubes. And congratulations you all, because you all won by watching the broadcast. And congratulations again to Peace. Do us proud at Worlds. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you at Worlds.
That's really where you want to see a Rakan pop off from. The Elder has
6K.
been engaged, down to 50%. There's the Mega Gnar looking to try and shut them into the wall. And Shadow Crusader does so much work to begin that fight, and instantly they have found themselves 2 kills. Peace on the money.
Yeah, we're catching up. Actually, we'll hold that. We look mid.
Glacial Fisher, the response, both supports popping their ultimates very early. Babbitt already with the Crescent Guard looking to try and get no that key target. What happened to Brayden? Gone, dead. Spiders working overtime here with rapid fire. One Nexus turret already gone, working their way into the second explosion up there. Oh, the Crescent Guard knocking back Biopanther. He couldn't hit the ultimate. He managed to land it, but it does absolutely nothing.
Violet.
2 Nexus turrets are gone. The Nexus itself is exposed. Pins it, zone back into the base. And like that, he's got a triple, he's got 9, and he's got Peace at 2-0 in this grand final.
Right now, we'll see how they play this one out because they're staring down that Cloud Soul piece you expect will come to the party to play.
Flare locked in place at GA is the focus right now. There's a massive quickness here from Decoy. Looking to try and turn the tides of war. The Hexagon Maiden, the Vanguard searching, he flashes across the wall. Blade searching in. Alador surviving for the meantime. Pabu gone. So many kills on the red side. Peace coming for blood, taking you down. Tally had a bit of a rough start here, but he's picked up a double. The boys from Legacy with the perfect gear, back-to-back doubles, and that Rusty, that's an ace. Meantime, Hexagon Maiden, that's the target, that's the Zonia status. He's going to fall on down there with the Solar Flare. He's going to fall on down. It's just too much damage. Rest in peace. They've got their revenge. They've claimed their throne. Peace are going to Worlds.
You clean your teeth before you bite. Why you see me have to spite? I gave them my flags white, and suddenly so
I used to draw hearts round your name. Now I just draw blood to face another day. And you know I'm not one to make a scene, but I'd burn alive to see you scream.
pouring salt in my cuts. Tears make up my blood now. Twist a knife in my gut.
knows why. We play the same old game.